If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 126, Demon King vs Demon King. Yu Long casually stepped into the sword management terrace like it was his backyard and sensed sharp sword chi brushing his skin. He ignored it because such a feeble sharpness wasn't enough to cut his hair. He scanned the area with golden eyes and mumbled, third-grade complexity. Deterrence, bone erosion, blood draining, and spiritual weakening. The heaven's might soul-suppressing formation is decent. It suppressed the profound strength of anyone inside to the maximum limit, weakening the strength of late-stage sovereign profound down to early-state emperor profound realm. However, the suppression did not affect my profound strength because it was too weak to affect my modified profound veins supported by several true godlike profound aspects and qualities. This sword is called Heaven's Punishment Sword. The victim is bound to the sword using meteorite chains. The formation is actually tied to the life of the victim, which means it won't get deactivated until the victim dies. He arrived at the enormous black sword and touched it with his bare hand. They really hated the demon inside the seal, hey. Yu Long knocked the Heaven's Punishment Sword and mumbled, what a waste of materials. A gentle butterfly flap entered Yu Long's ears. He glanced to the left and saw Yum in her miniature kaiju form, smiling because she had isolated the surrounding area with her psychic power. Good job. Yu Long rubbed the butterfly's head gently. Hee, master. Yum responded with a high-pitched voice. Yu Long chuckled and added, keep the area clean. After saying that, Yu Long casually lifted the enormous black sword with pure physical strength and jumped into the hole below. He landed on the reddish ground and looked around. Chains hovered from the sword and connected to a middle-aged man's limbs 15 meters away. The middle-aged man appeared very skinny with pale complexions and wore a shabby and hole-riddled black robe. His hair, mustache, and beard are all white due to fading vitality. Even then, Yu Long could feel the intense hatred and anger from the middle-aged man's yellow eyes, which shone with crimson gleam. Has the sword region bastard finally decided to kill me? The middle-aged man stared at Yu Long emotionlessly. Well, they really looked down on me. They actually sent down a hairless brat to beat me to death? Such a humiliation. Yu Long narrowed his eyes slightly because this middle-aged man had an interesting sense of humor. He sighed and replied, I'm not here on behalf of those weaklings. I'm here on behalf of myself. You. The middle-aged man mused at his reply. I don't know how you entered the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation, but your condition must be no better than mine. Are you sure? Yu Long's lips curved into a smirk as he released profound energy that shook the ground. He didn't stop because the middle-aged man felt threatened by his malation of strength. The middle-aged man stood up, causing the bangle chained on his limbs to clatter and straighten themselves. Although his cultivation was cruelly suppressed to the early stage of Emperor Profound Realm, Yu Long could feel his foundation wasn't bad. It was close to the Shadow Phantom's level, which surprised Yu Long for a second. No wonder the mighty Heavenly Sword region must play dirty to trap this person. Interesting. Yu Long rubbed his chin. What about introducing ourselves to each other first? I will go first. My name is Yu Long, and I'm from the Lost Heaven sect. The middle-aged man stared Yu Long dead in the eyes and answered, never heard of it. Yu Long chuckled in amusement. Of course, you never heard of the Lost Heaven sect, as you were locked here for years. But I believe you've seen some of our disciples 3 years ago. Watching the demon go mad is a tradition in the Heavenly Sword Villa, after all. As if he was getting hit on a sore spot, the middle-aged man laughed and angrily shouted at Yu Long. Ha ha ha, you little bastard. You should call me the Great Demon King, Yun Kanghai. Now I remember. There were indeed some interesting youngsters 3 years ago. Their energy fluctuation is weird, and yours are similar. Yu Long crossed his arms and nodded, that should be them. So wanna hear me out? No. Yun Kanghai responded indifferently. Cyan light exploded in Yu Long's vision as a massive sword traveled to his head. Clank. Boom. Yu Long blinked and watched the massive sword stop, getting repelled to the ground and impaling itself deep. He stared at Yun Kanghai and noticed a sword-shaped mark on the back of his left hand. His manifestation aspect is more solid than I thought. Is this the mature profound handle could offer to a fight? He thought to himself. Profound handle is the bloodline power of the Yun clan, which also originated from the devil race of the age of primordial gods. Its power depends on the bloodline's quality and varies from color to color. The cyan color means the wielder could unleash 50% of profound handle's true strength that scaled from their cultivation base. One might think 50% is low, but Yun Kanghai dominated his era with his profound handle's potential. He was also the most talented Yun clan member in his family record. However, Yun Kanghai couldn't believe what he saw just now. His profound handle was ineffective against Yu Long. The moment his sword manifestation was about to reach the golden-eyed youth, an invisible force repelled it like a shield. Yu Long glanced at the cyan-colored sword and said, "What a superb refinement." Unfortunately, the caster's cultivation was suppressed to the early stage of Emperor Profound Realm, not allowing the manifestation aspect to reach its highest peak. Not bad, Yun Kanghai. You're comparable to my shadow phantoms. Yun Kanghai's mouth twitched when he heard Yu Long's praise. He never heard of shadow phantom, so it must be a rank or something within this golden-eyed youth's faction. Yu Long laughed and continued, "Well, this is getting more interesting than I expected. Oi, the Demon King, do you want to fight my Demon King? I would like to see the true powerhouse of the illusory demon realm." Yun Kanghai's eyes widened in shock as he gobsmacked, "How did you know about that?" "No, wait. It would be weird if you didn't know about the illusory demon realm." "Phew. It seems old age has gotten to me. Brat, I might be locked here for years, but that doesn't mean you can look down on me. What if I told you there is a way of releasing you from this formation?" Yu Long suddenly dropped a bomb that shocked Yun Kanghai even further. "Before you suspect me of lying, let me give you some demonstration first." Yu Long snapped his finger, and the heaven's might soul-suppressing formation released a dim golden light. The bangle-chained Yun Kanghai's limbs come off abruptly, allowing him to move freely. On top of that, Yun Kanghai felt the pressure that suppressed his profound energy and cultivation disappeared. It was like a miracle had come true. No, it's like heaven has heard his plea. "You, just who are you?" Yun Kanghai stared at Yu Long dumbly. After Yu Long released him from the heaven's might soul-suppressing formation, he couldn't read the golden-eyed youth. To be more precise, he couldn't read Yu Long in the first place. Yu Long shrugged, "I'm just a bored guy who knows more than others. Anyway, your freedom is for my entertainment, so it won't last long and only give you some relief. It's not good to be chained up like a dog for years, right?" "Like a dog?" Yun Kanghai was speechless. This fellow sure has a mouth to say something like that to him. "Anyway, since we don't get to speak for more than an hour, I want to see how you fight my subordinate." Yu Long continued, clapping his hand casually. The space beside Yu Long warped, and a pair of insect-like legs landed on the ground. Boom! The sound of heavy metal hitting the ground echoed throughout heaven's might soul-suppressing formation, giving Yun Kanghai a chill at the sight before him. A creature stood above 8 feet on the ground. It has a lean but grotesque humanoid-like appearance but with insectoid features like the mouth, arms, and feet. The rest of its body is black and fleshy, with armor-like carapace pulsating red veins. Its head is thoroughly covered with a shadowy helmet, which allows a pair of crimson eyes to pierce through it. Extending from its back is a large abdomen, upon which an even larger parasitic scorpion tail with a functional mouth filled with sharp saw-like teeth. The base's reference is Verdugo and Pizzentas/U3 from Resident Evil 4. Yu Long patted the creature's back and said, "Let me introduce you to Muzan, the scorpion-tailed Demon King." Roar! Muzan glared at Yun Kanghai and let out a blood-curdling roar. "Fuck me!" Yun Kanghai mumbled with a solemn expression. Chapter 127, The Bewildered Yun Kanghai. Kaiju number 8. Species, Scorpion-tailed Demon King, Monarch of Insects. Grade, S+. Abilities, Demon King's Presence, Demon King's Enhancement, Demon King's Future Sight, Monarch of Insects Swarms, Scorpion Tail Ultimate Bite, Divine Blade-like Limbs, Cell Transformation, Demonic World Invocation, Last Man Standing, Demonification Touch. Given name, Muzan. Muzan's shadowy helmet clattered against his carapace, creating this eerie metallic sound. The crimson eyes released light trails as they glared at Yun Kanghai. Without warning or anything, Muzan just disappeared from Yun Kanghai's vision. All the middle-aged man called Demonic King could see was Yu Long's annoying smugness. Yun Kanghai felt a sudden sharpness in his neck and ducked. His left hand flickered with cyan light as he slammed the air forcibly. Clank! The sound of metal clashing metal echoed in the area. Yun Kanghai frowned, and he escaped from his current predicament with thunderous movement. Several afterimages made of lightning were left behind as if he were trying to confuse Muzan. He landed several meters away and saw the 8 feet monster standing with his right blade-like insect hand stabbed to the ground where he used to stand. Shit, this guy is a monster. Yun Kanghai thought. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of creature this fellow was. He has never heard of or found something like this in the illusory demon realm. Muzin cracked his neck and glanced at Yun Kanghai. What? Never expected an old man like me to be that swift. Yun Kanghai questioned with a smile. To answer Yun Kanghai's question, Muzin suddenly appeared before him and punched his guts. The kaiju were merciless as Yun Kanghai got sent flying like a broken kite with several internal organs damaged. Yun Kanghai suppressed his internal organ damage and used his Yun family's profound art. A purple thundercloud gathered around Yun Kanghai's body, making him look like a master of the storm. He kicked the ground and used profound handle meticulously, turning the cyan substances into countless sharp daggers. Muzin grabbed his right arm and pulled it off, transforming it into a bloody long sword with a sharp red edge. A new arm replaced the old, and the kaiju gained a weapon. They clashed fiercely, causing destruction here and there. Yu Long witnessed the true power of sovereign profound realm expert outside his faction for the first time. He was fascinated by Yun Kanghai's quick reaction and skillful manipulation of profound energy. One must remember that Yun Kanghai just left his suppression, which means he has yet to reach his peak performance. He's rusty after being trapped for 100 years or more. Even then, Yun Kanghai still fought Muzin at a slight disadvantage so far. Besides the first internal damage, Yun Kanghai never let Muzin inflict more lethal damage on his frail body again. There are some scratches here and there, but that's it. Of course, Muzin also hasn't gone all out. No, the kaiju hasn't even warmed himself up. Clank! Muzin's long sword clashed with Yun Kanghai's cyan blade, creating sparks. They stared at each other with newfound admiration. Do you have something you say, you monster bastard? Yun Kanghai grinned at the kaiju. Muzin released a small howl and smacked Yun Kanghai's face, sending him flying again. Yun Kanghai landed on his foot and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At least say something. He mused himself. A burst of demonic energy comes from Muzin's body. The long sword in his insectoid's arm became bigger and gained several spikes pulsated with red energy. Yun Kanghai narrowed his eyes, but Muzin's next move stunned him. Muzin stabbed the long sword into the ground and caused an intense earthquake. Crack! You gotta be kidding me! Yun Kanghai watched the ground below him glow red. He could feel an unknown energy about to burst out and stab him in the crotch if he didn't dodge. Boom! The ground was quickly covered with red spikes. To Muzin and Yu Long's surprise, Yun Kanghai survived by releasing an explosive speed out of nowhere. Purple cloud art, lightning step. Yun Kanghai brushed the ground with his heel and successfully dodged Muzin's area on effect attack. My lord! Muzin's calm voice suddenly brushed Yu Long's mind. May I use 10% of my power? I've never found such an impressive punching bag. Hearing the kaiju's request, Yu Long's mouth couldn't help but form a wry smile. When he made Muzin, he imagined a force of nature to be reckoned with. However, the name of Scorpion-tailed Demon King isn't for nothing. Muzin becomes stronger and stronger under the primordial energy's baptism, causing him to seal his own power. If he didn't do so, his body would constantly transform to accommodate more strength. Among Yu Long's kaiju, only Wabi, Great Emperor Slime, Born, Crimson Duke of Midnight, and Muzin, Scorpion-tailed Demon King, have cell transformation ability. Their cell is too active. If Yun Kanghai knew that Muzin only used 5% of his power all this time, his beard and mustache probably would have fallen off. Don't kill him. Yu Long permitted Muzin's request. Noted. I won't kill him. No one could see it, but Muzin grinned like a madman behind his shadowy helmet. Yun Kanghai felt something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Muzin's body shook violently as a gush of power overloaded his body. He stared at Yun Kanghai and waved his hand. Yun Kanghai watched a bloody red light travel in the air. He wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't move. Bam! Cough! Yun Kanghai coughed a mouthful of blood and kneeled on the ground. He gazed at Muzin in shock and uttered, How? Your strength jumped too much in a short time. Muzin didn't answer and walked toward Yun Kanghai. Yun Kanghai grimaced and looked back at Yu Long, seeing him wave his hand at him. He wanted to curse at the golden-eyed but knew the situation didn't allow him to. He stood up with difficulty and conjured a lightning blade with his profound art and energy. He lifted his lightning blade and said, Yun family's power shall not get tarnished. Yun Kanghai initiated the first attack and became more aggressive in his approach. Muzan responded by waving his demonic sword, creating a mirage that surpassed the speed of sound. Yulong observed the fight with great interest as both sides showed no sign of stopping. Minutes after minutes, Yun Kanghai's swordplay always exploded with a tyrannical lightning attribute, and Muzan responded to everything with his eerie demonic sword. Purple Cloud Art Purple Fiend Lightning Handle. A lump of lightning profound energy amassed on Yu Kanghai's body and exploded upon his slash, causing lightning and thunder pythons to appear. Muzan was surprised, seeing the purple-colored pythons pounce on him. However, the kaiju quickly reacted and stomped the ground. Rebels flew up and clashed with the lightning and thunder pythons. Boom! They retreated, allowing both sides to take a breather. Well, it was more like Yun Kanghai, who needed a breather. His breathing is not as calm as before, probably due to excessive usage of profound handle and energy exhaustion. Yun Kanghai's hand trembled as he gripped the handle of the lightning sword tightly. You still haven't said anything to me, you bastard. Muzan looked down on Yun Kanghai as if saying he wasn't worthy. Yun Kanghai's mouth twitched upon seeing this response. We will see about that. His skinny body was thoroughly covered with intense lightning immediately. Muzan also placed his demonic sword on the ground and was ready to launch his final attack. Purple Cloud Art, Thousand Lightning Blade. Yun Kanghai swung his lightning sword and caused massive destruction on the land before him. The sound of a beast's roar permeated the sealed formation. Muzan responded with a gentle but swift strike. His demonic sword slashed through the air and crushed Yun Kanghai's sword. Boom! Yun Kanghai got blown away, crashing into the place he was originally bound to. He looked up and saw Muzan far away, noticing his demonic sword was crumbling because of his lightning force. Ha ha ha, fuck you! He said while spewing some blood. After that, Yun Kanghai fainted. Yulong poked Yun Kanghai with a random stick he picked on the way here and confirmed the middle-aged man hadn't died. He collected some blood samples before patching his injuries and healing him up. He glanced at Muzan and asked, "What's the matter?" Muzan stared at his empty hand and mumbled, "Nothing." "My lord, what do you think of this skeleton fellow? He's strong for a man of his era but not strong enough." Yulong answered honestly. "I thought so as well." Muzan glanced at Yun Kanghai. "Heal your wound, be stronger. After that, we will spar again." "My lord, I will pardon myself." After saying that, Muzan entered Yulong's inner world and left him alone with the dying Yun Kanghai. Yulong shook his head gently and commented, "It seemed Muzan found you interesting, old man. Your fate won't be as bleak as the original story. Well, you still have your own use. Live well because I want to get my hand on the illusory demon realm." He healed Yun Kanghai's new and old wounds, recovering his dying vitality. Also. Here are some souvenirs. He placed down some pills near Yun Kanghai. "We will meet again tomorrow night." He bound Yun Kanghai's limbs back to chained bangle and modified the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation here and there so he wouldn't be awake in a terrible condition. Checking some errors, Yulong jumped to the top and left the formation. "Yum, you can return now." He placed his arm behind his head and whistled, returning to his courtyard casually. Well, that was an impressive fight. Chapter 128, Fen Jueshen's Show of Might. The next day, the second round of the Blue Wind tournament started. The remaining 300 contestants from the preliminary would fight today and reduce the overall number to 32. Yes, only slightly over 10% would enter the final tournament. As everyone expected, Kang Yu and Xia Qingyu were immediately seeded in the final tournament. After all, it would give other youths a better chance and speed up the second round's process. So 298 youths are going to fight for the top 30 spots. Yulong arrived at the Sword Discourse Arena with his soon-to-be wives and maids, gaining everyone's attention. He ignored them and took the spacious seat at the back of the audience. Ling Wuqiu arrived at the main arena again and proceeded the fight with yesterday's format. There would be 4 arenas still, but this time, only the cream of the top would fight against each other. Arena C, number 13 vs No 560. "Good luck," Yulong said to Fen Jueshen. Fen Jueshen halted his step before nodding at Yulong. He breathed in and jumped to the Arena C, watching his opponent. Fen Jueshen's opponent is a young woman in a tight blue robe. Her name is Jun Miao Miao, and she comes from the Earth and Spear School. She is 19 and at the 10th level of Spirit Profound Realm. Ling Wuqiu stared at the Arena C and announced, "Fight." Fen Jueshen furrowed his brows and quickly coated his fist with intense red flame. He stomped the ground and flew toward his opponent, leaving a trail of flame. June Miao Miao summoned a refined alloy spear from her spatial ring and pointed it at Fen Jueshan. She waved her spear and shouted, "Earthen Spear School's classic, hop in basket." Fen Jueshan pulled his right fist and released a mighty punch, igniting his profound energy rapidly. Boom! Dust and rubble flew everywhere but to Fen Jueshan's surprise. June Miao Miao survived his punch. What happened? Fen Jueshan thought with a frown. June Miao Miao remained in her position with a spear above her chest and commented calmly, "That was dangerous. You're strong, very strong, but you lack control. I don't know who taught you, but you don't seem to realize the essence of your training. I'm just a peak spirit profound realm, but I'm not afraid of your earth profound realm's cultivation." Yu Long stared at Fen Jueshan and smirked, "Now, let's see how you handle this kind of opponent." He and his companions could see how the girl repelled Fen Jueshan's attack. It was the basis of spear play, dispersing incoming force with a specific movement. In short, the girl's mastery is the nemesis of Fen Jiken's foundation in the last 13 days. Kang Yu taught One Punch Man's training and a set of abnormal boxing stances to Fen Jueshan and Sikong Du. However, neither of them grasped the power behind each stance. It's like teaching a witless cat. Kang Yu sighed inwardly. She knew Fen Jueshan was a decently witty fellow, yet he was rigid when comprehending things. She's not his mom, so he has to figure things out himself. Same goes for Sikong Du. Yu Long chuckled at Kang Yu's complex look and said, "Don't look so down. Fen Jueshan might surprise once or twice in this tournament." Although Fen Jueshan had forgotten about it, he was still the first prince of the Eternal Night Royal family. The reincarnation technique Eternal Night Royal Queen severely injured the first prince's soul, resulting in this stagnant comprehension. Even then, Fen Jueshan should have possessed enough talent to last for awakening. After watching Yun Kanghai last night, Yu Long believed Fen Jueshan would do something interesting in this round and final later. June Miao Miao wasn't the type of overpowering opponent. She's very in-depth in controlling her enemy and sucking their stamina rapidly. Her spear danced in the air, locking Fen Jueshan several times. Fen Jueshan successfully dodged and still scraped a few times, bleeding slightly. He gritted his teeth and retreated 5 meters away, trying to think about a different approach. He entered this weird stance, lowering his hip and pointing his right fist toward June Miao Miao. June Miao Miao narrowed her eyes and mumbled, "Is he? No, that can't be. Even though the third level of Earth Profound Realm is strong and 3 minor realms above me, there is no way he could grasp absolute power. I overthink it." With that in mind, June Miao Miao gripped her refined alloy spear tightly and moved forward. Since Fen Jueshan won't attack, then she will. Earthen Spear School's classic, Muddy Tsunami. June Miao Miao's profound energy burst out, changing the air around her spear like mud. She charged forward and dragged this sticky mud toward Fen Jueshan, wanting to overwhelm him with heaviness. Fen Jueshan's eyes blazed with red flame as he stepped forward and dragged his left hand into a quick, focused punch. 9 Beast Stance, Morning White Tiger. White aura burst out, forming a massive roaring white tiger. What the? The elders in the audience jumped off their seats. Yu Long smirked and said in amusement, "The initial stage of forming a profound aspect. Shaping intent." The muddy tsunami and white tiger clashed fiercely, creating a storm on the arena sea. However, June Miao Miao soon discovered her technique couldn't control Fen Jueshan's attack. It was simply too overpowering. After a few seconds, the white tiger ripped the muddy tsunami and washed the arena with its might. Boom! June Miao Miao screamed in pain as she flew outside the arena. Fen Jueshan flashed quickly and caught June Miao Miao's body, carrying her like a princess. "Why you?" June Miao Miao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Fen Jueshan looked down and sincerely said, "Thank you. Without your guidance, I couldn't find the intent of 9 Beast Stance." June Miao Miao was angry, but seeing Fen Jueshan's handsome face and sincere words, she couldn't help but blush a little. She pouted and told him to get her down. "Humph, it's still your victory." June Miao Miao turned around and walked away. "But good luck on getting 3rd place." Fen Jueshan stared at June Miao Miao's back and cupped his hand, "Thank you again. Victory goes to the No 13. Ling Wuqiu announced with an astonished look. He couldn't help but wonder if Fen Jueshan had reached teaching from the Lost Heaven sect, as that last attack was out of the ordinary. Fen Jueshan returned to his seat and sighed, feeling his blood boil from that fight. He felt like he could achieve a breakthrough in something. That wasn't bad. Yu Long commented casually. Keep up the good work, and you will be able to become top 10% sooner or later. Fen Jueshen's eyes widened in surprise as he didn't expect Yu Long to praise him. That wasn't praise, by the way. You must enter the top 5% to join the Lost Heaven sect. Yu Long shattered Fen Jueshen's dream like it was a prawn cracker. Fen Jueshen's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, I will keep that in mind. The tournament continued, and Fen Jueshen's fight caused the atmosphere to become hotter. The remaining contestants tried their best, pushing their limits. Some are close to losing their limbs, but Ling Wuqiuo stopped any incident from happening. Besides Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu, the rest of the 30 contestants in the final tournament weren't that bad. That includes Fen Jueshen and Sikong Du from the Blue Wind Imperial Family's team. Ling Yun and Ling Ji from the Heavenly Sword Villa. Shui Wushuan, Wu Swexan and Jing Jing from the Frozen Cloud Asgard. The rest are disciples or descendants of first-class sect/clan in the Blue Wind Empire. And with that, the second round comes to an end. In the middle of the night, Yu Long returned to the sword management terrace after keeping his girls happy. They become so needy all of a sudden. He summoned Yum and told her to erect a barrier around the area. Meanwhile, he's going to meet Yun Kanghai again. As Yu Long entered the array formation, he was awkwardly greeted by a depressed Yun Kanghai. Whoa, what's the matter, Demon King? He asked with a teasing tone. Yun Kanghai growl, scram. Don't call me Demon King, you monster. Yu Long shrugged and replied, fine, I will call you Yun Kanghai instead. So wanna hear me out now? I'm not interested. Yun Kanghai turned his back on Yu Long. You know I can summon Musen again, right? Yu Long chuckled playfully. Yun Kanghai's body trembled as he recalled his unpleasant memory last night. Humph, I'm still not interested. He stubbornly said, but his body is honest. Yu Long rubbed his chin and dropped a bait, I have a wine. A good wine, something that quenches your century-long thirst. Tisk, I'm in. Yun Kanghai turned around immediately. So easy. Yu Long thought. Chapter 129, Setting Deals with a Toast. Puh. Good wine, good wine. Yun Kanghai drank wine straight from a jug and wiped his lips in joy. Although a monarch-level expert like Yun Kanghai won't need sustenance anymore, who said he couldn't enjoy good food and wine? He hasn't eaten or drunk anything for over a century, so drinking this kind of beverage soothes his thirsty throat the most. Yu Long watched this in amusement, knowing how satisfied Yun Kanghai was. He placed down a few more jugs of wine and opened one for himself. He wasn't the type of guy who liked to drink wine, but no one would stop him from enjoying one. Feeling the mood warmer, he brought Evil God's fire seed and a wire rack. What are you doing? Yun Kanghai asked. Yu Long smiled and replied, don't you think a good wine must get paired with good food? I'm going to grill some meat now. Yun Kanghai's eyes lit up as he watched Yu Long bring nicely cut meat from his spatial ring. The marbling on those meats is unbelievable. Nice meat you have there. Yun Kanghai blurted out of nowhere. Yu Long frowned at Yun Kanghai's comment but decided to ignore it. He roasted the meat on the wire rack and sprinkled salt over the sizzling goodness, bringing out more flavor. He tossed chopsticks at Yun Kanghai, eat. We will talk after that. Hee, sure. Yun Kanghai laughed like a kid and picked a big piece of meat, putting it in his mouth. His eyes widened in shock because he saw a cow mooing and flying in the sky. What the fuck? Yun Kanghai never tasted such a good piece of meat in his life. At first, he thought it would be too soft for his liking because of the marbling. But oh boy, he was wrong. The meat is balanced between juicy and soft, allowing Yun Kanghai to taste the meaty flavor with no excessive oils. On top of that, he doesn't feel too greasy when chewing it. Yu Long picked a random cut and ate it casually, not bad. Unlike Yun Kanghai, Yu Long's taste buds are strongly enhanced due to his five senses ability. Yes, he also could tell the profound beast's diet and general life by consuming this piece of meat. In short, he could obtain bioinformation by eating flesh or other organs. After filling their stomach with good food and wine, Yu Long manipulated the ground below him and created a pillar to lean on. He stared at Yun Kanghai, who had this euphoric expression. And to add on, Yun Kanghai looks younger by a decade now. Well, he recovered his lost vitality. Even his skinny body seemingly gained a few pounds. Verb. I'm full. Yun Kanghai said while lying on the ground. Yu Long shook his head and commented, Don't lie down after eating. It's bad for your stomach. What are you? My mother. Yun Kanghai laughed, flipping his finger at Yu Long. He does whatever he wants. Yu Long shrugged as he warned Yun Kanghai already. If this middle-aged man gets cramped later, it's not his fault. So what do you want from me, boy? Yun Kanghai asked, closing his eyes. Yu Long stared at the formation and replied, the Blue Wind ranking tournament has entered the final tournament. Soon, a shady man named Ling Kun would lead a group of promising youth and let them see a demon in a cage. Also, what's with the boy? Yun Kanghai ignored Yu Long's last question as his expression darkened when he heard Ling Kun's name because he hated the guy. That fox-like bastard. I wish he experienced a horrible death. Whoa, you really hate him, hey? Yu Long whistled in amazement. Yun Kanghai won't hate someone without reason, so Ling Kun must be a villain that the original plot didn't describe much. All Yu Long knew about Ling Kun was that he was and still is a schemer, an elder from the mighty Heavenly Sword region, and the uncle of Xian Yuan Yufeng, the jealous wife of Heavenly Sword Villa's master. However, it seems there is more to it. Yun Kanghai snorted, Ling Kun is more than a hateful guy. If I could escape this place, I wish for nothing more than shredding him apart. He was one of the reasons why I got trapped here. If not, I and my 10 brothers could at least save the Demon Emperor's remains. Yu Long stared at melancholic Yun Kanghai silently and couldn't help but ask, Demon Emperor? He's the ruler of the illusory demon realm, right? Yun Kanghai nodded, yes. The Demon Emperor is the strongest powerhouse of our illusory demon realm. He was also the one who bestowed me the Demon King title. He treats me like his biological brother. But no matter what, I couldn't do anything to save him. I couldn't even salvage his remains. It's a sin. How could I, a Demon King, not protect the Demon Emperor from harm? Yu Long rubbed his chin. Do you want an honest answer or not? Tell me a lie first. It doesn't matter at this point. Yun Kanghai laughed bitterly in pain. Yu Long sighed, it's not your fault. From how I see it, your side isn't united enough, which results in the Demon Emperor's death. You, after all, are only a monarch-level expert. A peak of the mortal realm. You're far from being omnipotent. Boy, how many do you think monarchs are in this world? Yun Kanghai frowned distastefully. We are the cream of the top. The strongest existence below the legendary profound god realm. Frog in the well, that's what you are. Yu Long didn't even bother to argue with Yun Kanghai. Yun Kanghai blew the steam off his chest and asked, so what's your honest opinion? Yu Long smirked and answered straightforwardly. Weak, you're simply too weak. If you have absolute power, you wouldn't be here. If you have absolute power, you might be able to save your Demon Emperor. If you have absolute power, no one could defy you. Unfortunately, you are weak. You couldn't even win against my Demon King, and you give you a head up. Muzan isn't the strongest subordinate I have. Yun Kanghai digested Yu Long's words and became quiet. He knew Yu Long was right but didn't want to admit it. He still has pride. Anyway, I'm here not to belittle you. Yu Long continued while throwing another wine jar at Yun Kanghai. Yun Kanghai caught the wine jar and opened the lid, drinking the content in a hasty gulp. I'm all ears, boy. Although Yun Kanghai doesn't acknowledge Yu Long's words, he knows the golden-eyed youth is a dangerous character. To have such a being like the scorpion-tailed Demon King Muzan under his control, Yu Long couldn't possibly be an ordinary kid. Yu Long pointed at Yun Kanghai and then pointed at the sky, I will get you out in a few days. But first, I want you to create chaos and possibly attack Ling Kun into a coma. Yun Kanghai finished half the wine and laughed madly in surprise, ha ha ha. Now that's an interesting offer. Tell me more about it. Yu Long shared his idea with Yun Kanghai, and the Demon King became more excited as he kept listening. Yun Kanghai couldn't wait to rip Ling Kun's shit-eating grin into shreds. Deal. Yu Long lifted his wine jug at Yun Kanghai. Yun Kanghai chuckled and toasted Yu Long. Deal. Yu Long stood up and brushed some dust from his clothes. He smiled at Yun Kanghai and said, I will see your performance tomorrow. Hee, don't worry. This old man will give you a fascinating show. Yun Kanghai patted his chest confidently. After giving Yun Kanghai some cultivation resources and gifts like wines and food, Yu Long waved his hand and left the formation. Yun Kanghai watched Yu Long's back disappear and clenched his hand. I finally could get out of this hell hole. Just wait, mighty heavenly sword region and other holy lands. This demon king will make you suffer. Growl. Upon vowing his revenge, Yun Kanghai's stomach suddenly grumbled. Yug, my stomach. Yun Kanghai kneeled on the ground painfully. Ah, I should have listened to that boy. Yu Long didn't know about Yun Kanghai's stomach ache and returned to his courtyard. He was about to enter the bedroom when he saw Chu Yueshan swinging Song of Broken Pines with difficulty and beads of sweat on her beautiful face. The claymore is too heavy, but Chu Yueshan tries her best to control it. That's not how you wield a heavy sword, Yueshan. He called her out. Chu Yueshan's eyes widened as she awkwardly stumbled and fell to the ground, showing Yu Long her toned ass. It was a beautiful view. Yu Long coughed and looked at Chu Yueshan's peach respectfully before helping her. As the clumsy maid got on her foot again, she blushed and tried to hide behind the great sword. Yu Long couldn't help but chuckle, don't be shy. Everyone starts from somewhere. Do you want to learn more about wielding a heavy sword? Can I? Chu Yueshan gazed at Yu Long hopefully. Of course, you can. Yu Long gave her a reassuring smile. You're my maid. You can't be too shabby, no. Well, the night is still long. I will teach you a personal lesson. Take it as a secret lesson between the two of us. Secret. Chu Yueshan's heart throbbed in excitement. She breathed in and pumped her fist. I'm ready. That's the spirit. Yu Long responded playfully. He wanted to tease her more for some reason. After this, Chu Yueshan couldn't sleep a wink without imagining indecent things. Chapter 130, Final Round and Unknown Visitor. The next day, Yu Long awakened by the sound of creaking wood. He opened his eyes and saw Xia Qingyu entering the room with a tray full of dishes she had cooked. Morning. Xia Qingyu smiled at him. Yu Long sat up and rubbed his forehead. Morning. Xia Qingyu placed the tray on the bed and commented, you have been drinking last night, huh? I know you wouldn't get a hangover, but have a taste of this warm soup first. Yu Long nodded awkwardly, sipping the bowl Xia Qingyu handed to him. The light, aromatic smell invaded Yu Long's nostrils as he could feel the soup fasten his blood circulation and stimulate muscle contraction. As he drank the warm soup down, his profound energy flowed more smoothly than before. What is this? I don't know you could make a soup like this. Yu Long's eyes widened in surprise. Xia Qingyu covered her mouth as her husband's reaction amused her and then giggled, it's a new recipe. These dishes were made by extracting precious ingredients above the tyrant profound realm and infusing them with my profound energy. You know the effect of my ocean quake symbols, so by infusing those symbols into ingredients, I could synthesize them to achieve unheard results. I called it the Spirit Nourishment Course, so the soup is just the opening course. Yu Long was wide awake, wow, there is more. The soup, the meat, and finally the egg. Xia Qingyu grabbed a braised pork with chopsticks and shoved it into Yu Long's mouth. This is the meat, and it will nourish your flesh and internal organs. Yu Long chewed and was amazed once again. On top of the extraordinary taste, the braised pork increased the potency of his flesh by 5%. One might think 5% isn't much, but remember, we are talking about Yu Long's flesh refined through Kaiju Maker and painstaking cultivation. If Yu Long kept eating these dishes, he would be confident in reaching the 7th level of the Great Way of Buddha in a month or two. Yes, that's how unbelievable the effect of Xia Qingyu's cooking was. Wait, you said egg earlier. What's the effect of the last dish? Yu Long gave Xia Qingyu a suspicious look. Xia Qingyu grinned and placed a small golden whole egg into her mouth, approaching Yu Long coyly. She fed Yu Long and kissed him, triggering a change in Yu Long's vitality and vigor. Yu Long groaned and felt his blood rush to his nether region. You. He was speechless. That egg is called Yang Invigorating Egg. Guess what's the effect? Xia Qingyu's cheerful laugh filled the room. Yu Long pounced on Xia Qingyu and pushed her to the bed. So you just wanted to trick me, huh? What a bad girl you were, Qingyu. Hehe, I'm not lying about the dish's effects. However, you need to relieve yourself afterward. Xia Qingyu felt extreme heat from Yu Long's body. She bit her lips because it wasn't uncomfortable heat but an exciting one instead. Yu Long bit Xia Qingyu's ears and whispered, then, I will punish you right now. Xia Qingyu shuddered as they bed to the effect of the spirit nourishing course. After a while, Yu Long could feel the effect weaken and finally disappear after 2 hours. He looked down and saw Xia Qingyu's euphoric face, shaking his head helplessly. He gave her little nose a pinch and said, Don't do something like this again. We will see about that. Xia Qingyu stuck her tongue out. She didn't make this new recipe for a simple good time, as she could feel her breakthrough was close. It was her way to winning the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Yu Long smacked Xia Qingyu's rear and said, "Let's take a bath. We don't want to make others wait for too long." "Okay." Xia Qingyu squealed happily. After a quick shower, Yu Long wore new clothes and noticed Xia Qingyu standing in a red and blue dress with a butterfly theme. And even the sleeve of her dress looks like a butterfly's wings. At the same time, Xia Qingyu stared at Yu Long's black and brown suit and nodded in satisfaction because he also looked good. Knock. Knock. Why take you two so long? Qingyu's voice comes from the other side of the door. Yu Long, are you eating breakfast or Qingyu? Yu Long opened the door immediately and faced Qingyu with a small smile. Morning, Qingyu. Quite a wild imagination you have in this early day. Qingyu scowled at Yu Long and glanced behind, finding Xia Qingyu with her sly smirk. I knew it. She mumbled between her breaths. She harumphed, anyway, the Heavenly Sword Villa sent a representative and told us to gather at the Sword Discourse Arena. Oh, they didn't do this in the last 2 days. Yu Long coughed, feeling relieved due to the topic aversion. Qingyu sighed, apparently, this has something to do with Heaven Basin Secret Realm. The Secret Realm's opening time has become lesser and lesser as time passes. The Heavenly Sword Villa's monitoring artifact showed a sign that Heaven Basin opened earlier than expected. It's a normal occurrence, and we can't do anything except adjust the schedule, the representative said. She added with a shrug. Yu Long put on an amused look and commented, well, it's not like there would be a Heaven Basin Secret Realm after this. What do you mean? Xia Qingyu stepped out of the bedroom. Let's talk while walking to the Sword Discourse Arena. Yu Long smiled and strolled casually. Qingyu and Xia Qingyu glanced at each other, hurriedly following their mysterious husband. However, they were shocked when they learned that the evil god's water seed existed in the Heaven Basin Secret Realm. There is also Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus, which could help someone enter Emperor Profound Realm upon refining it into Emperor Awakening Heart Pellet and consuming it. Although the heart opening liquid could do the same, the effect wasn't as instantaneous as the Emperor Awakening Heart Pellet. Wait, did you say there is such a secret realm in this low-star realm? Yu Long suddenly heard Jasmine's bewildered voice in his head. Yes. Yu Long answered casually. Also, good morning. How was your 2-day nap? You're no different than a lazy cat if this keeps going, Jasmine. What do you mean by yes? Also, this princess needs her beauty sleep to maintain good skin. Wait, don't change the topic, you scoundrel. There is a possibility the Heaven Basin Secret Realm was purposely created by an ancient powerhouse. Yu Long would have taken Jasmine's words seriously if he didn't know about the Heaven Basin Secret Realm's origin. Unfortunately, he read the novel already. Don't bother to think about it. The Heaven Basin Secret Realm was created and left behind by the evil god himself. Yu Long chuckled, witnessing Jasmine's jaw drop like usual. Jasmine hovered over her bed in disbelief. Why you knew this and didn't tell me? Ah. Well, you're being too excited after waking up. I couldn't stop you, hehe. Kyug, you just want to see this princess making a fool of herself. Jasmine was depressed. She needs cheesecake to get over it. Yu Long shook his head gently as he was never bored with Jasmine's expression change. He walked to the Sword Discourse Arena with his companion and sensed something was amiss. Not with the Heavenly Sword Villa, but the surrounding area. He activated his profound sense and frowned, is it just my feeling? No, that can't be. My senses couldn't be wrong. Yu Long summoned Yum and ordered her to scan the surrounding area with her psychic power. The kaiju nodded and flapped her wings away. It was quick, and no one noticed his movement. Except Xia Qingyu. What happened? Xia Qingyu asked weirdly. If Yu Long summoned his kaiju, something would happen soon. Yu Long pointed at the sky and replied, I sensed something. Yum is going there to confirm it. Will it be dangerous? Xia Qingyu probed again. Let's wait for Yum. Yu Long gave her a reassuring smile. Ling Wuqiu jumped to the main stage and announced, well, sorry for the sudden call, but the final would get pushed ahead of the schedule. I'm sure some of you will find this inconvenient and annoying. Still, I hope you understand we are running against time right now. Without further ado, let's start the final round of the Blue Wind ranking tournament. The top 32 contestants will fight and determine the ranking today. Meanwhile, Yum flew to the atmosphere and spread her psychic power over. Her butterfly wings released a faint purple light, glittering the air and cloud. Weird. There was a disturbance in space. Someone just ripped the fabric space a while ago. I must tell my master. Yum was about to return to the Heavenly Sword Villa when an invisible force suddenly swept her like a flood. Boom! A purple barrier covered Yum, protecting her from the invisible force. Yum blinked her eyes and stared at the unknown visitor vigilantly. You are. Chapter 131, Tournament Arcs Final, 1. The final has finally started. 32 youths gathered around the main arena and stared at each other solemnly, except Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu. After all, Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu knew the fight would end with them fighting each other. It will decide who is a better wife. Yes, they took the final seriously. So when Ling Wuqiu announced the first match was between Kang Yu and a burly-looking man from the Arhat Jade Temple, the Blue Wind Princess immediately stepped on the main stage. The first match begins. Ling Wuqiu declared loudly. Xin Kong, the head disciple of the Arhat Jade Temple. Princess, please give me a chance to receive your advice. The burly-looking man from the Arhat Jade Temple unleashed a battle cry, and his entire body turned into a greenish complexion. The morning sunlight reflected off his skin, giving Xin Kong a sauntering look. Kang Yu gazed upon Xin Kong and commented, Xin Kong is 20 years old and half-step into the earth profound realm. Looking at Xin Kong's body, Kang Yu could tell he was well-versed in body tempering. Unfortunately, it was a rigid type of body tempering. Why did Kang Yu say rigid? Well, the match will unveil it shortly. Kang Yu raised her finger and said, very well. I give you one chance to resist my attack. If you could survive it, I would admit my defeat. Xin Kong and others' eyes lit up immediately, but as if a bucket of cold water dropped to their faces, they remembered Kang Yu was a peak emperor profound realm expert. Of course, Kang Yu would hold back her power. But could they even resist it? That's just an empty dream. Xin Kong crossed his arms and manifested a turtle-shaped shield. He stared at Kang Yu solemnly and shouted, come. Kang Yu smiled and stabbed her finger against the air, focusing her physical force on one point. A shockwave twirled around her and turned into a white tiger, the same one Fen Jueshan unleashed yesterday. However, it was clear Kang Yu did it without much effort. Her white tiger also looks more menacing and detailed. Fen Jueshan clenched his fist and mumbled, 9 beast stances. I'm just a mere novice at it. This is the real power of the 9 beasts stance. Xin Kong faced the white tiger and growled, pushing his profound art to the limit. His turtle shield enlarged as he drove it forward. Jade Turtle Defense. White Tiger and Turtle Shield clashed, creating a loud explosion in the main arena. Xin Kong was launched away and crashed to the empty seat at the far back, spewing a mouthful of blood. His vision becomes darker in horror after facing Kang Yu's attack. Xin Kong knew the Blue Wind Empire princess was holding back because he could have died there. She's kind enough to let him away with some muscle trauma. The winner, Kang Yu from the Blue Wind Imperial family. Ling Wuqiu said with an astounded expression. He couldn't help but shiver earlier because of that attack, even he couldn't think of a way to counter it. Unless I put everything on the line, I might die. The aged referee thought to himself. The final continued. Everyone had their matches and entered the top 16 pretty quickly. Xia Qingyu's first opponent of the day just gave up. Fen Jueshan and Sikong Du showed their improvement in the 9 beast stances. The Frozen Cloud Asgard's young ladies also gave a spectacular performance. To Yulong's surprise, the Heavenly Sword Villa's successors turned out decent. Their swordsmanship might not be the best, but for their age range, they are doing great. Well, as expected from the Heavenly Sword Villa. The former number 1 sect in the Blue Wind ranking tournament amassed enough resources to train their promising talents. Everyone was given 15 minutes of rest before the next matches. Yulong observed Ling Wuqiu wandering to the Heavenly Sword Villa's master, Ling Yuefeng, and noticed the jealous wife, Xian Yuan Yufeng, was staring at him. I hope you enjoy your stay, young leader Yu. Xian Yuan Yufeng smiled and raised her cup at Yulong. Yulong was amused by her act, thinking about what kind of scheme was brewing in her head. He was actually surprised Xian Yuan Yufeng hadn't made any move against Chu Yueshan, considering Ling Yuefeng had tried to visit the Fairy of Frozen Beauty a few times. Yes, a married man actually tried to visit another woman besides his wife since Yulong and others arrived at the Heavenly Sword Villa. It could be a hot scandal, but Chu Yueshan told Ling Yuefeng to scram from their courtyard. The cold maid doesn't have a single shred of interest in the Heavenly Sword Villa's master, after all. Yu Long knew about this when Chu Yueshan shared her annoyance when getting taught how to wield a heavy sword last night. He rubbed his chin and smiled charmingly at Xian Yu and Yufeng, stunning the married woman for a bit. She was flustered and tried to hide it by covering her face with a folding fan. It was a test, and Xian Yu and Yufeng's reaction wasn't what Yu Long expected. "Hey, that's weird," Yu Long commented. "What's weird?" Xia Qingyu tilted her head in confusion. Yu Long chuckled and told Xia Qingyu about his little experiment. Xia Qingyu gave Yu Long a weird look and said, "I mean, you're a handsome young man, husband. What kind of woman wouldn't get flustered by your charming smile?" "Yeah, we have to agree with that." Hong Guan and others nodded at Xia Qingyu's statement. They have been eavesdropping on them. "Be careful, young master. A woman like her will always be a cougar," Lily pointed out, trying to scare Yu Long. Yu Long shrugged, "I have you all. Don't worry, I won't get tangled with that kind of woman." He indeed pitied Xian Yu and Yufeng's fate, but that's it. If she dared to make a move against any of his women, he wouldn't let her see the sun tomorrow. Ling Wuqiu returned to the main stage and indicated the next match would begin. And to everyone's surprise, the fight is between Sikong Du and the Heavenly Sword Villa's first young master, Ling Yun. "If you lose, don't expect a second chance from me," Kang Yu warned coldly. Sikong Du trembled in horror as he was given special training because of his strong fortitude. He gritted his teeth because he couldn't afford to lose and get his privilege revoked. He sucked a cold breath and felt someone patting his shoulder. "Calm down, and watch out for his sword." Fen Jueshan gave his comrade encouragement. Fen Jueshan wouldn't have done this in the past, but after undergoing harsh training with Sikong Du for almost 2 weeks, they have developed a brotherhood. Sikong Du nodded and entered the main stage. Ling Yun also entered the main stage, adorning his white robe and sharp weapon in his hand. He looks like a master swordsman in common people's eyes. They faced each other, trying to probe their opponent's secret. "Villa Master, I hope your decision is wise. Or else, Ling Yun might suffer a heavy consequence." Ling Wuqiu prayed in his mind. He knew manipulating the matches wasn't an honest thing to do, but the Heavenly Sword Villa also wanted to shine in the Blue Wind ranking tournament. What's better than stepping over a rising black horse like Sikong Du? "Are you two ready?" Ling Wuqiu asked them out. "Yes/yet." Ling Yun and Sikong Du responded straightforwardly. "Then, let's start the match." As everyone expected, this match is going to be serious. Ling Yun drew his sword and released his cultivation base, flaring the 4th level of Earth Profound Realm at Sikong Du. Sikong Du entered the stance and breathed in, drawing his profound energy into his whole body. Unlike Fen Jueshan, Sikong Du used the 9-beast stance to be more defensive and reactive. Ling Yun waved his sword and shouted, "Heaven's Might Absolute Sword! First form, Moonbreak!" A flash of light travelled across the stage, arriving at Sikong Du's side at breakneck speed. It was a swift sword strike. 9-beast stance, Black Tortoise. Sikong Du's eyes died in black light as he reacted and punched the incoming sword strike. Bam! A heavy noise reverberated in the arena. Ling Yun frowned and saw Sikong Du's hand bleeding. Yet Sikong Du still maintained a serene look. Sikong Du ignored his bleeding fist and taunted, "Is that all you have? Come on, let's see which one was stronger. Your sword? Or my fist?" Chapter 132, Tournament Arcs Final, 2. Ling Yun opened his mouth and responded to Sikong Du's provocation with a confident smile, "Very well. Let's see which one of our specialties is stronger." Although Ling Yun said that, he knew very well how dangerous Sikong Du's monster-like physique was. His sword is Sky Profound Realm weapon, but it could only tear his skin. Sikong Du flashed to Ling Yun's side and threw a punch. 9-beast stance, Black Tortoise. A flashing black light enveloped Sikong Du's fist as he directed his punch to Ling Yun's head. Bam! Ling Yun dodged but barely made it. His right cheek was actually grazed by Sikong Du's fist and split open slightly. He stepped back and made a 10-meter distance from Sikong Du. Ling Yun's expression turned grave while wiping a streak of blood from his right cheek. He's 20 years of age, just like Sikong Du. However, his cultivation base is higher than Sikong Du. I overestimate myself. I should have known better that the cultivation base is not absolute. Ling Yun cursed inwardly. Ling Yun and Sikong Du clashed fiercely in the main arena. They inflicted wounds on each other, but those injuries were superficial. Countless sword lights burst out and penetrated the atmosphere. A black light sword and blew the sword lights away. Clank! Bam! Bam! Sikongdu gritted his teeth and punched Ling Yun's sword. He used 9 beast stance to the limit but still couldn't uncover the essence of black tortoise. Fen Jueshan was able to use morning white tiger. Sikongdu entered an open stance with 2 arms beside his waist. If he could use morning white tiger, I can use dawn black tortoise. Ling Yun's hair stood up. He felt extreme danger from Sikongdu all of a sudden. Oh! Kang Yu looked at this scene with little interest. In her eyes, Sikongdu looks like a defensive tortoise. Don't look down on his weird horse stance because it was the most stable form out of 9 beast stance. Heaven's Might Absolute Sword, second form, Sun's Break. Ling Yun stabbed his sharp sword and unleashed a golden ray, which broke through the air. His long black hair danced wildly, giving off the feeling of a ferocious beast. Sikongdu drove his right arm and punched the golden ray. Dawn Black Tortoise. A faint image of dawn appeared and was quickly followed by a cry of a black tortoise. Boom! The Heavenly Sword Villa's master, Ling Yuefan, stood up from his seat and stared at the stage in disbelief. He couldn't keep calm because his eldest son was about to lose. That last attack is too dangerous. Ling Yun's shoes skidded on the main stage and released a faint smoke as he stopped on the edge. He sucked a cold breath and felt his hand trembling due to excessive counterforce. This is not good. Ling Yun commented gravely. He thought about something and suddenly heard his father's voice. Use your other sword. But father, you know controlling 2 sky profound swords simultaneously would exhaust my control over sword techniques. Do it, or you will lose miserably. We cannot afford defeat, Yuner. No, Heavenly Sword Villa cannot afford your defeat. Ling Yun wanted to refute but ultimately sighed at his incompetence. He knew the Heavenly Sword Villa's reputation had gone downhill for quite a while, and they couldn't do anything about it. The strength Heavenly Sword Villa amassed for 1,000 years is nothing against the Lost Heaven sect, which suddenly appeared 4 years ago. He tapped the ring on his finger and brought out another sky profound sword. Heaven's Might Sky Sword Formation. Ling Yun's swords fluttered by his movement. Countless white and golden lights moved, transforming into sharp swords. He pointed his sword at Sikongdu and whispered, Heaven's Might Absolute Sword. Final form, Radiant Sky. The white and golden swords merged into 2 gigantic swords about 30 meters long. Ling Yun's profound energy is consumed dry, showing this will be his final attack. Sikongdu clenched his bleeding hand and balled it into a fist. He grinned as the spirit in his heart blazed rapidly. His hair fell and burnt due to bursting potential. I could feel power coursing through my veins. Sikongdu closed his eyes and felt every inch of his body overflowing with vitality. Unfortunately, he couldn't admire it for too long. After all, 2 gigantic swords have descended toward him. Go down! Ling Yun roared. Sikongdu twisted his hip calmly and punched the incoming gigantic swords. 9 beasts stance, Dawn Black Tortoise. Barrage. Sikongdu punched the air rapidly, causing the image of a black tortoise to appear one after another. They met with the gigantic swords fearlessly. Boom! 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 It's hard to imagine this was a fight between 2 earth profound realms. Gray. Kuo-uoot. Boom. Ling Wukuo fortified the barrier around the main stage. His eyes widened when he saw a bloody man on the stage maintaining a horse stance. Meanwhile, Ling Yun kneeled on the ground and tried to support his battered body with 2 sky profound swords. However, Ling Wukuo noticed Ling Yun had long fainted. Thank you for the fight. A sudden shout comes from the bloody man, who is none other than Sikongdu. Although his condition looked horrible, his clear eyes never wavered and stayed clear. Elder, announce the result. Kang Yu's calm voice permeated the sword discourse arena. Ling Wukuo sighed, the match is over. The winner is Sikongdu from the Blue Wind Imperial family's team. Sikongdu raised his right fist and stared at Fen Jueshan, showing him a row of white teeth. Fen Jueshan smiled. He was actually inspired by Sikongdu earlier and might be able to replicate his method of breaking his limitations. After the fight between Ling Yun and Sikongdu, the following matches concluded without similar intensity. And the top 8 are decided. Xia Qingyu, Lost Heaven Sect. Kang Yu, Blue Wind Imperial Family. Fen Jueshan, Blue Wind Imperial Family. Sikongdu, Blue Wind Imperial Family. Shui Wushuan, Frozen Cloud Asgard. Wu Swexen, Frozen Cloud Asgard. Jing Jing, Frozen Cloud Asgard. And Ling Ji, Heavenly Sword Villa. The Blue Wind ranking tournament is different than the last one. After all, the Blue Wind Imperial family arrived out of nowhere and dominated almost half of the top 8. Another rest time was purposely given to the contestant. However, they only have 10 minutes to rest and recover their profound energy. Kang Yu fought against Wu Swexen and proceeded to the semi-final. Xia Qingyu fought with Sikong Du and also proceeded to the semi-final. Ling Ji lost against Shui Wushuan, allowing the Fairy of Frozen Cloud Asgard to enter the top 4. Fen Jueshan won against Jing Jing, surprising everyone for a bit. After all, his opponent is quite strong. He nearly lost half of his body due to Jing Jing's frozen world arts. In the semi-final, a fight between Shui Wushuan and Xia Qingyu started. "We meet again, Miss Qingyu." Shui Wushuan smiled at Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu gave her a nod and replied, "It's only a month, but you have grown stronger than before." Shui Wushuan giggled and returned, "Hehe, I must thank the young master for that. Without his help, the Frozen Cloud Asgard won't improve this much. Just like any disciples of the Frozen Cloud Asgard, I admired him from the deepest part of my heart." She added with a playful wink. Shui Wushuan's response caused an uproar in the audience as they didn't expect the Lost Heaven Sex young leader to have such an intimate relationship with Frozen Cloud Asgard. At the Heaven Sword Villa's area, the Villa Master, Ling Yuefan, clenched his hand instinctively when he heard Shui Wushuan's response. Doesn't that mean Chu Yueshan has an explicit relationship with the Lost Heaven Sex young leader? Ling Yuefan gazed at Chu Yueshan and mumbled with red eyes, "There is no way, right? What a fool of a man you are, Yuefan." Xian Yuan Yufeng stared at her husband and snorted at his helplessness. "Even with me beside you, you still bore the idea of having that woman. Futile dream. Unlike you, the Lost Heaven Sex young leader is a capable man. Why would Chu Yueshan choose you over him?" Xian Yuan Yufeng peeked to see Yu Long's handsome face and gentle expression around his female companions, and she bit her lips in covetousness. If only. Xian Yuan Yufeng shook her head. She shouldn't have bed to her dark desire. Back to the main stage, Xia Qingyu's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Wow, you actually dare to say such a thing in front of me. You do know that I'm Yu Long's wife, right?" Xia Qingyu crossed her arms. "Please, go easy on me." Shui Wushuan earnestly responded, bowing her body as if she were asking permission from Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu sternly replied, "We will see about that." Chapter 133, Tournament Arcs Final, 3. Xia Qingyu and Shui Wushuan stared at each other. Although they are both beauties, Shui Wushuan could point out several points of herself lacking compared to Xia Qingyu. She has to admit only a woman like Xia Qingyu could fit to be Yu Long's wife. However, that doesn't mean I will give up. Shui Wushuan vowed inwardly. She, Shui Wushuan, has a dream. Mirong Kyungsu went to the seat near Yu Long and greeted, "Hello, young master." Everyone as well. Yueshan, Yueli. She also smiled at her fellow fairies of Frozen Cloud Asgard. "It seems you two are doing well in the past 2 days. Chu Yueli shook her head gently and responded, "Don't get me started on how we are doing well these days. The Heaven Sword Villa's master being an annoying cockroach was more than enough." Mirong Kyungsu was speechless. "This, he still bothers you, Yueshan?" "Yes." Chu Yueshan's expression is as cold as ice. After replying to Mirong Kyungsu, she didn't bother to say more. Mirong Kyungsu and every disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard knew Chu Yueshan's personality very well. Chu Yueshan is a woman of few words. She's only willing to open herself up to a few people, such as her sister, Chu Yueli, her teacher, Gong Yuxian, and Yu Long. Her current status is different, but that doesn't mean she could beat Heavenly Sword Villa's master to a pulp. Mirong Kyungsu seated herself near Yu Long and asked, "What do you think about this matter, young master?" Yu Long glanced at Mirong Kyungsu and smiled. "Well, I'd like to see what kind of problem they come with. The Heavenly Sword Villa's master is a coward. He has passed his prime and grown too comfortable with his position. If he didn't have his wife's support, Ling Yuefan wouldn't be in power for so long. In short, he's playing around with fire." Lily suddenly commented. "He has to bear a burn sooner or later." Yu Long chuckled and commented, "That matter aside, you brought interesting disciples to the Blue Wind ranking tournament. While Wu Xuexin couldn't win against Kang Yu, she was able to exhaust her a little. Kang Yu stood outside the main arena and felt someone was calling her name. She turned around and waved her hand at Yu Long. Yu Long waved his hand back, leaving Murong Kyungsu speechless. Princess's sense and intuition is extremely sharp. Murong Kyungsu's rosy lips twitched slightly. If Princess Kang Yu is already this monstrous, I don't think Shui Wuxuan would have any chance to retaliate. Yu Long nodded, you're correct, but that's what makes it interesting. Murong Kyungsu glanced at Jing Jing and sighed because she was the youngest of the three. Losing to Fen Jueshan should give her an idea of how vast the world is. Jing Jing failed to show her worth to you, young master. So, if Wuxuan is lucky enough and lasts long against young lady Xia for a while, it would be the best achievement. She added solemnly. Yet. Yu Long stared at the main arena. She might have a chance to enter the Lost Heaven sect. Really? When have I ever lied about this kind of thing? That's true. The first semi-final match begins. Ling Wuqiuo announced. Frozen World Arts, Ice Break. Shui Wuxuan launched her move without further ado. She had witnessed Xia Qingyu's ability 3 months ago. This innocent-looking young lady casually tore the frozen cloud Asgard's main gate into a heap of icy dust. I couldn't let her launch that move. Extreme frost covered the main stage, cornering Xia Qingyu into a specific location. Xia Qingyu wanted to end this match immediately. To Xia Qingyu's surprise, a thin layer of frost spread over her skin. She frowned and used her ocean quake symbols to vibrate profound energy around her, pulverizing the surrounding frost into dust. As fine ice crystals flew everywhere, they released a blinding blue light. Frozen World Arts, Cold Light. Blinding blue lights traveled across the air and chased after Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu snapped her finger, and the echo created extreme vibration, nullifying Shui Wuxuan's attack. Shui Wuxuan appeared before Xia Qingyu's eyes and launched a palm attack. However, the way she did it was more like a stabbing motion. Xia Qingyu blinked in awe because this attack wasn't part of Frozen World Arts. No, to be more specific, Yu Long never made any modification related to stabbing someone. It left Xia Qingyu with another possibility. Shui Wuxuan came up with this move herself. Frozen World Arts, Freezing Water Variation, Hand's Sword. An icy blue light covered Shui Wuxuan's hand, turning it into a fine, sharp weapon. Xia Qingyu reacted calmly and slapped Shui Wuxuan's wrist, diverting her attack away. Shui Wuxuan's hand landed on the arena, and a massive group of ice ruptured the ground, followed by intense chill and sharpness. Such destruction! It makes one forget that Shui Wuxuan is only at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Her cultivation base is only slightly better than Fen Jueshan and Ling Yun. Shui Wuxuan gnashed her teeth and lunged towards Xia Qingyu again. She launched relentless attacks, using a variation of Frozen World Arts she developed herself. Each attack is destructive and fatal. They were completely different from the Frozen Cloud Asgard sect character. After a few minutes, the arena is thoroughly covered with sharp ice crystals. Xia Qingyu countered Shui Wuxuan's attacks passively. She wanted to see how far she could go against her. Not bad. If Kang Yu had someone like Fen Jueshan and Sikong Du, I don't mind giving this girl a chance. Xia Qingyu thought, dismissing the coldness of Frozen World Arts. But this is not enough. Frozen World Arts isn't supposed to be used like this. The profound patterns Yu Long intended are to control and overwhelm opponents, not to attack without reserve. Xia Qingyu stared at Shui Wuxuan and said, do you still have more moves? If you don't, I won't entertain your hopeless wish anymore. Yu Long doesn't need weak women on his side. Shui Wuxuan sighed and peered her gaze toward Yu Long. She bit her lips hard, and they started bleeding. She moved her gaze back to Xia Qingyu, bring it on. Xia Qingyu scoffed and summoned an ocean quake symbol, making the air tremble violently. She pushed her slender against the symbol and caused the world to break. Crack! Yes, the world is breaking before everyone's eyes. As if the world is glass, it's breaking upon Xia Qingyu's seemingly gentle touch. Shui Wuxuan's eyes lit up in the cold light. She raised 2 of her fingers and pressed the air as well. However, compared to Xia Qingyu, it was weak, like a brittle piece of ice. Frozen World Arts, Freezing Water Variation, Ultimate Ice Spear. The cold was ignited with Shui Wuxuan's profound energy, reaching the extreme freezing point at the tip of her fingers. It wasn't close to absolute zero, but Shui Wuxuan unconsciously grasped the concept of it. Boom! Crack! Xia Qingyu blew Shui Wushuan away, forcing her to spew a mouthful of blood. Shui Wushuan wiped the blood from her mouth and mumbled, "I failed." "Not really," Xia Qingyu commented in return. "You're doing great for someone who hasn't received formal teaching from us, showing your great potential." Shui Wushuan was stunned. "Thank you." Before Shui Wushuan could finish her words, Xia Qingyu continued speaking. "But potential means nothing in front of absolute power. Come to our courtyard tonight." Xia Qingyu turned around and walked out of the arena. "Understood." Shui Wushuan was excited. Kang Yu greeted Xia Qingyu with a giggle and teased, "And they call me harsh on Fenjueshan and Sikongdu." Xia Qingyu rolled her eyes, "Don't compare Shui Wushuan to your little pets." "Sure, sure." Kang Yu shrugged casually. Ling Wuqiu watched Shui Wushuan leave the stage and announce, "The winner, Xia Qingyu from the Lost Heaven sect. Next fight, Kang Yu and Fenjueshan." "I admit defeat," Fenjueshan immediately said, shocking everyone. But when they thought about it, it was a wise decision. Kang Yu gave Fenjueshan a funny look and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to test your strength against me?" Fenjueshan's expression paled because he knew none of his attacks would affect Kang Yu. After experiencing One Punch Man's training regime, he knew Kang Yu's physique was that of a monster. "I'm well aware of my limit, princess." He tried to sound as polite as possible. Ling Wuqiu glanced at the Heavenly Sword Villa's master and heard a series of commands. He stared at Xia Qingyu and asked, "Young lady, do you need to recover your profound energy before continuing to the final?" "No, let's proceed to the final right away." Xia Qingyu responded calmly. "Very well." Ling Wuqiu nodded in understanding. He waved his hand and activated the array under the Sword Discourse Arena, merging the main arena with other sub-arenas. One massive platform appeared and was actually completed with a translucent bounded field that could prevent an early-stage Tyrant Profound Realms attacks. This is not enough. From the pattern, these young ladies' strength should exceed the early stage of Tyrant Profound Realm. Ling Wuqiu solemnly thought to himself. "Both contestants, please enter the arena." Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu glanced at each other, smiling a little. They entered the arena and made a distance, separating themselves by 20-meter distances. Yu Long sat straight and said, "I hope they have a great fight." "That's not something you should say to your wives, young master." Lily couldn't help but face-palm. "My wives are no ordinary wives." Yu Long returned confidently. "They are going to be the empresses, if not goddesses, of the world." Hong Guan, Lily, Chu Yueli, Chu Yueshan, Jasmine, Mirong Kyungsu. Ling Wuqiu stepped out of the arena because he knew this fight would endanger him. He cleared his throat. Blue Wind Ranking Tournament's final match. Start. Chapter 134, Tournament Arcs Final, 4. Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu stood firmly in the arena, staring at each other vigilantly. Everyone knew they hadn't made any move, but they could sense roaring auras clashing in the atmosphere and brewing a dangerous storm. Some audiences couldn't help but swallow their salivas because the sight of two goddesses was too much to handle. Even then, they didn't dare to blink because they would miss the fight of a century. Yu Long stared at the arena and commented, "This place will get destroyed if King Yu and Sweruo fight seriously. I'm sure they would limit their power from killing each other, but I couldn't say the same for others." Guan, Lily, placed down a 10th grade defensive array around the Sword Discourse Arena. "You may include the sky because things will hit up the notch when they begin flying around." Hong Guan and Lily nodded, disappearing from their seats. They arrived at the optimal position and started creating lines upon lines of arrays to form a defensive formation. A translucent tube appeared, soaring to the sky above. "Here we go." Kang Yu clenched her slender hand into a fist. One could see her slim yet toned body flexing under those fabrics, giving off the feeling of an awakened beast. White and golden aura exploded from Kang Yu's body, characteristic of her modified monarch heart secret art. It doesn't stop there as she also brought out a 3-section staff. Xia Qingyu smiled because Kang Yu was serious about this fight. After all, the Princess of Blue Wind Empire brought the treasured weapon, Dancing Snake, to fight her. "Well, let's respond with the same preparation." Xia Qingyu rubbed the pendant on her neck. It was the pendant Yu Long made for her 4 years ago. Silver light spat out from the pendant, crawling from her shoulders to her hands. As the silver light disappeared, Kang Yu and others could witness Xia Qingyu's shoulders. No, arms were finely covered with beautiful silver scale-like gauntlets. The gauntlet connected to her finger's guard, her right hand's fingers turned into draconic blue claws, and her left hand's fingers into fierce red talons. Dragon Phoenix armament. Kang Yu mumbled between her breaths. Although Kang Yu's dancing snake was intently made with artificial bone from several DNA manipulations to withstand her strength, she knew Xia Qingyu's weapons were also similarly impressive. Those shoulder protections, gauntlets, and finger guards are purposely forged with primordial dragon god and phoenix god's bones. Finally, they got coated with Meru, the nugget of the star. Kang Yu was keenly aware that Xia Qingyu's strength had gotten boosted after equipping herself with the Dragon Phoenix armament. Thus, Kang Yu couldn't let Xia Qingyu prepare her ocean quake symbols. I only have less than a second. Kang Yu suddenly appeared before Xia Qingyu and punched with enough power to blast some mountains apart. Xia Qingyu giggled and commented, "Not very patient, aren't you? Ocean quake symbols, sea tackle." Xia Qingyu bent her body slightly and charged with her right shoulder, clashing with Kang Yu's fist. Her physical strength might not be as exaggerated as the Princess of Blue Wind Empire, but she has ocean quake symbols. Boom! An intense shockwave washed the area. The defensive barrier protected everyone outside, but they couldn't help but jump on their seats. That was a terrifying clash. Kang Yu's assault doesn't end there as she bashed Dancing Snake against the air, kicking the end of it toward Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu smacked her palm against the incoming silver staff's end and stomped her foot. Ocean quake symbol, rising wave. A tremor spread from Xia Qingyu's foot and exploded upward. Kang Yu's body froze mid-air, allowing Xia Qingyu to make her first attack. Ocean quake symbol, 100 folds quake. Layers upon layers of red symbols appeared before Xia Qingyu's draconic blue claws, stacking against each other. Good luck. She winked at Kang Yu, pressing her hand against the princess's stomach. Kang Yu's eyes twitched as a bright white light filled her vision. Ding! The sound of a ringing bell reverberated in the arena. Kaboom! A cloud of dust covered the Sword Discourse Arena's main stage and blinded everyone's vision. Only a sky-profound realm or above could see that Kang Yu was forcibly blown away to the sky. Kang Yu gritted her teeth and cursed, "Geez, that was more painful than I experienced a while ago." Kang Yu's mastery over her ocean quake symbols has reached the peak of level 20. She's one step away from level 21. Take this. Xia Qingyu spread her hand and summoned over 1,000 ocean quake symbols. She clasped her hand and smirked at Kang Yu above. Kang Yu felt the danger in the air and punched forward, clearing the cloud of dust away. When Kang Yu saw over 1,000 ocean quake symbols waiting beneath her, her mouth twitched in annoyance. It is one of many reasons why people don't like fighting Xia Qingyu. Kang Yu blew hot air from her lungs and waved Dancing Snake around to create enough rotational force. She kicked the air and entered Nine Beasts stance. Nine Beasts stance, igniting Sun Peacock. The air was literally ignited by Kang Yu's sheer movement, and her Dancing Snake smacked these fireballs towards Xia Qingyu. Soon, the sky turned red. Xia Qingyu squinted her eyes. Go! Extreme tremors and intense fire force clashed, decimating the arena completely. Xia Qingyu stood on a caved ground and frowned, her physical prowess is indeed a little too terrifying. This is not good. The damage I've done is too superficial. At the same time, Kang Yu also frowned. She couldn't believe how strong Xia Qingyu had become over the years. Yes, they trained together in the Dragon God's trials ground. Yet they also hid some of their trump cards away. Before everyone could react, Xia Qingyu kicked the ground and soared to the sky. She took the first initiative to attack. Kang Yu entered another stance and pointed her Dancing Snake at Xia Qingyu. Nine Beasts stance, Rocks Chase. She pushed her staff forward and created a massive golden-winged bird, which let out a piercing cry. Xia Qingyu stabbed her finger and pulled the manifestation of Kang Yu's technique with her fierce talons. The air swirled, trapping the golden-winged bird toward her. Ocean quake symbols, world tearing. The tremor condensed on Xia Qingyu's blue claws. As she swiped her claws against the golden-winged bird, it tore the manifestation into a bunch of air. But Kang Yu expected this already. Kang Yu arrived near Xia Qingyu, closing the distance by kicking the air rapidly. Xia Qingyu's eyes widened in awe because it felt like Kang Yu was teleporting to her side. However, it was actually none other than Kang Yu's pure speed. Nine Beasts stance, Morning White Tiger. Nine Beasts stance, Dawn Black Tortoise. Kang Yu hurled her fists and exchanged blows with Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu repetitively summoned her ocean quake symbols and countered Kang Yu's rapid attacks. They exchanged blows in the sky, triggering explosions to appear one way after another. It was a bizarre sight as bubbles of shockwave appeared in the sky. Boom! 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 The audience couldn't see the fight because the only thing that entered their vision was the fluttering light. Except for the elders of the Blue Wind Empire's sex and higher UPS of Heavenly Sword Villa, they are currently shivering in their seats because Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu exceeded them by a large margin. It's not even funny. Just how old are Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu? One is 16, and the other is 18. It means these frightening young ladies aren't even in their second decade yet. Compared to them, they are no different than ancient fossils, who were one leg into the grave. Bam! Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu separated from each other. Xia Qingyu's shoulders become stiff due to the excessive blows dealt by Kang Yu. Her eyes weren't as profound as before. Meanwhile, Kang Yu is gritting her teeth because her body feels numb because of Xia Qingyu's tremor. Some of her internal organs shook too horribly in this fight. Kang Yu stretched her neck and body a bit. White vapor comes off from her body, healing her injuries. Yang, life, energy? That's cheating. Xia Qingyu grumbled. Kang Yu giggled and returned, I don't want to hear that from someone who could break the space fabric with little symbols. Well, that should be enough warm-up. We should finish this quickly. Xia Qingyu puffed her cheeks, fine. Chapter 135, Tournament Arcs Final, Finale. They are going to use that now. Yu Long patted his forehead helplessly. Aren't they worried about the surrounding area? Chu Yueli smiled and commented playfully, Master, in the heat of a battle, sometimes you forget everything and just want to defeat your opponent. Don't worry, we have Hongguan and Lily securing the perimeter. Also, that thing would be under control as long as Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu stayed awake. Don't jinx it. Yu Long smiled wryly. Chu Yueshan and the other ladies were confused. What are these two talking about? Jasmine even came out of the Sky Poison Pearl's dimension and sat on Yu Long's lap, staring at him with a questioning gaze. She was in a ghost-like state, so only he could see her. Yu Lai, tell them. Yu Long sighed inwardly and gestured something to Chu Yueli. Chu Yueli nodded in understanding and glanced at Mirong Kyungsyu, as she wasn't part of the group yet, before saying, you should have known about the Lost Heaven sex principles, right? Some nonsense about humans, Earth, and Heaven. Jasmine couldn't help but comment. Of course, only Yu Long could hear her response. Yu Long flicked Jasmine's forehead and berated, it's not nonsense. Just listen. Ack. It hurts. Why did it feel so painful? Jasmine grudgingly glared at Yu Long and rubbed her red forehead. Isn't my soul body supposed to be ghost-like? Unknown of Jasmine's short misery, Chu Yueli kept staring at the sky and continued, the Lost Heaven sex codes aren't just flashy words. They are step-by-step for cultivating one's profound way. Your body. Your heart. And finally, your spirit. When you reach the final stage, spirit, I can assure you possess the power over heaven. Chu Yueli felt doubtful gazes from Chu Yueshan and Mirong Kyungsyu, giggling at their antics. I know what I've said sounds like nonsense, but young master developed this path when he was 7. She said calmly. The body or human is the entry level, where one learns about the profound patterns. The disciple is required to comprehend patterns of their chosen cultivation arts. The heart, mind, or earth is the rudimentary level. At this stage, one has to put profound patterns together and condense an aspect. It can be the essence of one's cultivation technique, element, or sharpness like a sword. Chu Yueli pointed at Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu above and playfully commented, the final stage is spirit or heaven. At this stage, the Lost Heaven sect would provide the disciple who has completed the first 2 stages with a secret power. A profound aspect that could unearth one's will by combining it with one's unique, profound patterns and aspects. The ACC Malation of the power over heaven. We call it profound incarnation. Look above you and witness the forbidden fruit of the young master's genius mind. A grin plastered over Chu Yueli's face. Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu's fight will be the first showcase of profound incarnations to the public's eyes. Xia Qingyu raised her hand, and another hand with a paler complexion appeared out of thin air and grasped it. A white royal robe was suddenly placed down upon Xia Qingyu's shoulders, and a crown with 9 plumes appeared above her head. Only a handful of people could see this phenomenon, but a ghost-like figure hovered above Xia Qingyu. It was a white-haired woman with a pale complexion and a veil over her face, wearing a corset that wrapped her graceful figure as she handed her royal robe and crown to Xia Qingyu a moment ago. The most noticeable feature about the pale woman is that 9 kinds of wings, bat, butterfly, feathered, and 6 others, fluttered behind her back. On the other hand, Kang Yu also summoned something and transformed herself. As she raised both arms, a storm of white feathers surrounded her. A bronze-skinned woman with golden hair slowly manifested behind Kang Yu. The woman is over 8 feet with toned yet strong muscles that are seemingly sculpted to perfection, wearing a greenish-red tribal-looking armor and kilt. The most eye-catching part about this woman is none other than her blindfolded eyes, ox-like ears, and 2 pairs of curved horns. After manifesting this woman fully, Kang Yu also gained curved horns atop her head, and her hair turned golden. Kang Yu and Kang Yu's manifestations glared at each other, fighting for dominion. Ocean quake symbols, domain expansion, ever white motionless universe. Monarch heart secret art, domain expansion, golden battlefield of braves. They summoned their domains and clashed with flickering lightning in the sky. Kang Yu's domain is that of an ethereal world, pure white that seemingly erased everything. Meanwhile, Kang Yu's domain is brimming with fighting spirit and endless vigor. Go! Kang Yu and Kang Yu said at the same time. Their profound incarnations flew toward each other and began attacking fiercely, causing the fabric space to get ripped apart continuously. Kang Yu arrived before Kang Yu's eyes and stabbed her finger coated with a continental magnitude tremor. Kang Yu evaded, as if she could see the future, and launched a swift kick. Crack! Bam! They couldn't hit their target, but the surrounding was still affected. One attack tore the space. And another one blew the space. Thunderclouds brewed in the sky, flickering with white lightning. Ox's thunder blast. The 8-foot-tall Amazon let out a battle cry. Swoosh! White lightning descended from the sky. The veiled empress pointed her pale finger at the incoming lightning and mumbled something. The spaces distorted and followed by the sound of breaking glass. Crack! Keep going! Kang Yu grinned and punched the air relentlessly. 9 beasts stance, jade crocodile fang. A green crocodile appeared and bit Kang Yu's shoulder. Bam! Kang Yu retreated and glanced at her left shoulder, seeing her royal robe torn slightly. She huffed and commented, "What a pervert. Even a 100-fold tremor couldn't take that attack." If they weren't in such a confined space, Kang Yu would have put Kang Yu in a disadvantageous position several times. Not to mention, Kang Yu's clairvoyance is such a cheat-like ability. However, it doesn't mean Kang Yu would lose. Kang Yu brushed her shoulder and focused on Kang Yu. "I was planning to surprise you long with this, but the situation forced me to unravel this earlier. Why act all mysterious? Bring it on!" Kang Yu countered while raising her fists. Kang Yu's pupil gained a silver circle. The world suddenly shook, creating these weird white waves around Kang Yu's arm. Kang Yu's eyes widened as she cursed, "Damn, level 21. You actually reached it. This is only temporary." Kang Yu giggled in response. "But it's more than enough to ensure my victory." Without further ado, Kang Yu made her move. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, a ripple appears. Kang Yu skipped through time and space, catching Kang Yu off guard. Kang Yu's eyes widened as a fair hand made contact with her chest, inflicting immense damage to her trained body. Bam! Cough! Kang Yu spewed a mouthful of blood. Kang Yu has broken through her defense. Kang Yu was blown away and crashed against the barrier, groaning in pain because such strongly *mulat tremors invaded her body. She gritted her teeth and used yang, life, energy to counter this destruction, healing her body rapidly. But how could Kang Yu let her do so? Kang Yu chased after Kang Yu and kept adding injury after injury, putting Kang Yu in a horrible position. Kang Yu breathed in, trying to calm herself. She watched Kang Yu appear out of nowhere again and slowly raised her left hand in response. Kang Yu pushed her palm forward, generating yet another space-cracking attack. Kang Yu's left hand punched the incoming tremor and successfully nullified it. She jerked her body upward, kicking Kang Yu's leg. Kang Yu dodged gracefully and pressed her palm against Kang Yu's chest. "This is my victory, Kang Yu. I'm Yulong's #1 wife." Boom! Tremor passed through Kang Yu's body, blowing the back of her dress and exposing her now red skin. She let out a painful groan and retreated a few meters from Kang Yu. They called their profound incarnations back. Kang Yu breathed wearily and felt her eyelid become heavier. Still, she couldn't faint yet. Her domain is becoming stronger with every breath I take. Kang Yu gazed ahead, watching Xia Qingyu descend like the goddess she was. A self-mocking smirk appeared on Kang Yu's beautiful face because the future of her victory didn't look so bright. The merging realm is ridiculous, and no wonder Yu Long told them to take it easy. Let's finish this in one attack. Kang Yu said with a sly expression. Xia Qingyu narrowed her eyes and responded, sure. Kang Yu closed her eyes and pulled her arm back, gathering yang, light, energy in her fist. Xia Qingyu snapped her fingers, and countless ocean quake symbols were neatly stacked above her free palm. However, compared to all her previous attacks, one symbol of these possessed 100-fold quake. Now imagine how strong the attack will be. 9 Beast Stance X Monarch Heart Secret Art, Heaven's Beast Subduing Roar. Ocean quake symbols, void tremor. Kang Yu in her profound incarnation stepped on the thin air, unleashing one focused punch. A row of teeth from a mighty beast like a golden furred boar appeared and charged towards Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu in her profound incarnation stretched their palms, breaking the space with their tremor and creating a void that devoured everything. To attack! Boom! The boar tackled the void, giving Xia Qingyu a surprise. This! She concentrated her yang, light, energy and inverted the space around it. Xia Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. Kang Yu, you're also close to level 21. Take her down, Heaven's Beast! Kang Yu roared, bleeding from all her orifices. Roar! The boar let out a roar and tackled Xia Qingyu. Cough! Xia Qingyu spewed a mouthful of blood this time and crashed against the barrier, breaking it upon contact. She stopped after flying 100 meters away, leaving a trail of flame in the sky. She was trying her best not to fall, watching Kang Yu grin at her while lifting her bloody fist. After that, Kang Yu landed on the stage and fainted. Xia Qingyu bit her lips in disbelief and flew to the Sword Discourse Arena's main stage, checking Kang Yu's condition. After making sure her sister wife was okay, she sighed in relief. The winner, Xia Qingyu from the Lost Heaven sect. Ling Wuqiuo suddenly declared, causing everyone to stand up. They clamored over Xia Qingyu's victory. Xia Qingyu looked around and spotted Yu Long giving her applause. She grinned and gave him a victory sign, I won. Yu Long smiled back helplessly. His wives have frightened him one way after another in this battle, and they surpassed his expectations. Xia Qingyu supported Kang Yu and brought her to the seat. Everyone sucked a cold breath and felt that match was the fight of the millennia. No one could surpass Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu for a long time. Ling Wuqiuo continued the event and asked Fen Jueshan and Shui Wushuan to determine the third place. But knowing their fight would spoil the mood of the Blue Wind ranking tournament, Fen Jueshan forfeited and gave Shui Wushuan third place. And with that, the Blue Wind ranking tournament finally ends. Tomorrow will be the event to see the demon for the top 10 contestants and the opening of the Heaven Basin Secret Realm. Everyone returned to their courtyards, wanting to spread a fight between Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu to the whole profound sky continent. Their names and legends would resound throughout the future, giving the next generation a new sky to look up to. At night, the first courtyard where Yu Long and others stayed filled with a painful groan. In Yu Long's bedroom. Yu Long, it hurts. Kang Yu is so cruel. How could she beat me so badly? Kang Yu complained, lying her head on Yu Long's lap. She was getting pampered after getting injured in the final fight. You know that I'm here, right? Xia Qingyu sat on the side, her mouth twitching at Kang Yu's shamelessness. Now Xia Qingyu understood the meaning of Kang Yu's playful expression before that last attack. The Princess of Blue Wind Empire might lose the fight, but not the war. Yu Long chuckled and applied medicine to Kang Yu's hand, feeling the roughness after unleashing that last punch. Don't be like that. Kang Yu is trying her best to win, just like you, Sweruo. Even then, you two shocked me today. I'm proud of you. Yu Long stared at his wives gently. Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu felt their hearts skip a beat. Those golden eyes of his are so attractive and heartwarming. Yu Long smiled and added, I will give you a favor each. And since Kang Yu won the tournament, she will get 2 instead. What do you want? Do we really get a favor over anything? Xia Qingyu raised her hand. Yes, as long as it's within my limit. Yu Long nodded calmly. Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu glanced at each other, giggling in anticipation. Then, we want. Chapter 136, Ambush, and the Fairy Queen Fran. The night after the Blue Wind ranking tournament's final, Yu Long blew white smoke from his body. He glanced at the sleeping Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu, covering their graceful bodies with blankets. He chuckled and kissed their foreheads. I didn't expect my wives to be so silly and smart. When Yulong gave Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu favors for performing well in the final, he expected them to ask for something more materialistic. But he would never expect them to ask for their own kaiju. It is indeed a favor Yulong could fulfill because he was the only Kaiju Maker. Unfortunately, he needed to wait for at least half a year before he could make suitable ones for them. The reason is that the primordial energy he could gather and use is limited. The portion he currently had is literally planned to create the ancestral god's new body. Oh, well. I can't say no to my wives. Yulong smiled slightly. He also wasn't a man who would go back on his promise. Likewise, he has already thought of a method to increase his primordial core's recovery speed for a while now. Yulong stretched and grabbed his coat on the stool nearby. He walked out for fresh air and saw Chu Yueshan in the garden again, swinging the Song of Broken Pine with more finesse and control. It seems Yulong's late-night session with Chu Yueshan bore a result. Yueshan, follow me. Yulong called her out. The aloof woman yelped and suddenly stumbled when she heard her name called by a familiar voice. The heavy sword in her hands became uncontrollable, stabbing the ground with a loud thud. Dirt and rocks splattered everywhere as she quickly fell on mud. Of course, as a gentleman, Yulong flashed to the garden and caught Chu Yueshan's body. Yulong could feel the softness of Chu Yueshan's twin mountains. Her scent also smells good. Chu Yueshan blushed bashfully. She screamed inwardly, hoping she could go back in time and bury her face in a hole. That was such an embarrassing sight of her. Yulong placed Chu Yueshan back on her foot, and she brushed her blue-white dress to make it more presentable. She couldn't look shabby before her young master. Do you need something from me, young master? Chu Yueshan asked while staring at Yulong. Yulong smiled and replied, well, yes. Before that, get the Song of the Broken Pine and follow me. Chu Yueshan nodded and followed Yulong outside the courtyard. They went to the waterfall nearby, catching the attention of some ladies who were still awake. Are you sure it's okay to leave the young master with the new maid? Lily leaned on the courtyard's wall, gazing at Hongguan on the rock, who calmly sipped her warm tea. Hongguan glanced at Lily and responded calmly, I'm not too concerned about my position in the young master's harem. As long as I have a dear spot in his heart, it's more than enough. Also, you should call her Yueshan. She is, after all, Yueli's older sister. Don't be like that, Lily. Please give my sister a chance. Chu Yueli sat on the wall, winking her eyes at Lily. Young master deserves all the beauty in the world, but only a few could catch his attention. Don't you think this is rare? Lily's mouth twitched slightly, sure. Sometimes, Lily doesn't understand how love is considered a sickness, but now she does. Love, hey. Lily's feelings for Yulong are somewhat complicated. She loves him, but something inside her prevents her from expressing it coyly like her fellow maids. Maybe it is because she couldn't erase her image as Yulong's maid nor replace it with a lover status. Where are we going? Jasmine noticed a movement outside the Sky Poison Pearl's dimension. After watching Yulong do unspeakable things with Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu again, Jasmine is knocked out of rising blood and wakes in a daze. She slowly peeked outside, seeing Yulong and Chu Yueshan go to the waterfall. Yulong smiled but didn't say anything. They arrived at the waterfall, and Yulong began to activate Art of Ghost, conjuring yin, dark, energy in the atmosphere for his use. Jasmine slightly frowned because she learned that Yulong could wield the devil's profound power, yin, dark, energy. Still, even after nearly 3 months, Jasmine couldn't get used to it. The presence of dark, yin, energy is too ominous. On top of that, the Art of Ghost makes Yulong's aura more ghostly and depraved for some reason. He also doesn't feel like a human anymore, but the Ghost Emperor, overseeing lost souls in the passage of life. His black hair was blown by the night breeze, fluttering gently. But those golden eyes shone with ghostly purple light. Chu Yueshan sensed Yulong's transformation, and her body shivered slightly. The current Yulong looks very attractive for some reason, and those ghostly golden eyes captivated her heart and soul. She doesn't know that even though Frozen World Arts was strictly made based on water and ice elements, it was deeply tied with yin, dark, element. After all, yang is the opposite of yin. Yulong gazed into the distance and frowned because Yum should have returned a while ago. He was trying to contact her through their link, but there was an interference. All he knew was that Yum was still alive. Yueshan, stay close with me. Yulong suddenly warned as he sensed a fluctuation in the space. The same goes with Jasmine. Her eyes narrowed because the fabric space around Yulong became more rigid for no reason. The level of rigidness is similar to that of a divine realm, which makes spatial manipulation harder to do. Swoosh! A tree root appeared out of nowhere and launched itself toward Chu Yueshan. Chu Yueshan couldn't react in time, and her complexion became pale as a sheer paper. It was simply too fast. Am I about to die? Chu Yueshan's life flashed before her eyes. Bam! Jasmine blinked in disbelief. She watched Yulong's hand blur and caught the root single-handedly. Yulong's expression becomes colder. You dare to attack my maid when I'm still here? Are you looking down on me? Ghostly chi spread from Yulong's arm and sucked the life of the root, causing it to wither at an alarming pace. He added strength into his grip and turned the root into black ashes. The rigid space trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer power of Yulong's presence. Yulong flicked his finger and caused the space to ripple violently, breaking like a broken glass. If Xia Qingyu were here, she would be shocked at how casually Yulong achieved such a profound control over tremor, quake. Of course, while Yulong did it so casually, his tremor actually couldn't outlast Xia Qingyu's. He used tremor, quake, aspect and tore the space forcibly, allowing him to witness who launched that root. Yulong, be careful. Whoever is behind this must have a reason to provoke you. Jasmine warned Yulong. Yulong nodded in agreement but decided to enter the uncharted territory anyway. He wasn't afraid and grasped Chu Yueshan's hand, bringing her into another space. They arrived above the clouds and saw a floating island hover. The weird thing is that the whole island is thoroughly covered with countless roots and only one massive, ancient tree. Yulong spread his profound sense and even used Insect King's vision, spotting a familiar young lady in a bodysuit tangled by thick roots. Yum, can you hear me? He tried to call her name. Yum's eyes fluttered, and she weakly responded, my lord. I'm sorry. I'm too weak. The one who caused this disturbance and caught me is Kaiju. She's using me to lure you out. Yulong breathed in and stared at the floating island, trying to remember what kind of Kaiju possessed this power. The space parted above the floating island, revealing a young lady in a pure white dress. She has fair skin, greenish-golden hair, silver eyes, and long ears. Yulong grimaced as he recognized this young lady's characteristics. She might have changed her appearance, but those long ears and silver eyes give it away immediately. What's the meaning of this? Yulong's cold voice permeated the area. The young lady in a pure white dress tilted her head and gazed at Yulong. It's true. You have really reincarnated, my dear master. But you seem not too surprised to see me. There is only one Kaiju who could control nature at such a level. You didn't die after that last moment, but from the look of it, your essence sphere is greatly damaged, right? Yulong said calmly. You attached yourself to another host, giving her and you a second chance at life. Am I right? Fairy Queen, Fran. Chapter 137, Metamorphosis. Am I right? The Fairy Queen, Fran. Yulong's sarcastic voice echoed in the field. The young lady in a pure white dress was momentarily stunned by Yulong's remark. A sweet smile bloomed on her beautiful face. As expected of my dear master, you can tell my real identity at first glance. Yulong gazed at Fran calmly, recalling his past life's memory. The Fairy Queen, Fran, was an S-end Kaiju made from a mutated treant and evolved as she accompanied his journey to wipe the mutated beast from the face of the earth. Her control over nature is considered top-notch, overwhelming all awakened ones besides a handful of experts. However, the true horror of Fran's abilities is called Overgrow. Overgrow allowed the Fairy Queen Fran to mutate any plant-based or floral life she touched, evolving their latent potential. For example, the floating island in front of Yulong should be a tree that gained control over gravity. On top of that, the flora will overgrow and become terrifying mutated beasts themselves. While Yulong's previous life doesn't have profound energy, legacy, gods, and devils, they have countless mutated beasts with illogical abilities and can be considered godlike. And Fran surpassed those mutated beasts, staying on Yulong until the end. Now, the Fairy Queen Fran returned with a new host, maybe stronger than her previous self. Or weaker, considering the situation of her essence sphere. But this confirmed that my Kaiju could survive the cosmic wave and follow me into the primal chaos. Yulong thought to himself. Well, he wasn't too happy about this news. After all, a Kaiju like Pandora was roaming free out there. Yulong calmed down and said, What are you doing here, Fran? I know your appearance means something. You even attacked my new and precious kaiju. Fran looked surprised before giggling, oh, no wonder this little butterfly could injure me so much. At first, I thought she was another kaiju who survived the cosmic wave and possessed another host like me. I noticed her essence sphere is way too pure. It was amazing as I've never seen something like this before. Answer me. Yulong's voice becomes even colder. Fran's body instinctively twitched as irresistible compulsion washed over her head. It was a familiar feeling she hadn't felt for 16 years. Ah, I knew it. My dear master, he hasn't changed at all. Fran's cheeks gained rossiness. Her body warmed up, feeling wistful for some reason. She gazed at Yulong's menacing golden eyes and gulped in fear, don't get me wrong. I was roaming on the corner of the primal chaos when I sensed a familiar presence. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is purely coincidence. A good one, that is. Stop it. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Yulong sneered, making Fran's expression twist into a smirk. Fran covered her smirk with her hand and returned, oh, my. How could you say something like that, master? Am I not one of your creations? Creation? Jasmine blinked her eyes in shock. Jasmine gazed at Yulong and wanted to know more, but she was stunned when she saw his indifferent expression. She felt he was a completely different person than the Yulong she knew. Yulong sighed and brushed his hair back, I will count 3 to 1. If you are still playing around with me, I will beat you up. Fran nervously stepped back, that's not funny, master. You shouldn't say something like that to a lady. 3. Yulong started counting down. I don't want to fight you, master. Even though I'm not 100% your kaiju anymore, there is still between us, no. 2. Yulong's black hair fluttered in the breeze. Before Fran could negotiate even more, Yulong arrived beside the fairy queen and gave her fair face a fistful of punches. Chu Yueshan and Jasmine flinched, causing their cheeks to heat up at this sight. They didn't feel bad for Fran but were somewhat jealous instead. What am I even thinking? Chu Yueshan and Jasmine shook their heads in embarrassment. They didn't expect seeing Yulong abuse someone to awaken something in them. Boom! A sonic boom permeated the sealed sky, and Fran got blown away like a broken kite. 1. Yulong blew off dirty air from his lungs and felt the gravity rapidly increasing around him. Fran floated in the sky, flapping wings made of grass. She rubbed her cheek and pouted, that hurts. Master, you're cruel. Yulong shrugged off the gravity as it was too weak to restrict his movement and flashed to Fran's side again. Fran popped several seeds from her sleeve and flipped them off, creating these green fireworks. Yellow smoke exploded and covered the area with a potent poison. Yulong passed through the yellow smoke and choked Fran's fair neck, lifting her with ease. It's over, Fran. Tell me your real intention for coming here. Cough. Wow, I missed the way you choked me. Fran longingly felt Yulong's strong hand gripping her neck. But I'm afraid I can't tell you anything if this was the limit of your current power, master. The primal chaos isn't as simple as you thought. Are you going to say it or not? Yulong emotionlessly said. Fran closed her silver eyes, and her body exploded into 1,000 flower petals, dispersing from Yulong's grasp. She appeared at the top of the floating island and gazed at Yulong silently. She rubbed her sore neck and murmured, show me your full power, master. If not, you cannot protect your loved ones again. Hee. Senior, you will get your ass beaten. Yum suddenly commented on Fran's silliness. She might be trapped, but her mouth is still open. Fran narrowed her eyes and threatened, little butterfly, maybe I should tighten your bind. Yum laughed cheerfully and continued, I don't know much about my lord's past self, but I guarantee you the current him is a hot-blooded young man who is quite impatient. Especially if his opponent was annoying. Yum didn't voice that, but she could see Fran was inwardly shaken. Fran waved her hand and controlled the floating island, creating a dome with countless thick vines. She watched Yulong far ahead, seeing his aura change abruptly. A ghostly image appears behind Yulong, overshadowing her and the floating island. It was a grim reaper with a long black scythe and a scary sharp-toothed filled white mask. Fran's heart skipped a beat as she sensed imminent danger ahead. She clenched her hand and felt her hair standing up. The feeling of death is not something one wants to feel. Yulong grasped the air with his empty left hand and twisted it around, creating a spear out of yin, darkness, energy. That is. Fran's eyes dilated. Devil's power, How could a master wield the devil's power? I thought they were extinct. Don't tell me the Kaiju Maker has recovered its full strength and could manipulate even a trace of existence into a real thing. Master, you're ridiculous as always. Fran clenched her hand. She could have admitted her defeat here and now but wants to see more of Yulong's current power. Yes, until she was confident he could surpass his past self. Yulong pointed his spear at Fran and released a sharp purple light. The light traveled in the atmosphere and pierced through the vine's dome, shredding them apart. Fran felt her world get rocked upside down. Her vision was overwhelmed with a sharp light, feeling every bit of her skin pricked by ominous energy. She saw Yulong teleport before her very eyes and casually stabbed her in the chest. It doesn't just pierce her host's heart but also seals her essence sphere. She was speechless, puking a mouthful of blood. How? What happened? She asked in confusion. Fran knew she wasn't weak. Yulong is just too damn strong. This is my profound art of ghost. Yulong answered casually. Upon reaching a greater stage of a profound way, I can overwhelm the fabric of reality around me and usher darkness as the emperor of all ghosts. You look down on me too much, Fran. Do you think I'm just your good old master? No, I also have experienced a metamorphosis thanks to this world's influence, but you don't. After saying this, Fran could see countless images of creatures roaring behind Yulong. He shook the spear and added, your host is dying. She couldn't handle the power of the essence sphere. Fran stared at Yulong dumbly and then laughed, pfft. Ha ha ha. As expected of my dear master, you also could tell I was in bad shape. You're right. My host. No, we are dying. She's just a weak lady on the verge of death that I luckily encountered when arriving in this world. She accompanied me for years, but maybe this is the time to say goodbye. Fran wiped the blood from her mouth and continued, you want to know the reason why I'm here? Sure, I will tell you. I'm dying and in a dire situation to fix my cracked essence sphere. But it's not just that. I've offended one of our past comrades, and he's chasing me to this low-star planet. If you're too weak, I will run away and give you more time to grow, but it seems my efforts weren't needed. Yulong furrowed his brow, who is it? I. Can you get this spear away first? Fran painfully winked at Yulong. I know you can handle this little pain. Yulong's lips curved slightly. Fran complained inwardly because her master had become more evil in his third life. Ultimately, she could only resign to her fate. It's Dolahan. The Death Knight is coming here to kill me. Just what have you done to anger him? Yulong couldn't help but marvel at Fran's reply. From all of the kaiju he made in the past, the Death Knight Dolahan won't attack if one doesn't provoke it. Fran caressed her neck and replied, how to say it? I wanted to borrow some blank essence spheres, since they are limited in the divine realm, from him. I need them to heal my essence sphere. So, you steal those essence spheres. Steal is a strong word. I'm just borrowing them without permission. Yulong. Chapter 138, Rainy Night. After a brief encounter with Fran, Yulong and Chu Yueshin went to the Heavenly Sword Villa. Yum the butterfly kaiju has returned to the kaiju's inner world, recovering her strength and energy. Of course, the fairy queen followed them back. Yulong, don't you think this princess deserves some explanation about this situation? Jasmine suddenly voiced her thoughts. Yulong halted his step on the running water and glanced at Fran, who innocently smiled at him. He also wanted to explain a few things to Jasmine, but this wasn't the time. Not now, Jasmine. Go to sleep, or you won't grow bigger. Yulong tried to trick her. Jasmine frowned and said, fine, if you don't want to answer my question, then forget it. I don't care about your stupid problem anyway. After that, Jasmine threw herself on the bed and covered herself in a thick blanket. Yulong groaned helplessly and felt Chu Yueshin's gaze on his back. He shook his head and uttered, if you want to say something, then say it, Yueshin. Chu Yueshin hesitated for a second. The strength you used at that last attack, how long until it take for you to reach such a realm? Oh, that? It took me 9 years of research and cultivation to bring Art of Ghost to its current potential. Yulong gave Chu Yueshin a small smile. Still, aren't you curious about my relationship with this irritating fellow? Hey! Fran complained immediately. Chu Yueshin fumbled with her fingers and answered, 9 years. That's quite long. I don't know how fast I can catch up to you, young master. But I will try my best not to disappoint you. As for your question, I'm not a person who would snuff around others' problems unless you'd like me to know about it. Not to mention, I'm just your maid. She recalled her helplessness when facing that tree root's ambush and added in a somewhat self-deprecating manner. What a low self-esteem she has. Well, she must have compared herself with my master, poor girl. Fran thought to herself. Girl, you're the cause of it. Yu Long sighed, don't sell yourself short. You're a talented woman with a spirit to climb higher. Compared to you, Lily would be lucky enough if she could maintain her current progress as she has been slacking off. I see. Chu Yueshan mumbled. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be a long day. Yu Long patted Chu Yueshan's shoulder and made her cheeks flush slightly. Also, take this. I was planning to teach you a sword technique, but you know someone ruined the moment. Just say it's me. Fran rolled her eyes. Chu Yueshan received a modified version of Heavenly Wolf God series and blinked in awe. Such a profound art about heavy swords actually exists in this world. If Chu Yueshan knew Yu Long successfully modified this profound art in less than a day, she would be dumbfounded. Thank you, young master. Chu Yueshan excitedly bowed. She excused herself, allowing Yu Long to see her skip over the street back to the courtyard. How adorable! Yu Long smiled a little. It seems Chu Yueshan wasn't so emotionless after all. Fran crossed her arms beside Yu Long and commented, are you going to fuck her? She's adorable, why not? It will happen eventually. Yu Long answered straightforwardly. You didn't even hesitate. Fran was speechless. Yu Long shook his head gently and returned, but I will let things take course naturally. She's a good woman. We have known each other for roughly 3 months. Wow, what a gentleman. I wonder what your past lovers thought about this. Fran nudged Yu Long's elbow, noticing his expression change drastically. What's with the face? Did I say something wrong? No. Yu Long sat on a rock nearby. It's just that a great portion of my past life's memory hasn't returned. Fran's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder she felt her master's temperament and personality changed quite a bit. At first, she felt something was off, and this basically confirmed it. Kaiju Maker should be able to do something about this. Fran gazed at Yu Long's golden eyes. She understood the complexity of Yu Long's innate ability, and its wonder is still unexplored in their previous world. If it's really that easy, I wouldn't develop myself from scratch. Yu Long refuted calmly. He gazed at the distance and continued, I'm sure Kaiju Maker could help brute force my way through the memory line, but I felt like I would lose something in return. Something precious. He rubbed his forehead and gazed at Fran back. Anyway, let's stop this conversation at this stage. Tell me everything that happened to you in the last 16 years. Warning, this will be a long story. Fran took a rock nearby to sit on. Go on. Yu Long closed his eyes. Fran started presenting Yu Long about her journey in the primal chaos. 16 years ago, Fran was awakened in a dark space of primal chaos and drifted by several wormholes. She landed on a few low-star realms, but those planets don't have inhabitants. It's not until the 34th low-star realm Fran met with her current host, a young lady named Meng Yuren. She was a slave of a dark merchant company on that planet, dying from hunger. It was Fran's bold idea to see if her essence sphere could join a new host. And ta-da, it's a huge success. Unfortunately, Fran and her host quickly noticed their vitality was draining rapidly. Meng Yuren was an emperor profound realm, so she technically could live up to 500 years, and her fusion with Fran siphoned her lifespan like sand to an hourglass. Unfortunately, even with Fran's help to advance Meng Yuren's cultivation to increase her lifespan, it still doesn't work. Only by fixing the crack on Fran's essence sphere Meng Yuren's lifespan would stop declining. Even then, they knew it would be too late. They roamed around the primal chaos together, becoming a famous thorn princess. Fran borrowed the Death Knight Dullahan's essence spheres to gain more time. At the time, Meng Yuren was 3 months away from death. It took Fran and Meng Yuren 2 months and a half to find the Blue Pole planet while getting chased by Dullahan. If I could be here, then you should be around. With that logic, I persist and convince my host to find you. Fran said proudly. What if you couldn't find me? Yu Long opened his eyes, meeting Fran's calm silver eyes. Fran smiled and said with double voices, then, so be it. Meng Yuren has accepted her fate. And my stubbornness is the only reason she wanted to come along. Was that her? Yu Long tilted his head. Fran nodded and closed her eyes. A moment later, a pair of brown eyes greeted Yu Long. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. A humble voice comes out of the young lady's mouth. My name is Meng Yuren. I hope Sister Fran doesn't bother you too much. Yu Long observed Meng Yuren silently and answered, that depends on what you consider as a bother. After all, she attacked one of my lovely subordinates. But Sister Fran didn't kill her. Meng Yuren said thoughtfully. I also didn't kill Fran. Yu Long returned indifferently. Meng Yuren covered her mouth and giggled, I must thank you for that. You don't know how much mess I have on my shoulder because of her. She's such a troublemaker. She is. Yu Long nodded in understanding. Yu Long and Meng Yurang stared at each other before smiling in amusement. What the hell, you guys know I can hear your discussion. Fran is grumbling inside Meng Yuren. Yu Long extended his hand and suddenly grabbed Meng Yuren's left hand, frowning slightly. This is worse than I thought. Your lifespan has reduced extremely. At this rate, you can't live past this night. He mumbled to himself. A normal human couldn't handle the power of the essence sphere. Although the cultivator of this world has a stronger physique and mind, you will get corrupted by essence sphere's power sooner or later. The reason is that the essence sphere could alter one's essence into pure vitality and eat it slowly from inside. I, Kaiju Maker, is different because my vitality is practically endless. To put it shortly, bonding with Fran is no different than poisoning yourself to death. Fran curled into a ball and felt guilty about this matter. She knew the reason for Meng Yuren's loss of vitality was her essence sphere. On top of that, the broken essence sphere increased the danger even more. Meng Yuren gave Yu Long a calm smile and stared at the bright white moon in the night sky. I know, and as Sister Fran said earlier, I've accepted my fate. She has shown me what it means to have freedom, giving me a chance to see a larger world. I was but a mere slave 16 years ago, but now the Divine Realm recognized me as the Thorn Princess, and that sounds amazing for an achievement. Yuren, switch with me. Fran demanded. Meng Yuren closed her eyes and allowed Fran to take over. Fran huffed and bowed before Yu Long, even wanting to kiss his shoes, but he stopped her. Master, please. Can you help Yuren? She's a good girl and deserves to live longer. I will do anything, so please. Fran said with a strong determination. Yu Long flicked Fran's forehead and replied, even if I wanted to help you, I can't. Your essence and her essence have fully merged. You will devour her essence and recover the crack in the essence sphere. On the bad side, Meng Yuren will lose her life sooner or later. And on the good side, she will become one with you. You know about this. You just denied it. The question is, will the fusion of you two give birth to a new personality? He said calmly. Fran's expression becomes pale. She bit her lips and squeezed one final attempt, is there no way? Why don't you turn her into a new kaiju? I know you can do that. Please, Master. Yu Long maintained a calm expression and said, no. One might think Yu Long was heartless, but he couldn't do anything in this situation. If Meng Yuren still shows a spirit of survival, she might be able to create a miracle. However, she has already accepted her fate. She resigned peacefully and gave herself entirely to Fran. Yes, they are literally one being now. In Meng Yuren and Fran's shared consciousness, Meng Yuren hugged the crying fairy queen and comforted her warmly. Fran was guilty, but Meng Yuren never blamed her. Dark clouds gathered above the heavenly sword mountain region, and a storm began. Yu Long brought out an umbrella and shielded the fairy queen from heavy rain, giving her peace of mind in this storm. They say the day after a rainy night will be sunny. I wish Fran and Meng Yuren a better future. Yu Long prayed silently. Chapter 139, Incoming Hostile Kaiju? Yu Long left behind a ghost clone with the help of Art of Ghost, leaving Fran to her own device. He had already taken a sample of Meng Yuren's blood and was curious to see how impressive her physique was as the person above the mortal realm. Thank you, Your Majesty. As Yu Long stepped away into the heavy rain, he could hear Meng Yuren's grateful voice. Yu Long didn't turn around and replied, I didn't do anything except wake Fran up. It's up to her whether she could accept the reality or not with all she had due to your presence. Still, thank you. Fran is one of my creations, who followed me to the very death in the past. If no one could help Fran, I would give her some hands because of my past attachments. Yu Long walked away. Tell her I'll be waiting in the nearby courtyard if she decides to strengthen her essence sphere. Meng Yuan blinked at Yu Long's figure in the heavy rain. She smiled a little because he was such a bashful young man. I think the way he acts is called tsundere. Meng Yuan giggled as she recalled Fran's teaching years ago. The rain couldn't touch Yu Long's body for some reason, as if an invisible barrier covered up to 0.1 mm from his skin or clothes. The water droplets bounced off him. Yu Long arrived at the courtyard and sensed someone waiting for him. He looked ahead and saw Lily coming with a towel. You are still awake? Hearing Yu Long's question, Lily shook her head gently and replied, as a maid, how could I sleep before my young master? Not to mention, tonight is quite rainy. Lily approached Yu Long and gently rubbed his hair with the towel. She wiped the grime from his face and neck, giving a satisfying sigh after Yu Long looked presentable enough. Although he wasn't that dirty because the fight earlier couldn't make him sweat, Yu Long let Lily do her things. He smelled the towel's fragrance and warmness, smiling at how thoughtful this money grubber maid of his was. Nevertheless, Lily knew Yu Long the best as she accompanied him the longest in his third life. Done. You shouldn't have disappeared like that anymore. Lily scolded with a pout. Oh, you noticed. Yu Long chuckled in return. Lily rolled her eyes, young master, I've known you since you were a baby. I always have my eyes on you. Well, the same goes for Hongguan and Chu Yueli, as they were eavesdropping on our conversation not far away. Well, Lily. Chu Yueli comes out from the corner with a friendly smile. That's not a nice way to say things about your colleagues. Hongguan didn't say anything and walked beside Chu Yueli. Even if Lily slandered her, she doesn't think much of it. It doesn't matter. You're still eavesdropping. Lily's mouth twitched slightly. Yu Long was actually amused by their interaction. He clapped his hands to gain their attention and said, since all of you were here, I have good and bad news. Hongguan, Lily, and Chu Yueli stopped their arguments and focused their gazes on Yu Long. Yu Long explained to them his encounter with the fairy queen Fran a while ago and made the maid's expression sullen. They have known about Kaiju Maker in his past life when they were in the Dragon God's trials ground, but to learn that the past Kaiju survived and lived well in the primal chaos is something else. Yu Long's maids know just how dangerous Kaiju can be. Well, their Shadow Realm's fortress is literally one. Chu Yueli couldn't help but ask, is there a plausibility that your past Kaiju will become our enemy, young master? There is. Yu Long nodded calmly. But I don't think the chance is that high. They won't want to fight their creator, after all. Unless they wanted fate worse than death. Yu Long's golden eyes become dimmer, and his tone is colder than ever. Lily stared at Yu Long and said, I will alert all branches and the main base about this matter. They should be able to detect any disturbance with enough preparation. What about the Lost Heaven sect? Hongguan pointed out. Maybe we should spread our force more. Also, don't forget about the shadow agents on other continents. They have been doing a mission for months now. Yu Long nodded and replied, I will tell my Kaiju to relay some message later. Considering the time of Fran's arrival, we only have 1 or 2 days before Dullahan's arrival. I hope he was still as civil as I remembered. Before we smoothen everything, may I ask how strong this Fran and Dullahan was? Chu Yueli rubbed her chin in wonder. Yu Long recalled Fran's story and answered, Fran and Meng Yuan are well known in the Divine Realm as the Thorn Princess. With such fame, her cultivation base is actually quite low. She's at the 8th level of Divine Soul Realm. Divine Soul Realm. Chu Yueli's eyes lit up. That's the 2nd stage of 7 Divine Realm. And you defeated her effortlessly. Young master is as amazing as always. Yu Long waved his hand, it's not worth praising. When you reach level 21 or Merging Realm, you will also be able to achieve the same result. Fighting someone above his realm is normal for Yu Long. His foundation in a cultivation path is way too deep. So what if his opponent is 3 major realms higher than Yu Long's? His power is not something normal logic could comprehend. Are you suggesting that the 3 of us finally break through? Lily narrowed her eyes. I know there must be a reason you didn't allow us to enter the Divine Origin Realm. Indeed. Yu Long shrugged at Lily's remark. Entering the Divine Origin Realm is like qualitative change to your overall strength, but by piling your profound energy and other forces, you may obtain a greater yield. It's my hypothesis. Since I researched profound patterns, aspects, and incarnations, what do you think will happen to them upon reaching the Divine Origin Realm? Evolution. Those qualities will evolve alongside you, becoming part of you to the genetic level completely. It's irreversible, isn't it? Hong Guan mumbled. I will become half human and half dragon to its truest sense. What's the matter? Did you guys regret choosing this path? Yu Long teased them. The mates shook their heads immediately and answered, no. We are grateful. Yu Long smiled, that's why I love you three. Lily was shocked. This. Chu Yueli got caught off guard. I love you too, young master. Hong Guan was the only one who returned Yu Long's confession with a gentle smile. They planned a few things before the Death Knight's arrival. Yu Long bade good night when he believed their plans were good enough for tonight. I still have to get the evil god's water seed. Yu Long returned to his room. The Heaven Basin Secret Realm. There should be a time dilation between the secret realm and the outside world, allowing to get the evil god's dark seed in the Azure Sky continent. Tomorrow will be a long day. As Yu Long meditated beside the bed, he glanced at the sleeping Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu. He'd do anything to protect his loved ones. Of course, Yu Long also felt he was forgetting about something. That old man. Yu Long remembered his plan with Yun Kanghai. Because the Blue Wind ranking tournament's schedule changed abruptly, their plan was unfortunately pushed back by one day. Yu Long scratched his cheek and said, I will tell him tomorrow. I have more important things to do. He added while pulling a vial filled with Meng Yuren's blood. He activated Kaiju Maker and started scanning. He did this sudden research to find a method to fuse one's origin with Kaiju's essence sphere. In Yu Long's past life, no one could use Kaiju's essence sphere beside him, its maker. Meng Yuren's fate made him realize Kaiju Maker had an unexplored path, something he failed to achieve back then. As long as I can achieve a temporary fusion that won't damage each subject, it can be considered a great success. Yu Long grinned in anticipation. Yu Long took a huge first step to discover his Kaiju Maker's true potential. Chapter 140, Kaiju number 18. The next day. The heavy rain finally stopped, allowing morning sunshine to illuminate the world. The Heavenly Sword mountain range has several mountains of various sizes, which make it misty after a rainy night. At the Heavenly Sword Villa, people are getting ready to attend the award ceremony of the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Of course, this makes them remember the fight between Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu. The magnitude of that fight is too much. Even though the guests and contestants haven't left the Heavenly Sword Villa, the news about the Blue Wind ranking tournament has spread all over the Blue Wind Empire, if not the whole continent. Once again, the Lost Heaven sect shook the continent. Yu Long rubbed his eyes and awoke from his in-depth research. It's morning already. He felt something on his shoulder and found a blanket. Morning, our hard-working husband. Kang Yu and Xia Qingyu lay on the bed and cupped their faces, staring at him smugly. Yu Long smiled and waved his hand. Stop with that. I have to tell you two about something. Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu were confused by their lover's antics. Still, they listened to Yu Long's story of last night attentively. They were speechless when learning he was meeting one of his exes. So it's a woman. Xia Qingyu played a wronged wife character. Yu Long, how could you? Kang Yu followed emotionally. Yu Long. He stretched his hands and grabbed their cheeks, pinching those squishy fleshes. Stop being cheeky. He gave them a mean look. Xia Qingyu puffed her cheeks. Fine. Yeah, but you're still guilty, mister. You met with one of your exes. Kang Yu pursed her lips. We need some compensation. Kaiju, she's a kaiju. Yuan is kaiju too. Yuan is a different case. Yu Long answered casually. He put on a righteous expression as well. If the perverted phoenix is around, she would cry in happiness because this was the first time Yu Long favored her. My phoenix's sense is tingling. Yuan, who scourged deep underground to find more precious materials for Yu Long, suddenly stopped and shivered in delight. Kaia, did the master think about me? With that in mind, Yuan became more spirited. Uwoooo. Yuan started punching deep slated rocks left and right, gathering all the minerals that gained her attention. She also obtained countless priceless materials, which were enough to make people in the upper realm drool. Some were purple-veined heaven crystals and master's stone, but Yuan tossed them into her pocket space like they were random pebbles. The blue pole star is indeed a treasure trove. Back to the Heavenly Sword Villa, Yu Long had to promise his wives a date before they could listen to him completely. Of course, their coy and playful demeanor changed upon learning that one of Yu Long's past kaiju might invade the blue pole star. As they listened to him more, Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu couldn't help but knit their brows in worry. Yu Long noticed their expression shift and chuckled, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Also, you two have become more powerful than ever. You're not a powerless girl and princess anymore. I'm sorry for playing around earlier." Xia Qingyu lowered her head in shame. She wanted to be a little naughty in the morning. Kang Yu bit her lips and also lowered her head, "I'm sorry." Yu Long kissed them on the lips each and reassuringly said, "Don't look so down. In the end, you still listened to my explanation. You don't know how many men out there whose wives and lovers don't even listen to what they want to say. Compared to them, I'm quite lucky." Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu nodded meekly. They also felt lucky to have someone like Yu Long as their husband. They cuddled on the bed for a few minutes before Yu Long shared one more news about his discovery of Meng Yuren's fusion with the fairy queen Fran. "So, it's really possible to form a symbiotic relationship with Kaiju." Xia Qingyu tilted her head in amazement. Yu Long fused with some Kaiju when they were doing secluded training in the Dragon God's trial grounds, and the power he showcased at the time was mind-blowing. If they could replicate it, Xia Qingyu couldn't imagine how strong she could be. "Yes, but we need some testing first. I don't want you to experience what Meng Yuren went through." Yu Long replied decisively. "What a horrible fate she has." Kang Yu mumbled in pity. Yu Long sighed, "Yeah, but she doesn't regret it. Well, let's get out and grab some breakfast. The Heavenly Sword Villa should have sent their representatives to our front door." After tidying themselves, they went outside and saw the maids encircling a white-haired woman in a dirty white robe. "Fran." Yu Long recognized the white-haired woman's silver eyes and long ears. So, he decided to call her name. The white-haired woman smiled weakly, "Morning, Master. What happened to you? Your clone should dissipate soon and give you the answer." She shook her head lightly. It seems she was reluctant to answer him. Yu Long frowned and received the information from his ghost clone. His eyes widened in surprise. "This, you don't care about your life anymore. Yuren sacrificed herself for you, but you do the same in return." The fairy queen let her host's essence override her essence sphere. They didn't only become one being in terms of the body. They are also one in terms of mind and soul. The woman before everyone is a new being, a perfect fusion of a human and a kaiju. The new fairy queen placed her hand on the chest and bowed her body gracefully, "Please let me follow you again, Master. I believe my unique existence will bring countless benefits. In return, please fix the cracks on my essence sphere." Yu Long's mouth twitched. He had no problem taking Fran in, but her situation rendered him speechless. He has been Kaiju Maker for 16 years. 19 years if we include his past life, but there has never been a case like Fran and Meng Yuren. Well, this will help me speed up the research about the symbiotic relationship. Yu Long awkwardly gazed at the new Fran. No, since she was the fusion of Fran and Meng Yuren, she should have a different identity now. "What's your name?" Yu Long asked calmly. The new fairy queen smiled and answered, "My name is Freya, Master." "Freya." Yu Long nodded in understanding. "Very well, I will take you in. Come here." Freya walked to Yu Long's side and watched him stretch his left hand to her shoulder. She felt an incredible amount of vitality surging from his body, transferring a portion of it to her. Freya closed her eyes in joy like her whole body dipped in a soothing hot spring, sensing a cracked greenish-gold essence sphere within her body getting fixed rapidly and leaving no gap behind. After a few breaths, the essence sphere becomes perfect and fully greenish-gold with an ethereal gleam. Kaiju number 18. Species, Hybrid Ascended Human Treant, Fairy Queen. Grade, SS+. Abilities, True Overgrow, Serene Heart, Pure Desire, Wise Woman's Eyes, Fairy Queen of Nature, Lush Spawns, Sorrowful Song of Rainy Night, Twin Stars of World's Tree, Mother Earth's Embrace, Excessive Dedication. Name, Fran and Meng Yuren, Former, Freya, True. Yu Long lifted his hand and commented, "You have gained quite a lot of abilities while roaming around the primal chaos, hey. It's nothing compared to you, Master." Freya humbly replied. She glanced at the ladies and bowed, "My name is Freya. From now on, I will be in your care. Let's get along." The ladies looked at each other and replied, "Okay." Although they thought it was weird for Freya to appear out of nowhere and ask Yu Long to accept her as his subordinate again, they are willing to overlook it due to the special CIRC** misstances. "Freya, you will rest in this courtyard until I return from the Heaven Basin secret realm. Hongguan and Lily will stay and teach you about my cultivation system. Yulong ordered without beating around a bush. Freya will follow the master's order. The fairy queen responded immediately. He stared at her and added, when Dul-Ahan appears, I want you to de-escalate the situation. Take this, and tell Dul-Ahan I was here. Freya received a spatial ring, which she peeked curiously. Upon seeing countless essence spheres inside, she couldn't help but part her little mouth in disbelief. Then, I will go to retrieve something first. Yulong patted Freya's shoulder and walked away. At first, he wanted to have breakfast, but Freya's situation changed his mind. Xia Qingyu, Qingyu, Chu Yueli and Chu Yueshan followed Yulong outside. As they disappeared from the courtyard, Freya blinked her eyes and stared at Lily and Hongguan curiously. Lily smiled and greeted, welcome to the team. Welcome. Hongguan added aloofly. Thanks. Freya didn't expect this warm welcome, but she accepted it wholeheartedly. Can you tell me about the master's life so far first? Sure. Surprisingly, Hongguan nodded. We will tell you. But it would be long. I don't mind. Freya replied as she hadn't solidified her condition. She preferred to know more about Yulong first than cultivating her strength. Her master. Her dear master. Chapter 141, Award Ceremony, and Meeting the Demon King again. Well, that was a surprise. Yulong commented as he walked to the Sword Discourse Arena. There, the top 10 rankers of the Blue Wind ranking tournament will receive their rewards. Xia Qingyu and Kangyu glanced at each other, shaking their heads helplessly because they could understand why Yulong was surprised. Since Yulong has told them about his abrupt encounter with the Fairy Queen, Xia Qingyu and Kangyu could tell how significant Freya was to Yulong's research. Yes, as if Freya was a key to open Yulong's blocked path. Morning, young master. Murong Kyungsyu, the fairy of Frozen Cloud Asgard, greeted Yulong as they met on the street. From the looks of it, she and 3 other ladies from the Frozen Cloud Asgard also want to go to the Sword Discourse Arena. May we tag along to the Sword Discourse Arena? She asked shortly after. Yulong nodded and kept thinking about something else, but his small gesture made Murong Kyungsyu and the 3 young ladies happy. They walked a bit more, only to find Fen Jueshan and Sikong Du also came out and greeted them. Tagging along to Yulong's group, the 2 young men couldn't help but maintain distance because there were too many beautiful ladies in the crowd. In short, they felt overwhelmed. Is this the influence that comes from being powerful? Fen Jueshan thought, watching Yulong's back silently. Meanwhile, Sikong Du scratched his cheek awkwardly as he could never compare himself to Yulong. Coming this far in the Blue Wind ranking tournament is like a dream come true for him. They arrived at the Sword Discourse Arena and saw some crowds already gathering. The mood on the field is brimming with excitement, but Yulong and others didn't think much of it. What kind of rewards could possibly arouse the interest of Yulong's group? However, Yulong and others didn't show it. Maybe the rewards will change. After all, my existence changed many things in this timeline. Yulong casually inspected the Heavenly Sword Villa's crowd. Yulong sensed the killing intent not far away and caught someone from the Burning Heaven clan glaring at Fen Jueshan. He glanced at Fen Jueshan and saw the young man with a receding hairline coldly smirking at his enemy. Aren't you afraid? He asked Fen Jueshan. Pardon. Fen Jueshan didn't understand what Yulong implied. Yulong smiled and explained, you didn't know that there would be 2 more additional events after the award ceremony, I assume. After this, someone will bring us to the Sword Management Terrace and watch over a caged demon. Oh yeah, they called it the Demon Sealing Ritual. Soon, we also have a chance to enter a secret realm called the Heaven Basin Secret Realm, a land filled with opportunity and grief danger. If I remember correctly, one of Burning Heaven clan's members ranked 10, right? It allows them to enter the Heaven Basin Secret Realm and possibly kill you there. This. Fen Jueshan was shocked. He never heard about watching the Demon Sealing Ritual before, more so the Heaven Basin Secret Realm. He was too naive. He thought gaining Yulong's attention was enough to protect him for a while, but he didn't expect the Burning Heaven clan to plan such a scheme. As long as they could kill me without noticing, people will think my death is due to the danger of this secret realm. Fen Jueshan gritted his teeth. But wait, didn't Yulong notice their plan already? Fen Jueshan dumbly stared at Yulong. Yulong opened his mouth again and commented, don't give me that face. With your current strength, a mid-stage Earth profound realm won't give you much trouble. I will give you protection, but that doesn't mean I will shield everything for you. You need to temper yourself, so don't even think about becoming flowers in a greenhouse. You included Sikongdu. Kang Yu suddenly added after her husband's statement. We understand. Fen Jueshan and Sikongdu nodded but also felt down. Their hardship just gets started. After a while, everyone gathered in the sword discourse arena. There seemed to be more crowds than when the tournament was still going. The Heavenly Sword Villa's master, Ling Yuefan, descended from the podium and greeted, "Welcome, everyone. I, the master of Heavenly Sword Villa, announce that the award ceremony will begin." A loud cheer echoed in the sword discourse arena. Ling Yuefan smiled outside but grimaced inside because none of his sons entered the top 3 or 5, at least. The Heavenly Sword Villa's prestigious image as the number 1 force in the Blue Wind ranking tournament has long gone since the appearance of the Lost Heaven sect. 3 years ago, the Lost Heaven sect's disciples dominated the Blue Wind ranking tournament and made Ling Yuefan feel uneasy. This time, it felt worse than ever. Not only are those girls monsters at such a young age but they are also engaged to the Lost Heaven sect's young leader. A bastard who stole Chu Yueshan away from me. If Yulong knew what Ling Yuefan was thinking, he would smack him for being a delusional bastard. Ling Yuefan calmed down and called out, "The top 10 rankers. Please step forward to the podium and receive your rewards. We will see you in a minute." Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu as they disappeared from their position. Fen Jueshan, Sikongdu and 3 young ladies from the Frozen Cloud Asgards also followed them to the podium. The remaining 3 are Ling Yuefan's sons, Ling Yun and Ling Ji, and Burning Heaven clan's members. They stood before Ling Yuefan, staring at him with a wide range of emotion. Ling Yuefan cleared his throat and said solemnly, 10 of you are the most talented youths I've seen. I hope you don't give up and strive for a greater realm. Yes. The 4th to 10th shall receive 3 profound spirit pills and 1 heart-linking pills. Shui Wushuan, step forward. Yes. Shui Wushuan stepped forward. Ling Yuefan gently placed down a jade bottle and said, as the 3rd place, you deserve 1 golden striped dragon pellet and 10 heart-linking pills. Thank you, Villa Master. Shui Wushuan bowed. She wasn't that happy with her rewards because she had used heart-opening liquids thanks to Yulong graciously giving them to the Frozen Cloud Asgard a while ago. And yes, the heart-opening liquid is better than heart-linking pills by 1,000 leaps. It's like comparing liquid gold to a dung. Shui Wushuan might get some pocket change by selling her rewards later. Of course, Ling Yuefan didn't know about this as he continued, Kang Yu, step forward. Kang Yu calmly stepped forward and received her 2nd place reward. Ling Yuefan smiled and praised, your fight is spectacular. You have opened countless eyes by showing them your might. With that, I will reward you with a high-grade Sky Profound artifact, green dragon scale armor and 1 drop of Ancient Wells dues. Thank you, Villa Master. Kang Yu gracefully bowed, maintaining her image as the princess of the Blue Wind Empire. Although the reward isn't good, and Ling Yuefan is weaker than her, she doesn't show any disrespect. Ling Yuefan nodded and moved his gaze to Xia Qingyu, the Blue Wind ranking tournament's champion. Xia Qingyu, step forward. Xia Qingyu stepped forward and stared at Ling Yuefan emotionlessly. The Villa Master grabbed a sword from his spatial ring and made everyone in the area gasp. It was an Emperor Profound artifact. I doubt any artifact will satisfy you because the Lost Heaven sect should amass quite a resource on you, but as the Heavenly Sword Villa, I can't let others look down on us, no. So that's why you will receive an Emperor Profound artifact, Azure Roving Sword and 3 drops of Ancient Wells dues. Thank you, Villa Master. Xia Qingyu accepted her reward and cupped her hands. Yulong rubbed his chin and mumbled, what's Ancient Wells dues? Mirong Kyungxiu coughed, ahem, let me explain. In the previous Blue Wind ranking tournament, Heavenly Sword Villa discovered a well in the Heaven Basin secret realm. And within that well exists a miraculous yet small body of water. 1 drop of Ancient Wells dues could boost one's comprehension for 3 hours, allowing for a better grasp of one's technique. On top of that, one might open their profound veins by 1 or 2. Oh, so it's worthless then? Yulong responded casually. Mirong Kyungxiu giggled, I'm afraid only you could say such a thing, young master. The Ancient Wells dues is worthless because the heart-opening liquid could achieve the same effects. And let's not even mention the greater heart-opening liquids. Yulong has a bunch of those in his spatial ring and warehouses. After the award ceremony and the visitors left the sword discourse arena, an elder named Ling Kun greeted the top 10 rankers and the remaining guests. The current Blue Wind ranking tournament is such a huge surprise. Ling Kun chuckled at the top 10 rankers warmly. Some of you might not know why I'm here, which means I will explain something first. First of all, my name is Ling Kun. And I'm an elder of the mighty Heavenly Sword region. You will follow me to the Sword Management Terrace, and I will show you an evil and despicable being. A demon. Gasps. What? Demon. Do demons actually exist? This is crazy. The naive youths in the crowds gasped. Well, with some exceptions, like Yu Long and his companions. Ling Kun was deeply satisfied by their reactions and smiled, follow me. They went to the Sword Management Terrace, and Ling Kun introduced the cruelty of demon to the naive youths along the way. He wanted to brainwash them, instilling the belief that the wretched thing sealed here is a literal evil incarnation. Only fools will believe such a one-sided story. Yu Long thought, shaking his head inwardly. As they arrived at the Sword Management Terrace, Ling Kun told them to maintain a distance. He waved his hands and made specific signs, controlling the Heaven's Might Soul suppressing formation. The massive black sword at the center of the terrace slowly lifted, revealing an altar. Yu Long sent a wisp of his mental energy, alarming Yun Kanghai about his arrival. Under the Heaven's Might Soul suppressing formation, Yun Kanghai sprawled on the altar with wine jugs and ribs all over the ground. Verb. Damn it, where the hell is that kid? Yun Kanghai was drinking his wine in frustration. He was ready to beat some shit down, but Yu Long hadn't arrived nor given him a sign about changing the plan. Arg. This granddaddy wants to rip that Ling Kun bastard to pieces. Oi, old man. Are you ready? Yu Long's voice suddenly entered Yun Kanghai's head. Yun Kanghai was stunned. Kid, is that you? Of course, it's me. Dio. I mean, prepare yourself. Ling Kun is about to open the formation and lift you. Yu Long couldn't resist and responded humorously. Also, make yourself more presentable. We don't want Ling Kun to get suspicious. Yun Kanghai laughed like a madman. Kakik, this demon king is going to make his entrance. The altar fully revealed itself. The youths and elders watched over it, seeing a middle-aged man in a ragged robe with his limbs tied on chains. They frowned because Yun Kanghai looked like a human. Ling Kun waved his hand and shouted, don't be deceived by his appearance. He's a demon. No, he's the demon king hailed from the demon realm. The 4 sacred grounds must gather our strength to defeat him. And after several times, we successfully sealed him here. Although he looks no different than a battered dog, he's still dangerous. Yun Kanghai grinned and said, wow, what a grand introduction. Ling Kun, your asshole must be jealous of the amount of shit coming from your mouth. Shut up, demon. Ling Kun roared back. He he he. Yun Kanghai laughed joyfully. Ling Kun's nerve twitches in annoyance. He knew Yun Kanghai was acting strong in front of everyone. Humph, you're just an old and dying dog. He thought with a sneer. Ling Kun confidently walked to Yun Kanghai and said, you might be a monarch in the past, but right now? You're just a weak early-stage emperor profound realm. A mere ant. He added, giving Yun Kanghai a petty kick. Yun Kanghai endured the kick, feeling like it was a kick from a toddler. He laughed inside, waiting for his moment. He peeked at Yu Long and saw the young man's golden eyes gleaming slightly. When Ling Kun turns his back, you're free to shock everyone. Yu Long's calm voice echoed in Yun Kanghai's head. Follow the plan, and create enough chaos. We will exchange a few moves, and you may run to the southeast. Find a man named Hua Minghai. He's waiting for you on the mountain peak. Noted. Yun Kanghai responded gleefully. Humph, you demon. Ling Kun showed his contempt and kicked Yun Kanghai a few more times. Everyone, please remember this. Demon is a cunning creature. This wretched one in particular comes from a demonic clan called Yun family. They possessed a bloodline's ability called Profound Handle, which is very dangerous. And is it okay for you to stand so close to the demon? Someone suddenly raised his voice to ask this question. Elder, you're the one who said it was dangerous. Ling Kun chuckled and replied. Don't worry. He is sealed for years by Heaven's Might Soul suppressing formation. His pitiful strength cannot outmatch mine. Even if Yun Kanghai launches a sneak attack, I'm powerful enough to handle his early-stage Emperor Profound Realm's strength. That's what Ling Kun thought but didn't utter it. He has character to maintain, and he couldn't boast too much. Ling Kun gazed at the youths and expressed, 10 of you are the talented youths of this generation, so please remember that demons are our mortal enemy. Kill any demons you encounter in the future. Do not show mercy. After saying that, Ling Kun slowly walked away from the altar. Everyone felt their blood boil due to his reminder. But some youths and elders stayed calm. One youth, in particular, stared at Ling Kun like he had become a corpse already. Swoosh! Stab! Someone's blood abruptly spilled on the sword management terrace, painting the ground red. Everyone gasped in horror. Yes, the chaos finally begins. Chapter 142, A Play of Two Schem. I mean, actors. Splurts. Cough. Ling Kun staggered on the spot, spewing a mouthful of blood to the ground. A gaping hole appeared on his stomach, getting pierced by a spear made of cyan light. On top of that, an intense lightning coating prevents Ling Kun from covering his organs with profound energy to get further damage. All this happens within a split of a second. How? He turned around in horror. Ling Kun tried to suppress his injury. I'm sure the Heaven's Might Soul suppressing formation is still on, so how could you attack me with the strength above Emperor Profound Realm? Yun Kanghai's face plastered with a foolish grin as he chuckled, a mere 7th level of Tyrant Profound Realm dare to call this great demon king an ant? Buahahaha, do you really think the Heaven's Might Soul suppressing formation is invincible? Fool, what an utter fool! I've gotten trapped in this hell hole for many years now. I'm bound to know a trick or two. Yun Kanghai grabbed one of the chains tied to his left arm and broke it apart with a thunderous boom. White light illuminated the altar, and the chains shattered. Boom! Ling Kun's eyes widened in fear. If the Heaven's Might Soul suppressing formation still affected Yun Kanghai, Ling Kun wouldn't be afraid. However, the only means to suppress Yun Kanghai is gone after he shatters those chains forged with a meteorite. Everyone, run! Ling Kun screamed at the top of his lungs. Well, it was too late. Ha ha ha! This granddaddy is back! Yun Kanghai's laughter permeated the sword management terrace. His monarch's aura swept over everyone, preventing them from escaping. Yun Kanghai jumped off the altar and walked to Ling Kun leisurely, grinning from ear to ear. He placed his hand on Ling Kun's face and said, I've been waiting for this, you fucker. Bam! A blood-curdling scream filled everyone's ears with terror. Yun Kanghai broke Ling Kun's lower jaws and smacked his face against the ground, razzying it like a towel. After that, Yun Kanghai infused Ling Kun's body with intense lightning and stimulated his nerves. It caused Ling Kun to jerk like a fish out of water, experiencing otherworldly pain. Say goodbye to your spine, haha. Yun Kanghai lifted Ling Kun like a rag doll that he was and dragged him down to his knees. Crack! The sound of bone breaking sent shivers down everyone's spine. The youths couldn't even blink on time, wanting to puke from this sight and sound. Their faces are as pale as paper. Even for the elders, who have experienced the world's cruelty, watching Yun Kanghai's ravenous act was too much. And so, Yun Kanghai tortured Ling Kun for 5 minutes. Yun Kanghai felt every inch of his body become lighter as if some burden gradually lifted off his shoulders, but he knew that Ling Kun was just the beginning of his revenge. To avenge the Demon Emperor. To avenge the little Demon Emperor. And to avenge his brothers. He sighed in momentary relief and looked down at the broken and dying Ling Kun. Yun Kanghai didn't realize this, but his hatred caused his torture of Ling Kun to be the most painful way. He literally enhanced Ling Kun's sensory nerves, overriding them with slow but constant impulse lightning so Ling Kun would experience hell. I've shattered every bone that can get broken. Fried every nerve that won't end this trash's life immediately. And finally, I destroyed every muscle tissue with my lightning. Yun Kanghai grumbled to himself. What a fragile punching bag. Then, again. Ling Kun is only at the 7th level of Tyrant Profound Realm. Well, let's send you off with a blast. Yun Kanghai said, sending a pulse to Ling Kun's body. Ling Kun's body started to wrap around itself. His flesh and bones twisted, turning into a pulsating fleshy ball. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Yun Kanghai stared at the trembling eyes of Ling Kun and said, go to hell, bitch. Boom. Splats. Ling Kun exploded, splattering bodily matter on the sword management terrace. The youths in the area couldn't handle it anymore. They throw up and release groaning sounds. Meanwhile, the elderly are no better either. They felt like Yun Kanghai was going after them soon. And just like that, A hero stepped out. Yun Kenhai rolled his eyes inwardly but still played his part. Oh, someone dares to move in this Demon King's presence. He said in surprise. Brat, state your name. Yulong maintained a calm face and responded, Yulong. I can't see your cultivation. Yun Kenghai commented honestly. He didn't lie about this matter. I hear that often. Yulong responded with a shrug. Yun Kenghai knew his time was short, so he would create as much chaos as possible while fighting Yulong. Ling Kun's death should have sent an intense alarm to the mighty Heaven Sword region. Today, this place will be razzied flat. Ho ho, then let me see how strong you are. Yun Kenghai flashed with a bolt of lightning. He arrived near Yulong and thrust his lightning sword at him. Nu! The young ladies of Frozen Cloud Asgard screamed. Clank! Yulong slowly lifted his right hand and waved down, creating a wave of violet light. It defended him from Yun Kenghai's sword but failed to prevent him from flying away. Bam! Yun Kenghai narrowed his eyes, as expected, this kid. He's a monster of his own. At first, Yun Kenghai suspected Yulong was more a monster than Muzan, the scorpion-tailed demon king, but now he confirmed it. From the way this kid manipulated his profound way and overall body movement, he could easily counter me. But he didn't, allowing us to take this fight somewhere. Purple cloud art, lightning steps. Art of violet mist, hazy purple steps. Yun Kenghai and Yulong stepped into the air, exchanging blows and breaking one building after another. They completely raised a peak, turning it into a flat land. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder echoed in the area. But a moment later, a burning sound followed. After exchanging more than 1,000 moves and destroying 15 peaks, they finally retreated and stood between a greyish river. Not bad. Yun Kenghai felt his whole body numb. When he exchanged blows with Yulong, it felt like he was assaulting a sturdy metal plate. No, even a sturdy metal plate isn't this resilient. Yulong brushed the dust off his clothes and responded casually, your profound art is not bad either. To mimic not only aspects of lighting and thunder but also incorporating several characteristics into movements. Your Yun family's origin is not so simple. Humph, you finally knew. Yun Kenghai proudly lifted his nose. I'm praising your ancestors, not you. Yulong added while squinting his eyes. Compared to them, you're pathetic. Yun Kenghai flared and angrily shouted, fuck it, this demon king will beat you up for real this time. Try me. Yulong fearlessly returned. They kept destroying the Heavenly Sword Mountain range and killed a handful of unimportant people along the way, making Yun Kenghai's image as the Demon King more prominent. As Yulong heroically fought against the Demon King for the Heavenly Sword Villa, his deed spread quickly. After all, the fight is intense and fast-paced. After destroying a peak, Yun Kenghai and Yulong would move to another peak and cause more chaos. They left some peaks intact, and people won't get any ideas about this collaboration. Still, one might wonder, just what's their goal? Remember that the root of Heavenly Sword Villa is that of the mighty Heavenly Sword region. Yulong wanted to see how the four great sacred grounds reacted to the news of Yun Kenghai's escapade from the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation. Of course, Yulong also wanted to solidify his image after leaving for nearly 4 years from the public. It made the four great sacred grounds wary of his existence, but they couldn't do anything to tarnish his image, as he was the one who fended the Demon King. This is the last peak, also the biggest one. Yun Kenghai commented in anticipation. Yet. Prepare your big attack because we will do our final exchange here. Yulong replied casually. So what if the Heavenly Sword Villa is getting destroyed? It's not Yulong's problem. Boom. Yun Kenghai landed on a cracked concrete. He wiped blood from his mouth and laughed, not bad, kid. Not many people could injure this Demon King. But I have enough. I will kill you this time. He said with a feral grin. Yulong lifted his fists and responded, come, I'm not afraid of your attack. Purple cloud art, thundercloud cyclone. Art of violet mist, changing nature's laws. Yun Kenghai extended his hand, summoning vast thunderclouds above the Heavenly Sword Mountain region. He pointed his finger coated with flickering white and blue lightning and said, charge. A white dragon appeared and descended from the sky. The sheer size alone could swallow 5 small peaks. Yulong used his finger like it was a sword. He stabbed the air and rapidly increased the temperature, slashing the incoming white lightning dragon. Kaboom! An extreme shockwave brushed the peak and destroyed everything it had met. Yun Kanghai floated in the sky and grabbed his bleeding right arm. "Kid, did you say your name is Yulong?" he said with a solemn tone. "Yes." Yulong wiped fake blood from the corner of his mouth. Yun Kanghai grinned, "This Demon King will remember your name. For now, I will retreat. But remember, I, Yun Kanghai, the Demon King of Illusory Demon Realm, have finally returned. Just you wait. I will flatten the 4 great sacred grounds to avenge my lord and brothers." After saying that, Yun Kanghai disappeared with a flash of lightning. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" His laughter echoed miles away. Yulong stood amidst the chaotic environment and mumbled, "Next, the Heaven Basin Secret Realm." Not long after, several profound arcs arrived at the destroyed Heavenly Sword Villa. "Where is he? Where is the demon?" Yulong glanced at the source of the voice and replied, "After exchanging moves with me and being injured in return, he ran away." "What?" The people in the profound arcs were shocked. "But how could that be possible?" Yulong shrugged, "I tried my best." One elder landed near Yulong and asked, "Who are you?" Yulong gazed at the elder and answered, "Me? My name is Yulong. Yulong from the Lost Heaven sect." Chapter 143, Playing the Blaming Game. After the whole ordeal with the Demon King, the elders of 4 great sacred grounds surround Yulong warily. From the look of their faces, they are ready to pounce him if they notice something is wrong. Yulong dug his ear and gazed at the elders calmly. His acts are something that the elders who lived hundreds, if not thousands, of years, couldn't understand. Yulong doesn't even look like he was 20 years of age. So, how did he maintain his composure in front of these people? Well, first of all, they are weak. Of course, Yulong wouldn't utter that right away, as it would break his cover. "Yulong. From the Lost Heaven sect." One elder from a bird-shaped profound arc frowned. "I haven't heard about such a sect before." Yulong smiled and responded, "Wow, don't tell me you lived under the rock all this time. How could you not know about the Lost Heaven sect when your sect master has readily tried to get on our coattail for years?" The elder on the bird-shaped profound arc lashed angrily, "What did you say? I will kill you, brat!" A violent silver and golden light traveled across the air. It was the power of the sun and moon, intertwining into the shape of a spear and reaching Yulong's head at lightning speed. So much for being a monarch-level elder. I guess those hundreds of years were literally used to cultivate his ego, not his cultivation. Yulong thought at this sight. Everyone blinked and expected Yulong's head to pop like a watermelon. However, Yulong casually stretched his right hand, creating a violet-colored sword. The sword lit up and released a high-powered beam, burning the air rapidly. Bam! The spear burned into light particles. It was the result of heating the profound energy within its technique. Yulong glanced at the elder on the bird-shaped profound arc and commented, "No one would say a thing now, right? Unless you wanted me to kill this annoying fossil. Because I can and would if you keep pushing me." What Yulong said was to confirm his position in this conversation. Since their arrival, they have done nothing but glare at him suspiciously. They couldn't believe a young man like Yulong could fend against the Demon King Yun Kanghai. No, they couldn't imagine it because that was too ridiculous. But now, Yulong proved he was at the same level as them despite not having the presence of a monarch-level expert. The elder who asked Yulong a question earlier coughed and cupped his hand, "Young hero, please forgive our rudeness. What you said earlier was unbelievable, but we believed you now. My name is Long Gang. I'm an elder dispatched by the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. I'm sorry on behalf of that fellow. As you can see, each of us was in a closed-door cultivation and the closest to Heavenly Sword Villa, so we didn't know much about the state of this world before rushing here when someone triggered the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formations mechanism. It was probably Ling Kun. Where is he?" An elder from the mighty Heavenly Sword region suddenly pointed out. "Dead." Yulong answered indifferently. When doing the demon sealing ritual, Ling Kun turned his back on his enemy, which was a huge mistake that led him to be tortured and then killed by the Demon King. I don't know how the Demon King escapes, but this wouldn't have happened if Ling Kun stayed within a safe range and stopped provoking a cornered beast. Even a fangless beast could kill someone who lowered their guard down. "You." The elder from the mighty Heavenly Sword region was actually taken aback by Yulong's words. This golden-eyed youth has no shred of respect for him. He even dared to badmouth the elder of mighty Heavenly Sword region. Yulong shrugged and kept talking, if you still don't trust me, feel free to ask the people in the Sword Management Terrace / the crime scene. I will be in the quarter of Heavenly Sword Villa's master. I need to talk with him. After saying that, Yulong's body turned into violet mist and disappeared from the destroyed peak. The elders frowned as they couldn't sense Yulong's departure. Has the world changed so much in the past years? Long Gang sighed while stroking his beard. Let's go to the formation first. The elder from the mighty Heavenly Sword region said. And every elder agreed to visit the place. Ultimately, Yulong's appearance makes a deep impression on them. Yulong arrived at the quarter of Heavenly Sword Villa's master and discovered a trembling mass of a man called Ling Yuefan. The fuck? He muttered in disbelief. Ling Yuefan was hiding in his room, fortified with several defensive formations. If Yulong has to guess correctly, this man probably feared his death upon sensing Yun Kanghai's presence and hid here the Demon King ransacking everything in the Heavenly Sword Villa. Tisk, cowardly bastard! Yulong's golden eyes become cold. And yet you dare to approach Chu Yueshan despite being married to a decent woman and having 2 sons. Boneless chicken is more brave than you. Yulong didn't even knock and kicked the front door, blasting the whole room open. Ah! A terrified yelp comes from the inside. Yulong walked inside, finding Ling Yuefan in exaggerated armor and an almost tyrant profound sword in hand. Don't come here! Don't come closer! Ling Yuefan shouted frantically, pointing his sword at Yulong. His eyes are bloodshot red, entering the degree of madness due to excessive fear. Yulong stared at Ling Yuefan calmly and said, "You know that pointing a sword at someone means putting your life on the line, right? I've received a threat earlier, and my response is mostly the same for this situation. So, lower your sword and tell me the location of Heaven Basin's secret realm's entrance." Ling Yuefan trembled and lifted his head, meeting with Yulong's golden eyes. His eyes widened because isn't this the youth who stole Chu Yueshan from him? Die! He suddenly lunged toward Yulong. Whatever! Yulong stepped forward and choke-slammed Ling Yuefan to the ground, causing a loud thud. The ground cracked, and the room shook violently. Bam! He activated Kaiju Maker and accessed Ling Yuefan's brain, extracting information. After getting what he wanted, Yulong released Ling Yuefan's neck and kicked him like a dying dog to the side. You're lucky that you still have some uses. Yulong spared no eyes for Ling Yuefan and left the room. He was bizarrely greeted by Ling Yuefan's wife, Xian Yuan Yufeng. He frowned, "What do you want?" Xian Yuan Yufeng stared at Yulong silently and opened her mouth slowly in sadness. "Why didn't you help my uncle earlier? He could have life and not end in such a torturous death." Yulong rubbed his forehead and returned, "In that moment, whose life is important? Your uncle or my wife's? Even if you give me a second opportunity, I'd still step up to protect my wives by fighting the Demon King. He's a powerful expert, and you told me to step out when he was unstable." Xian Yuan Yufeng's eyes became dim as tears welled up. She dropped down on the ground and cried her eyes out. "Put yourself in my shoes. If not, you're just an idiot," Yulong said while looking down at Xian Yuan Yufeng. Well, Ling Kun deserved to die anyway. If he didn't fall today, he would use everything he had to put down others. Yulong walked past Xian Yuan Yufeng and went to the Sword Management Terrace. Ah! Xian Yuan Yufeng cried and slammed her hand on the ground. She hated this world. Why can't she be strong enough to decide her own fate? Why can't she be more beautiful? Why can't she have such a husband like Yulong? A man who cared about his wife, even in the face of death. She hates it to her very bones. "Do you want power?" An ethereal voice whispered. It was a devilish yet charming voice. Xian Yuan Yufeng lifted her head and saw a white-haired female ghost hovering in the air. "I can give you power. But it comes with a price," said the ghostly figure. "Give it to me. Give me power." "Phew, very well." The ghostly figure giggled. "I will loan you some power, but first, you may sleep and awaken anew." And with that, Xian Yuan Yufeng was knocked out cold. What a fine specimen! Nothing is better than a desperate woman. The ghostly figure bursts into a green flame and enters Xian Yuan Yufeng's body. "This will be my gift for him." Yulong arrived at the Sword Management Terrace and frowned at this sight before him. What's the meaning of this? His indifferent voice sends a chill down everyone's spine. Chapter 144, "Yeah, let's start a war." What's the meaning of this? Xia King Yu, and Chu Yueli are fighting against the elders of 4 great sacred grounds. Of course, they are doing all right because of their mastery over the profound aspect and deep foundation. Chu Yueshan is not far away, freezing an armless Fen Jueshan and dying Sikongdu, who has a spear impaled on his chest. The frozen cloud Asgard's ladies are helping Chu Yueshan, preventing these 2 young men from dying. It was a mess. What happened? Yu Long flashed to Chu Yueshan's side and tapped Fen Jueshan's freezing shoulder, transferring Yang, life's energy and healing power from the Great Way of Buddha. Chu Yueshan stopped freezing Fen Jueshan's excessive bleeding and answered Yu Long's question. These people appeared out of nowhere and started questioning everyone. At first, it was quite civil, but one suddenly attacked Xia Qingyu after he knew she had a connection with Yu and from the Lost Heaven sect. She clenched her hand hard. Yu Long facepalmed and whispered coldly, "Those fossils are not taking me seriously. After I struck their pride slightly, they probably thought of repaying me and wanting Xia Qingyu to threaten me." Meanwhile, Fen Jueshan's condition improved, and his complexion was no longer pale. His cut arms showed signs of regenerating. It displays just how powerful Yu Long's healing ability is. Fen Jueshan grunted painfully, "My lord." Yu Long glanced at Fen Jueshan and replied, "Go sleep. I will handle the rest. What about Sikongdu? He will be fine." Thank you." Fen Jueshan gratefully said before fainting on the spot. His body shutting itself down for better recovery. "How compassionate!" Chu Yueshan mumbled. Yu Long smiled and treated Sikongdu as well, pulling the spear out of his chest. Sikongdu coughed a mouthful of clogged blood and also fainted on the spot, but his condition improved rapidly. "Stay here and protect them," Yu Long instructed Chu Yueshan. "Understood." Chu Yueshan nodded, bringing Song of the Broken Pine from its sheath. She was ready to fight for her young master. "The same goes for you 4. Yu Long added for the frozen cloud Asgard's ladies. Murong Kyungshu and others could only nod. They wanted to help Yu Long, but they knew their limit. With their current level, they would only be a burden for him. "Are you going to slaughter these rats now?" Jasmine's voice comes into Yu Long's mind. "Humph, this princess doesn't mind helping you with the price of your handmade desserts." "No," Yu Long answered immediately. "I don't need your help to deal with these small fries." Art of Violet Mist, Domain Expansion, Cruel Cloud, Purple Heaven. Yu Long's chest let a soft hum, and a violet light expanded from his heart. The violet light is like an ocean wave, spreading to all corners of the sword management terrace. Anyone who moves the next second will be burned to ashes. Yu Long's golden eyes gained a purple ring. He looks like a tyrant who ruled the domain with an iron fist. His voice is the celestial decree. Xia Qingyu, and Chu Yueli awkwardly froze on the spot. But one could see a smile blooming behind their veils. Contrary to Xia Qingyu and 2 others' awkward reactions, the elders of 4 great sacred grounds still moved. They frowned and stared at Yu Long not far away, shaking their heads. "Brat, you might have caught everyone off guard earlier. But this great me hasn't used my full strength," said the elder who had thrown a spear at Yu Long earlier. "And what makes you think I used my full strength?" Yu Long mocked with a smirk. "Just die, you fossil!" Boom! The elder exploded into fiery ashes. Domain expansion is a technique one could implement upon reaching a higher mastery of their profound art. Xia Qingyu has one related to her ocean quake symbols. Kang Yu has one related to her modified monarch heart secret art. Yu Long's art of purple violet also has one, which has the extreme effect of controlling yang energy in an absolute manner. He could bend and shape yang energy to his will, creating fire and combusting one's body like fuel. Of course, no one could feel the difference because Yu Long controlled yang energy very well, and nothing had changed physically. The death of that elder was a waking up alarm for every elder in the area. This is... How could he cause his enemy to explode with just words? Insane, the world has become insane. Is the Lost Heaven sect that powerful? How could I have never heard about this monster? Yu Long didn't show mercy and stared at the people who joined hands with the now ashes elder. He killed them with the same method, making everyone in the area shiver in fear. I didn't even bother to extract their essence. I don't want to sully Kaiju Maker. Yu Long thought emotionlessly. Is this the power of the Lost Heaven sect's young leader? What the hell happened here? A shout of surprise entered the field. It came from the center of Sword Management Terrace, or more precisely, the Heaven's Might Soul Suppressing Formation. Long Gang, the elder of Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, looked at the piles of ashes in horror. He noticed half of the elders that came to the Heavenly Sword Villa had gone. At the same time, Yu Long also appeared again. "Something is not right," said the elder from the mighty Heavenly Sword region beside Long Gang. "You, explain." He pointed to an elder from the Sun Moon Divine Hall. The elder grimaced and was about to open his mouth when Yu Long suddenly cut them off. "Don't bother. I killed those elders," Yu Long said casually. "They dared to lay their dirty hands on my people." Long Gang was speechless. And more so to the mighty Heavenly Sword region's elder. He couldn't believe his ears again. Fending Yun Kanghai is already a huge feat, but killing 7 or 8 monarch-level experts in a minute is something else. Even though these monarch-level experts are weaker than mighty Heavenly Sword region's upper echelons, they are still at early-stage sovereign profound realm. "Sword Ju, it seems that slimy bastard wanted to use our absence and attack those young ladies for revenge against young hero Yu Long," Long Gang said with a dark expression. He also couldn't help but curse at those foolish elders' stupidity. Can't they understand their act will lead to their own demise? Yu Long is from the Lost Heaven sect. A new faction they just knew, yet a young monster like him was born there. As an elder, Long Gang thought these people would be cautious and act accordingly. But no. Their stupidity has no bounds. Xian Yuanju, the elder of the mighty Heavenly Sword region, stared at Yu Long silently. "You know the consequence of attacking the 4 great sacred grounds, right?" Xian Yuanju. Long Gang stared at the elder with a disbelieving look. At first, he thought Xian Yuanju was trying to calm the situation, so why would he start with such a sentence? Xian Yuanju is trying to intimidate Yu Long. Yu Long unexpectedly grinned, "So what? They touched my people first." He knew just how prideful a cultivator can be. Attack one, and 1,000 come to avenge that person a moment later. One might think Yu Long will be in a better light by repelling the Demon King Yun Kanghai away from Heavenly Sword Villa. It only took one bad impression to offend these prideful cultivators. "I've said it earlier. I can kill him, and I would if you pushed me far enough." Yu Long gave Xian Yuanju a mocking gaze. "What are you going to do about it? Attack me? What about going to war? My Lost Heaven sect is happy to face your mighty Heavenly Sword region, and let's see who will fall first." Bold. Very bold. Everyone stared at Yu Long like he was a madman. How could he declare war against one of the 4 great sacred grounds this easily? Well, Yu Long wasn't and will never be a pushover. Why wait for the enemy to attack when you can start first? Yu Long was confident with his factions. He has prepared for nearly 10 years to conquer the Blue Pole Star. War? Young hero, your joke is not funny at all, haha. Long Gang laughed bitterly. "It's not a joke." Xian Yuanju unknowingly felt fear of the unknown. He's serious when saying that. "Yeah, let's start a war," Yu Long added boldly. Long Gang gulped, finding Yu Long impossible to read. "What do you think?" Yu Long stared at Xian Yuanju. Xian Yuanju gritted his teeth, "Just you wait. I will get the end of this when I return to the Holy Land." After that, Xian Yuanju left the sword management terrace. "Humph, no balls." Yu Long sneered inwardly. As Xian Yuanju left, Yu Long moved his gaze to Long Gang. "Anyway, why did you find it?" Long Gang shook his head and replied, "Barely anything. We still don't know how the Demon King escaped the seal, but there is a sign of the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation weakened from inside. Maybe the Demon King has become stronger using unorthodox methods." "I see." Yu Long feigns ignorance. After all, he was the one who modified and weakened the formation. Long Gang gave Yu Long a bitter smile, "I'm sorry for Xian Yuanju's acts earlier. I, the elder of Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, wouldn't hold you accountable for those deaths. They offended you first, and you have the right to defend your people. So their death is well deserved. But you might want to be cautious from now on. You have offended the Sun Moon Divine Hall and Supreme Ocean Palace by burning those elders to ashes today. They are narrow-minded and do things over the top. They can try." Yu Long responded straightforwardly. "There is nothing wrong with being extra careful." Long Gang bade his farewell and left. The same goes for other elders. They didn't want to stay near Yu Long, fearing he'd kill them as well. A few minutes later, Yu Long brought the injured backs to their courtyards. The news of Heavenly Sword Villa's destruction will soon spread over the Blue Wind Empire. The Demon King's escape will make any super factions on the continent wary. Yun Kanghai can be anywhere, waiting for his revenge. Yu Long and 4 other ladies arrived on the quiet part of the Heavenly Sword Mountain range. Yes, this place is one of the few lucky areas where Yu Long and Yun Kanghai didn't fight. They are currently standing before a gate made of coarse rock. And there is a translucent portal in the center of it. Next, the Heaven Basin Secret Realm. Yu Long said, leading his group into the portal. Chapter 145, Heaven Basin Secret Realm, Werewolves? Upon entering the Heaven Basin Secret Realm, what greeted Yu Long and his companions was a pure white land with a heavy hail of icy storm. Even the snow region of extreme ice, where the frozen cloud Asgard stood, wasn't this exaggerated. Well, this place is very barren. Yu Long commented. Chu Yueli and Chu Yueshan stared at the empty site before them. Even they felt this secret realm was a little too empty. The coldness is very different than the snow region of extreme ice. The sisters thought simultaneously. They couldn't get their hands on it. Xia Qingyu tapped her shoes against the ground and scanned the surrounding land. Her eyes twinkled as she commented, "My tremor doesn't sense any living being in a 100-mile radius. But I did sense an area with a higher potency of profound strength. Where is it?" Qingyu curiously asked. Xia Qingyu pointed her finger to the west, "There. All we have to do is move forward. What are we waiting for then?" Yu Long said with a small smile. They flew to the west and discovered the hail became more violent as they approached the center. Weirdly, Yu Long's profound sense and Insect King's vision allowed him to see a vague lump of profound energy ahead. Yu Long knew something wasn't right, and the same goes for others. "This place is creepy," Qingyu murmured beside Yu Long. She wanted to use her clairvoyance and see a few moments into the future, but something was preventing her from doing so. "It feels like walking in a mist." Chu Yueshan narrowed her eyes and looked around warily. It was not her first time visiting the Heaven Basin Secret Realm, and she knew the Secret Realm's situation changed every time it opened. It could be a burning desert, wild forest, or snowy stormland like this. The worst is definitely the snowy stormland because of the limited sight and dangerous, unventured land of stormy hail. Something is waiting for us. Xia Qingyu's eyes gazed ahead. And it's quite strong. I can see it as well. Yu Long chuckled. But let's see what kind of surprise awaits us. As they arrived at the center of the secret realm, a snowy mountain stood. It's your typical huge mountain. It's massive, with spikes of glaciers all around it. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook violently, causing Yu Long and others to become curious about being on or maybe in the mountain. Boom. An eruption of cold energy happened. A snowy light blue liquid erupted from the top of the mountain, coming down like flowing lava and sweeping the area around rapidly. However, instead of burning everything, it was freezing everything. Yes, even the profound energy. Such a principle is similar to the Ice Phoenix God Investiture Cannon principle, which used the extreme law of water to freeze everything. Young master, leave this to me. Chu Yueli said while stepping up. Go on. Yu Long nodded in like-mindedness, very confident in Chu Yueli's ability. Her Chronicle of Frozen Worlds should have reached a high mastery. Although Chu Yueli joined the group a little later, she was no weaker than Hongguan and Lily. Chu Yueli stared at the incoming flow of freezing liquid and released an intense chill from her body. Unlike Chu Yueshan, Chu Yueli accepted an altered version of the Phoenix God's bloodline, which suited her cultivation technique. Chronicle of Frozen World, Niflheim. Like a flower blooming, Chu Yueli transformed herself into that of an ice goddess. She stretched her hand, and a snowy battle dress covered her graceful figure. The dress has flower patterns, with fuzzy-haired black stems and white cotton-like petals. Hazy snow flower. Chu Yueshan's eyes widened as she recognized the flower immediately. Back then, 2 young girls ran from horrible people into a snowy forest and entered the snow region of extreme ice in an act of survival. They are weak, having no power to walk or fend themselves against the wild beasts. At their last dying moment, they desperately ate a bunch of wild flowers and received some nutrients from them. The flower is called the hazy snow flower. Its stem is deadly bitter but nutritious enough and can make one's body warm. They squeeze the cotton-like flowers into a small blanket, giving them weak resistance toward the extreme cold. Chu Yueli clasped her hand and created 2 artifacts. The first is a square shield with a mirror-like body, and the other is a 2-meter-long lance with a blue ice shaft and white spearhead. Chronicle of Frozen World, the Brave's first step. Chu Yueli stomped the ground and soared to the sky. She looked down and threw her spear with significant force. Swoosh! Boom! A sonic boom was instantly created. The spear cut through the hailstorm and made contact with the flowing freezing liquid. Both are extremely cold, but Chu Yueli's was way more powerful. Like the hazy snow flower, tendrils burst off the ground and wrap around the erupting mountain like the stems. Several cotton-like flowers created from pure coldness and profound energy immediately sealed everything in cold blue ice. Yulong looked at this and nodded in satisfaction. Chu Yueli hasn't slacking off. But suddenly, his profound sense detected an abrupt movement from inside the mountain. Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu locked their gazes on the snowy mountain, entering a fighting stance. Even though a bit late compared to the two, Chu Yueshan also entered a stance and put Song of Broken Pines in a ready attack position. Boom! A massive creature clawed its way out. It was a 10-meter tall werewolf with shiny blue furs, sharp teeth, killer claws, menacing red eyes, and this weird floating half-ring around its arms. That! Yulong frowned slightly. A hybrid. Yulong knew about the tyrant profound beast who lived in the Heaven Basin secret realm. However, this werewolf gives him a mixed signal between a profound beast and a kaiju. And from the looks of it, no sign of intelligence was actually detected from this hybrid. It just moved based on its primal instinct. There is only one explanation. A profound beast and a kaiju successfully breed, creating this werewolf. Aauuu. The werewolf let out a howl, causing rumbling sounds all over the Heaven Basin secret realm. The ground is trembling heavily, and countless weaker werewolves appear. They surrounded Yulong's group with salivating mouths. Meat! 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 The hunger in their eyes and mouths is very apparent. Yulong's golden eyes lit up, interesting. These werewolves gave Yulong more information about Kaiju Maker's extended use. These werewolves aren't that powerful as they possessed Spirit Profound Realm's cultivation base, besides some special cases, which showed a caste within the pack. An ordinary werewolf is only 2 meters and in the middle stage of Spirit Profound Realm. The second level of the werewolf is 5 meters, possessing the power of early stage Earth Profound Realm. They are also only 10% of the pack. The third level of the werewolf is 8 meters. They are on the peak of Earth Profound Realm, with some at the Sky Profound Realm, but only made up 1% of the pack. And finally, the Werewolf King. Yulong gazed at the howling werewolf at the mountain's foot. It was a force of nature over 10 meters tall with bulging muscles. On top of that, its overall strength is half-step sovereign realm. Yulong, what should we do? Kang Yu asked. Yulong rubbed his chin, kill them all. Okay. Kang Yu summoned her dancing snake. The same goes for Xia Qingyu, who was ready to break these werewolves with her ocean quake symbols. Chu Yueshan didn't say much as she was ready to attack with the heavy sword. Yueli, can you handle the big boy? Yulong yelled at the hovering maid in the sky. Chu Yueli smiled, yes. She was excited because this was her time to show off in front of Yulong. Yulong clapped his hand, go. The 4 ladies moved simultaneously and left a sonic boom, charging at their enemy. Yulong stayed behind and observed the surroundings calmly. The situation was too suspicious. The Heaven Basin secret realm only opens every 3 years. But I've never heard a report about a hybrid or unknown creature in the last Blue Wind ranking tournament. We also couldn't sense their presence earlier, as if they have adapted to the profound sense, tremor, and biological senses. A species with hunting ability. This means the werewolves are breeding at such a high speed. Since the last opening of the secret realm, they have reached such a massive amount. Yulong thought to himself. From afar, 2 pairs of beastly yellow eyes gazed at Yulong coldly. Chapter 146, Santa Cruz. Boom! Xia Qingyu slapped the incoming werewolf. Although her slender hand didn't touch the enemy, the air rapidly broke and swept everything in extreme tremor. Kang Yu ran through the enemy line and bashed anyone in her path with 3-section staff. Her sheer physical prowess caused a sonic boom one after another. Chu Yueshan slashed her enemy with the Song of Broken Pines. The heavy sword jigged through her swordplay, making it look like 2 individuals danced on the pure white land. At the front line, Chu Yueli clashed with the Werewolf King and launched countless ice spears toward it. Her attack is like a hailstorm but fiercer with extreme destruction prowess. It makes the Werewolf King look like a porcupine. Chu Yueli had the upper hand, but she felt something was slightly off. She glanced at her young master and discovered he was still standing in his original position, observing the area around him. Oh! The werewolf king ignored his bloody injury and lunged toward Chu Yueli, jumping toward the sky with a ferocious grin. Chu Yueli knitted her brows and coldly said, "Stay put, little puppy, or I will make you experience even worse death." However, the werewolf king moved based on its beastly instinct. It doesn't care about Chu Yueli's warning. What the? Chu Yueli's eyes widened in surprise. Ayuyuyuyu. As the werewolf king howled loudly, 3 exact copies of him appeared and cornered Chu Yueli. Each possessed 90% of the werewolf king's strength. They were his clones. Chronicle of Frozen World, the Brave's Kind Shield. A cotton-like barrier appeared around Chu Yueli, protecting her from the werewolf king's attack. Boom! Crack! HOH, cloning ability as well. Yulong, who watched the fight, was interested in the werewolf king's ability. He observed the werewolf king from the beginning so he could notice the fluctuation of profound energy and biological matter. Those clones of the werewolf king possessed tangible, living bodies. Moreover, the clones were actually connected to the main body like a hive mind. Yulong couldn't help but guess what kind of kaiju successfully entered the Heaven Basin secret realm and created this mess. He rubbed his chin and glanced around, scanning the countless werewolves that his wives and maids slaughtered. These werewolves had this weak brand that Yulong finally recognized. Ah, so that was it. Yulong smirked inwardly. You crafty fox, do you really think I won't notice this small trick? Chu Yueli released another hail of ice spears and blasted in all directions, pushing the werewolf king's clones away. She was annoyed because this little puppy caught her off guard for a second. Not in front of the young master. Her eyes become colder. Chu Yueli's presence caused an intense chill. She flashed to one of the werewolf king's clones, freezing it into an ice statue. Crack! Boom! The ice statue exploded into countless ice shards. Next! Chu Yueli's emotionless voice was thoroughly laced with murderous intent. Chu Yueli moved like a fleeting ghost and finished the clones too quickly for the werewolf king to react. When the howling beast realizes his clones have gotten killed, Chu Yueli appears before his eyes. Chu Yueli smacked the werewolf king's head with her mirror-like shield, sending him flying to the mountain. She stretched her hand and sent even more hail of ice spears down. Boom! 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 The bombardment left other ladies and Yulong speechless. Damn, she really hates that little puppy, hey! Kang Yu blurted while smashing a random werewolf into a meat paste. Xia Qingyu peeked at Kang Yu and rolled her eyes. You shouldn't be the one saying that. Sister. Chu Yueshan struck the Song of Broken Pines to the ground and gazed at Chu Yueli silently. Now she realized the gap between her and her sister was actually this big. However, Chu Yueshan immediately shook her head. The time Chu Yueli spent with Yulong was longer than her, so it was reasonable for Chu Yueli to possess this much strength. At the same time, Yulong gathered the scattered essence left behind by the werewolf king's clones. His Kaiju Maker detected a trace of essence sphere from it. Gotcha! Yulong said with a grin. He created an essence sphere with the essence of the werewolf king's clones, infusing it with his overflowing vitality and lacing it with some extra poisons. The surrounding werewolves let out a painful howl. They are bleeding from all 7 orifices, falling to the ground like a dying dog. It includes the werewolf king, who kneeled on the ground and spewed a mouthful of blood. His icy blue furs have turned sickly white due to the loss of vitality and an ice blue spear stabbing his chest. Yes, Chu Yueli stood before the very eyes of the werewolf king and pinned him down with her ice spear. It's time for you to come out. Yulong ignored the dying werewolves around him. Do you really think this pitiful trick could fool me? Santa Cruz. Ki-ee-ee-ee-ee-ning. A metal screeching sound echoed all over the Heaven Basin secret realm. Swoosh! Boom! A massive silhouette broke through the hailstorm and landed near Yulong, causing dirt and snow to fly everywhere. Kakik! A giant body. A pair of yellow eyes. He has fuzzy, unkempt golden hair. He wore a tattered red jacket and pants, carrying a red sack. The kaiju is tall and muscular, but not in a way. He was grotesque-looking with warped bones and body shape. It was something that came from children's nightmare of the Christmas spirit. Yulong looked up at the giant, shaking his head. Santa Cruz, or the Nightmare Harbinger, is a kaiju that Yulong's past life created upon a twisted image of Santa Claus. He was nightmare fuel for his enemy, capable of breeding countless spawns by devouring any life form. The spawn's Santa Cruz carried his essence sphere's powers, which granted them abilities like cloning, presence erasure, and many other enhancements. And from the state of these werewolves, Yulong has far guessed the Werewolf King was part of Santa Cruz's spawns. Santa Cruz is not the strongest kaiju, but he was definitely an annoying one to deal with. First, it was because of Santa Cruz's ability and others for his mental disorder. It's been a while. Yulong stared at the red-clothed giant. Kikik. Santa Cruz laughed with drool all over his mouth. Boom. They suddenly moved and launched an attack. Yulong's fist met with Santa Cruz's giant foot. Bam! Santa Cruz was quickly sent flying by Yulong, crashing against the snowy mountain. Thankfully, Chu Yueli has left the mountain's peak, or she could get dragged into this fight. Kikik. Gift, gift, gift. As Santa Cruz flew from Yulong's punch, he clawed into his red sacks and threw a few things out. Yulong blinked and saw several boxes wrapped in ribbons. However, the boxes and ribbons aren't your typical looking Christmas gifts, as the boxes were literally made of flesh and bones, and the ribbons were bloody intestines. Boom! 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 Splats! What annoying ability! Yulong knew nothing good would happen if these gifts were successfully unboxed. He couldn't help but curse his past self for making this kind of creature. If the boxes are unwrapped, a horror-looking mutated beast will come out. The beasts will adapt to their enemy, becoming their little arch-nemesis. Yulong could handle 100 or 200 mutated beasts resistant to him. But Yulong had to face a million of them. God knew how annoying they could be. Ka. Santa Cruz laughed with clattered teeth. Yulong clasped his hand and used Art of Violet Mist, sending extreme heat waves that burned Santa Cruz's Christmas gifts into ashes. He cornered the red-clothed giant and repelled any trick coming toward him, making the kaiju frustrated. Santa Cruz was truly left with no choice. He brought the red sack down and opened it wide, revealing a mouth filled with yellow teeth and deformed lips. Santa's miracle! Merry Christmas! A bright yellow light greeted Yulong. Xia Qingyu, Chu Yueli, and Chu Yueshan felt instinctual fear coming from the direction of the fight. Their bodies trembled as if the yellow light sucked their souls. No! Yulong! Young master! Boom! A terrifying explosion swept the Heaven Basin secret realm, causing the whole secret realm to shake violently, and a portion of the realm where Yulong and Santa Cruz fight was completely destroyed. Kikik! Cough! Santa Cruz laughs maniacally. Yet a purple skeleton arm suddenly grabbed his neck and crushed it. Yulong stood on a snowy ground, his black hair dancing due to turbulent air and shockwaves. A violet-colored skeleton wolf is currently wrapped around his body, making him look like a certain member of Ninja Clan. Art of Violet Mist, Divine Avatar, Sekiro. Cough. Santa Cruz coughed a mouthful of blood. He stared at Yulong with fear and then died. Rest in peace, my dark past. Yulong said while closing his eyes for a bit. He walked to Santa Cruz and sensed a familiar presence beside the essence sphere. A blue-colored pebble comes into his vision. Evil God's water seed. Yulong bitterly smiled. Well, I'm not surprised. Chapter 147, Evil God's Scattered Wool. Yulong picked the icy blue pebble with his mental power and scanned it briefly to make sure this thing was really the Evil God's water seed. He grinned slightly after feeling the hidden law of water within the ordinary-looking rock. He glanced at the dead kaiju and sighed slightly. It would be a lie if Yulong didn't feel somewhat nostalgic upon meeting Santa Cruz. However, he was also relieved to meet the kaiju with mental disorders in the Heaven Basin secret realm instead of outside. He couldn't imagine what kind of chaos Santa Cruz would bring to the Blue Pole Star. Yulong was more curious how Santa Cruz entered the Heaven Basin secret realm, or the kaiju was simply here from the beginning, sleeping until it awakened. Fortunately, I have someone to answer my question. Yulong glanced down at the Evil God's water seed. Yulong tapped Santa Cruz's body and turned it into a wisp of essence, storing it for later use. He looked around for a second, searching for a better landing ground, and quickly kicked the ground. He teleported 10 miles away at the time, skipping through destroyed land until he landed on untouched snowy ground. Yulong! Xia Qingyu and Kangyu moved quickly from afar, hugging Yulong. They tackled him down in the process, leaving him speechless. Still, Yulong carefully patted their backs as they should have been worried about him earlier. Santa Cruz's last attack was the ACC*Malation of Horror, which could strip one's flesh, bone and blood apart. The light itself could damage one's psyche, in other words, the soul. Given the state of this chaotic world, Yu Long always prepared for this situation. There, there. He rubbed their backs gently. As you can see, I'm fine. The last attack couldn't even touch me. Really? Xia Qingye probed. Really, really? Yu Long nodded confidently. Chu Yueli and Chu Yueshan also arrived, but they didn't do anything to stop them. They stared at them silently from the side. After reassurance, the trio stood up and checked the secret realm's condition. Good job, Yueli, Yueshan. Yu Long praised while looking at the piles of werewolves' corpses. Chu Yueshan smiled and felt a little proud inside. She's not as strong as her sister, but Yu Long's praise was all she needed. It was like an endless motivation cycle. Meanwhile, Chu Yueli was depressed. She couldn't help but complain at the dead werewolf king for letting Yu Long catch her lacking in the fight. I should train more. Chu Yueli sighed at herself. Kang Yu rubbed Yu Long's hand and asked, what should we do with these corpses? Her eyes lit up with playful emotion. Yu Long chuckled and snapped his finger, extracting all the essence from the werewolves. Technically speaking, they are a new living creature with Santa Cruz's essence as the base, which allowed Yu Long to obtain some nifty abilities. A white mist swept the land, swallowing the corpses, and disappeared. Jasmine blinked inside Sky Poison Pearl's dimension. She used her divine sense, trying to pry into Yu Long's secret. Yet when Jasmine was about to sense where the essence goes, it disappeared into nothingness. Why you? Jasmine was annoyed. She harumphed and rolled herself in a blanket. Jasmine knew Yu Long had a deep connection with the demonic core, but she didn't want to be one who asked. As a princess, Jasmine has a pride to hold on to. Since Yu Long won't tell his secret, Jasmine could only silently solve the mystery herself. At first, it was only the fairy queen, but now Jasmine realizes her understanding of Yu Long is very little. Humph, just you wait. I will find the truth. Jasmine thought to herself. Yu Long condensed the essence sphere of werewolves inside his kaiju world. He wanted to swallow one for research purposes but knew this wasn't the place for doing such a thing. Their time in the Heaven Basin secret realm is limited. He brought out the evil god's water seed and aroused his companion's interest. Is that? Xia Qingye's eyes glimmered in surprise. Yes, this is the evil god's water seed. Yu Long answered with a smile. Only evil god's inheritor could get their hand on this if we followed normal standards. But you're not normal. Kang Yu giggled. That's true. Yu Long acknowledged and imbued the altered evil god's profound aspect inside his profound veins into the evil god's water seed. It caused the blue-colored pebble to release a shining blue light and a ghost-like figure. Jasmine gasped because the ghost-like figure was the evil god himself. How did Jasmine recognize such an ancient character? To answer that question, when she roamed in the vast primal chaos and found the evil god's legacy temple, there was a faint image of the evil god. How long time has passed? The ghost-like evil god murmured. He looked around and found the situation rather amusing. These youths, Chu Yueshan and Chu Yueli included, possessed a trace of primordial laws in their bodies, hearts, and spirits. Even in the primordial era of gods, their existence is quite rare. Eventually, the evil god landed his gaze on Yu Long. Evil god couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What he saw wasn't a golden-eyed youth but an amalgamation of countless creatures. It was abnormal, something that's not from this world. You, what are you? He uttered in disbelief. Instead of asking, who are you? The evil god portrayed Yu Long as an abnormal monstrosity by asking, what are you? Yu Long gave evil god a knowing look and answered, my name is Yu Long. Nice to meet you, evil god. Evil god frowned because that wasn't the answer he wanted from Yu Long. Do those creatures have a connection with you? He asked while glancing at the destroyed part of the Heaven Basin secret realm. In the past, yes. Yu Long shrugged, giving out a vague reply. The atmosphere became heavier as the evil god turned silent like a rock. Jasmine's mouth twitched. Oi, that's one of 4 creation god, the evil god. Give him some fucking respect. If Jasmine could shout, she would have screamed at Yu Long. This scoundrel is so good at making people mad. Yu Long smiled at evil god's stone-cold expression. I don't mind telling you more, but don't you think this place is inappropriate? Evil god nodded calmly and twisted the Heaven Basin secret realm with his will. The secret realm changed rapidly, and the destroyed part got cast into the void. Yu Long witnessed this and praised the evil god in his heart. Although evil god is only a scattered will, he could still manipulate the Heaven Basin secret realm to such a degree. Unfortunately, Yu Long doesn't think he could replicate Yuan's rebirth on evil god due to some weakness in the scattered will. It was so fragile yet strong at the same, very unstable. It was a miracle evil god's scattered will survive this long. But when Yu Long thought about it, evil god probably held on because he had unfinished regret or business related to his daughter. After a few seconds, evil god's scattered will pull them into a mountain peak. Evil god and Yu Long arrived on a pure white land, staring at each other calmly. No one could eavesdrop on their conversation in this place, including Jasmine. What are you? Evil god asked again. Yu Long maintained a calm expression and replied, Kaiju Maker. Kaiju Maker. I'm the one who created that monstrosity earlier. But as I've said earlier, that was me in the past before reincarnating into the primal chaos. Evil god's ghostly eyes widened in shock. Why you? You're an otherworlder. On top of that, you reincarnated to this world. This is unbelievable. I mean, you can decide not to trust me. Yu Long added casually. Evil god shook his head and responded, no, I trust you. And how so? In my era, the creation gods and devil gods always speculated about the primal chaos. Even if it was dangerous, we wanted to pry more outside the primal chaos. Our curiosity is too endless and coupled with our long lifespans. We are bound to find one or two clues. We concluded there must be other universes and worlds out there. Still, we lacked the power and tools to travel. Even one of heavenly profound treasure, World Piercer, couldn't do it. How did you reincarnate into primal chaos? Evil god observed Yu Long from top to bottom. I sensed some karmic and samsara power on you. Yu Long facepalmed helplessly, about that? I don't know either. I died in my previous world. Then I reincarnated into my current self. It just happened. As soon as I opened my eyes. As for the karmic and samsara power, it probably has something to do with the mirror of samsara in my possession. Also, Sky Poison Pearl. Evil god stared at Yu Long solemnly, I see. What about your Kaiju Maker? Yu Long released a majestic presence, it's my ability. Or you can say, part of myself. I'm a Kaiju Maker. And the Kaiju Maker is me. Evil god's ghostly figure glimmered for a second. He tried to understand Yu Long's words and nodded shortly after. He sighed, now that you have released your presence, I can detect Phoenix, Azure Dragon, Rage God, and countless other legacies in your body. Including my legacy. You've modified it, am I right? That's correct. Your legacy is too lousy for my liking. Yu Long chuckled a little. Evil god faintly laughed, if it was any other person saying that, I would be offended. Kaiju Maker, you're an abnormal monstrosity. Yet I didn't sense any vile or malicious nature from you. Entrusting my daughter to you wouldn't be a bad choice. What do you mean? Yu Long frowned unhappily. He didn't like where this was going. Evil god snapped his finger and showed Yu Long several white, black, and golden threads connected between them. What are these threads? They are karmic threads. You didn't notice it, but when you take my legacy, albeit by unorthodox means, your karma is automatically connected to me. You took my legacy, so you owe me. What? Yu Long was bewildered. There is such a thing? Evil god shook his head and continued, your power has the potential to surpass me and other creation gods. No, you might even be equal to the ancestral god. But you lacked something. What is it? Time. Evil god gazed at Yu Long's golden eyes deeply. I have over 5 billion years on my belts. My power grew within that period. On the other hand, you probably don't have 20 years to master your ability yet. Well, I have no comment on that. Yu Long wryly admitted defeat. After all, what evil god said is correct. Including his past life, Yu Long only got his hand on Kaiju Maker for 19 years. Compared to evil god and others, he's still young grass. At the same, being young doesn't mean one is weaker. He's a good lad. Evil god unknowingly smiled when seeing Yu Long introspecting himself. He doesn't have to be alive to know Yu Long is very young. Evil god coughed, I don't have much time. I will transfer all knowledge I have as a scattered will. In return, please save and take care of my daughter. Remember, you owe me. Yu Long's eyebrows twitched. What are you, IRS? Even then, Yu Long still agreed. Very well. Good. After hearing the reply, Evil God stretched his ghostly hand and poked Yu Long's head, transferring everything he knew for Kaiju Maker's future endeavors. Yu Long closed his eyes, storing the knowledge accordingly. When he opened his eyes, Evil God's ghostly figure nearly disappeared. Do you have any more questions? Yu Long rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. No, what about you? Evil God was relaxed. He has accepted his fate. What caused the primordial era of gods to end? Yu Long wasn't shy about it and asked immediately. Evil God opened his mouth. Unfortunately, I don't know about that. This scattered wool was here to give my fated inheritor a second chance. Although we aren't fated, you're a better candidate than I ever imagined. The primal chaos won't be so calm in a few years. Good luck, Kaiju Maker. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Evil God dramatically faded into thin air. Oi, oi, oi. Don't disappear like that. Yu Long grabbed Evil God's ghostly leg down. I still want something from you. Evil God. You have 3 seconds. One of the creation gods sighed. Something isn't right about this lad's head. Yu Long smiled. Can you give me the ownership of this secret realm? Evil God's body trembled in annoyance. If you cultivate a little bit more, you can create a bigger pocket dimension of your own. But I'm too lazy to make one. Yu Long gives Evil God a playful grin. Evil God really wanted to smack Yu Long right now. He clicked his tongue and pressed his hand on Yu Long's forehead again, transferring Secret Realm's key to him. Goodbye, Kaiju Maker. After doing so, the Evil God completely disappeared and caused Yu Long to wake up on a snowy peak. Yu Long blinked a few times and sighed, even the dead can give me a task? This world is becoming more and more interesting. Well, let's meet the Evil God's daughter first. Chapter 148, Azure Cloud Continent. Yu Long fiddled with the Heaven Basin secret realm for an hour, watching the sky and land bend miraculously. The feeling of manipulating a pocket dimension was much different than he expected. It was like playing with clay. Of course, in a more complex way. Soft enough to bend according to your will but will break if you are not careful. On top of that, Yu Long felt there were more options to explore, like how this Heaven Basin secret realm has a season cycle of its own. He also could generate terrains like jungles and deserts. How amazing! I wonder if we could go to the beach later. Xia Qingyu watched a sandy beach appear before the snowy mountain. Yeah, the beach looks good for a honeymoon. Qingyu added shortly after. They are clearly going after Yu Long. Yu Long smiled weakly and replied, I heard the 13th branch was doing business near a seashore city. Let's visit the nearest beach resort there after this. Yay! Xia Qingyu and Qingyu clapped at their hands, doing a victory celebration. Chu Yueli and Chu Yueshan couldn't help but shake their heads at these young ladies' antics. Although they are jealous, as older women, they don't dare to imagine being this brazen in front of Yu Long. But resort? Chu Yueli thought briefly, imagining a personal time with her young master. That doesn't sound bad. Only Chu Yueshan was puzzled. Before meeting Yu Long, she lived no different than a monk and focused her heart on becoming an emperor profound realm. Sometimes, Chu Yueshan cultivated in her room for months, if not a year. How could monk-like fairy know such a place as a resort or any mortal-like entertainment? But she was interested now. Even Jasmine was curious like a cat about this beach resort, wondering how much fun she could have there. Anyway, let's focus on the task ahead of us. Yu Long brought out the Evil God's water seed, confusing the ladies. Evil God gave me quite a troublesome mission. The Evil God's water seed recorded the coordinates to that place. That place? The ladies gave him a weird look. Yu Long chuckled, Azure Cloud Continent. He honestly doesn't think information helps him. He already knew the location of the Azure Cloud Continent thanks to Shadow Realm's exploration squad and his kaiju. A portal appeared on the sandy beach, revealing a sight of the snowy peak where 5 individuals jumped out. The team of 5 is very eye-catching. One handsome young man and 4 breathtaking beauties could easily make anyone jealous. Thanks, Uda. Yu Long waved his hand. Yo-ho-ho, it's nothing. An invisible hand clapped Yu Long's hand and then disappeared into existence. Xia Qingyu, and Chu Yueli have long learned about the spacewalker, Uda's existence, but Chu Yueshan and Jasmine were bewildered because a portal appeared out of nowhere. And a keen person like Jasmine obviously noticed someone invisible was helping them. Even with Jasmine's divine sense, she couldn't sense this invisible somebody, as if this being existed in another dimension. Yulong stretched and looked at the vast land before his eyes. He could see countless mountains already. So, this is the Azure Cloud Continent. I've heard it from Yulong, but the situation here wasn't that bad. Even the profound strength's quality is better than the Blue Wind Imperial City. Kang Yu commented lightly. Xia Qingyu's mouth twitched. You shouldn't compare this to your home ground. It's all right. Kang Yu giggled as she waved her hand. The imperial family will become much better in the future. After all, Yulong will be the great emperor of the Blue Wind Empire. Yulong. Xia Qingyu. Chu Yueli. Chu Yueshan. Jasmine. What? Since I'm the princess of the Blue Wind Empire, isn't it normal for Yulong to take over the emperor's position? He's my consort if we talk about technicality. Kang Yu saw the unfavorable reaction and added immediately. I mean, you're not wrong. Yulong scratched his cheek. But don't you think me becoming an emperor is such a stretch? Kang Yu proudly lifted her nose. It was just for a brief moment. After that, our children may take your mantle. Damn. Even before they were born, Kang Yu already had an Asian mother's mindset. Poor children. Xia Qingyu shook her head, feeling sorry for Kang Yu's children. As someone with a bad childhood, Xia Qingyu wanted the best for her future children, though she was only 16 to think that far. Yes, Xia Qingyu doesn't want her children to experience the same things as her. But that doesn't mean she would spoil them. Someone is here. Chu Yueshan gazed at the distance. She could see a black-clothed man descending from the sky. Yulong and others have long discovered this person. So, they waited here. Lord Shadow. The black-clothed man kneeled before Yulong. He also greeted Xia Qingyu and others, shadow brides. Yulong nodded and asked, how was the situation so far? Hearing the question, the black-clothed man pulled something from his sleeve and handed it to Yulong with utmost respect before kneeling again. Yulong gazed at the scroll silently and grabbed it, reading the content for a minute or so. Everyone could see his expression didn't change until the very end. Have you guys explored the Cloud's End Cliff? The black-clothed man trembled as he recalled the horror of Cloud's End Cliff. We did. He answered calmly. However, no one came back after entering that place. Even our connection to their living armors were cut off. The causality. F4 people so far. Yulong rubbed his temple and sighed, this is my fault. No, Lord Shadow, this is not your fault. The black-clothed man couldn't bear to see Yulong blame himself. No, this is really my fault. I should have warned you about dangerous places in this continent before sending a whole squad. Yulong bitterly continued. Just what kind of danger does this Cloud's End Cliff possess? 4 monarchs killed in the mission. Chu Yueli couldn't help but comment. It sounds ridiculous because she knew the squad Yulong sent was a group of sovereign profound realm experts. It's a place with a large number of ancient devil beasts. The weak ones, at least at the level of divine origin realms. Yulong answered calmly. Everyone's eyes widened, including Jasmine. Wait, did you just say the ancient devil beasts? Jasmine comes out from the Sky Poison Pearls dimension. She knew just how dangerous these ancient beasts could be, as they also existed in the upper realm, albeit in the forbidden area. Yes. Yulong remained unfazed. It's also a place where the evil god left behind his daughter. He looked at their shocked expression and added, well, don't be too surprised. To add on, evil god's wife is none other than heaven-smithing devil emperor. What? Jasmine screamed in disbelief. Her jaws dropped as she couldn't believe this information. It is too shocking. One of the creation gods married heaven-smithing devil emperor, the strongest devil of the devil race. This title is no empty talk, as a few ancient records described how powerful heaven-smithing devil emperor was. Jasmine gulped, why how could you be so calm? Yulong glanced at Jasmine, it doesn't matter if my enemies are gods, devils, or Buddha themselves. The king of monsters won't lose. Hey! Jasmine frowned at Yulong. She couldn't understand the clue Yulong had thrown casually. It's up to her now. I'm the only one with a secret, Jasmine. I can't help someone who wouldn't themselves. Yulong burned the scroll in his hand. He looked at the black-clothed man and said, I'm getting sidetracked, my bad. After the mission, we will hold a proper funeral and compensation to those courageous members. But first, lead us to the temporary base. Yes, Lord Shadow. The Shadow Agent responded excitedly. He was deeply touched by Yulong's decision and quickly led them into the Shadow Realm's base in the Azure Cloud continent. Chapter 149, Azure Cloud Mountains Branch, The Weapon Master Yeji. As the Shadow Agent led them deep into the mountain, Yulong and the ladies realized they were entering an underground network with several complicated channels. It's been a few months since these Shadow Agents arrived at the Azure Cloud continent under Yulong's direct order, but they have already built advanced traveling routes. You only gave me the report earlier. Yulong suddenly opened his mouth. Why don't you explain more about the Azure Cloud continent as we walk? The Shadow Agent was stunned before nodding his eyes. Then, I will explain more things. He said enthusiastically. By the way, your name? Chu Yueli asked this time. It's Hanbing, ma'am. The Shadow Agent responded straightforwardly. Chu Yueli's mouth twitched when she saw how Hanbing responded to her question. She wasn't a drill sergeant, so what's with this military-esque response? Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu giggled on the side because it was rare for Chu Yueli to get caught off guard like this. Hanbing awkwardly dodged Chu Yueli's gaze and stared at the tunnel ahead. We have been in the Azure Cloud continent for a few months and discovered everything that helped Shadow Realm's growth. Like Profound Sky Continent, we discover super factions like the Four Great Sacred Grounds. Their leaders are at the peak of the Sovereign Profound Realm. They are Heaven Thwarting Sect, Seven Stars Divine Palace, and Soaring Celestial Sword Sect. Below that, 4 countries equivalent to the Empire in the Profound Sky Continent exist. They are Supwake Country, Southern Sky Country, True Vermilion Country, and Southern Border Holy Land. Supwake Country was located on the far east of Azure Cloud Continent and controlled by the Grand Wake clan, which lived in the Grand Wake Mountain. However, they recently have a conflict with Blackwood Stronghold nearby. Southern Sky Country located in the south and was controlled by the Fleeting Sect with a bunch of second-rate factions. True Vermilion Country on the west and was controlled by Divine Fire Clan alongside 3 subsidiary factions, such as Preaching Bird Clan, Fire Python Sect, and Golden Spear Alliance. The Southern Border Holy Land. The country is located in the far north and is unique as the people there are very religious. They have their deity called the Great Wing and Great Eyes, but we couldn't get our hands on these deities as the people we kidnapped always killed themselves first. They are zealots. To the very end. The Shadow Agent sighed in helplessness. That kind of enemy is indeed annoying. Yulong commented while recalling some bothersome cults in his past lives. Those people are the reason why the world couldn't become too peaceful. What about the Cloud's End Cliff? The Shadow Agent's expression changed as he answered, the Cloud's End Cliff exists in the mythical Abode Mountain, which was close to the Grand Wake Mountain. That place is rich in spiritual herbs and minerals. At the same time, the profound beast there is very aggressive. Still, it was nothing compared to our Shadow Legion. We didn't expect the ancient devil beasts to exist inside Cloud's End Cliff. No wonder the natives here perceived the place as the most dangerous area in the Azure Cloud continent. Also, the population of Azure Cloud continent is 70% lower than the Profound Sky continent. It was so weird, considering the natural resources and profound strength's quality here is higher. As if this place advancing slower or maybe lost in time is the correct term. No, you're not wrong. Yulong shook his head gently. This place is indeed lost in time. Thanks to ancestral gods' power, the Azure Cloud continent was reset by a few years. Yulong couldn't count how many lives were lost to give the protagonist, Yun Che, a third chance, just showing what kind of simp Xiao Lingzi, ancestral god, was. It's frightening how easily a mighty being like ancestral god toyed with people's lives. However, Yulong wasn't worried because the ancestral god would join his team, harem, soon. Where is the Shadow Realm's base located? Yulong asked this time. The Shadow Agent smiled and replied proudly, of course, it's on the Grand Wake Mountain. We covered ourselves as a second-rate sect called Thousand Weapons Associations. And formed several good relationships in just a few months. Everything is on the good path beside the Cloud's End Cliff. Don't worry. Yulong patted the Shadow Agent's shoulder. I will deal with the Cloud's End Cliff. Yes, Lord Shadow. The Shadow Agent was excited. When Lord Shadow moved personally, even heaven and earth bent to his will. They finally arrived at the Thousand Weapon Associations. It was a huge castle made of rare rocks and chimneys all over, seemingly spewing smoke one after another. The hammering sound and weapon clashing echoed throughout the building, surprising Yu Long. I see. A rare smile bloomed on Yu Long's face. Ye Ji was the one who led this legion, hey? I should have guessed it from the name of this cover. He patted his forehead in amusement. Who's Ye Ji? Chu Yueshan couldn't help but raise her head. Ah, that person is. Xia Qingyu and Kang Yu awkwardly covered their faces. Chu Yueli stared at the castle calmly and answered, one of the Shadow Realm's founders. Code name, Weapon Master. Weapon Master. Before Chu Yueshan could digest the information, a silhouette jumped from the castle and landed before them. Boom! A cloud of dust rose, making Chu Yueshan wary as she stepped before Yu Long and drew the Song of Broken Pines out. Ho ho, a heavy sword? Not bad. A fair and slender hand stretched out of the dust and grabbed Song of Broken Pine's blade, making Chu Yueshan's eyes widen in shock. More than 40 tons at that. Your technique is actually better than some founders. Who might you possibly be? A beautiful body, graceful figure, and cold fairy-like face. Ah, you're the third Shadow Bride's sister, Chu Yueshan. A woman finally appeared as the dust settled down. However, it wasn't your typical woman. She's not your thin and willowy beauty. She wore Shadow Realm combat armor, exposing her muscular physique and valiant beauty with a touch of femininity. Her black hair was purposely short, but not too short, as she had a little ponytail. Chu Yueshan frowned as she felt this sweaty woman was the opposite image of herself. Ye Ji greets the Lord Shadow. Ye Ji pushed the Song of Broken Pines away from her face and welcomed Yu Long warmly. Her smile exploded those pearly white teeth. Yu Long chuckled, I forgot you were part of this mission. Well, it seems you're doing good here. Ye Ji nodded and returned, this place is heaven for blacksmiths. It's too bad old man Gu Wei wasn't part of the Legion this time. Chu Yueli gave Ye Ji a weird look and commented, your skill is on par with old man Gu Wei. Why would you need him here? Oh, nice to meet you, Chu Yueli. Oops, my bad, I mean the third. Ye Ji flashed a grin. Chu Yueli's expression darkened slightly. Ye Ji felt amused after seeing Chu Yueli's dark expression and casually continued, my skill might be on par with old man Gu Wei, but our level in art is different. After all, I created a weapon for destruction. Yu Long flicked Ye Ji's forehead and said, stop it. You're going to make Chu Yueli attack you at this point. Hehe, I would like to see her do it. Ye Ji winked at Yu Long. She doesn't care about Chu Yueli's position at all. Anyway, let me lead you inside. I have warm beer and snacks prepared. As Ye Ji led everyone inside, Chu Yueshan couldn't help but peek at her sister. Why did I feel there was a history between you and her? She asked with a whisper. That woman was mad at me. Chu Yueli answered indifferently. How so? She was mad that I stole her Shadow Bride's position. Chu Yueshan gulped in realization. No wonder Ye Ji was so fierce. Humph. It's the young master who gave me Shadow Bride's position, so who are you to meddle with his decision? Chu Yueli snorted inside as she didn't care about Ye Ji's hate either. Chapter 150, Saving a Little Girl. Entering the castle, Yu Long found the interior extended with the space-expanding array. After all, the outer layout didn't match the room inside, considering they had walked over 5 hallways and 7 stairs. A few months, yet this branch is better than others. Yu Long commented lightly. As expected of the second blacksmith and craft master in the Shadow Realm. Ye Ji chuckled and humbly replied, the Azure Cloud Continent was a treasure trove. Without it, we couldn't build this base fast enough. Han Bing said that earlier, but just how many resources does Azure Cloud Continent have? Yu Long couldn't help but frown. Due to the 4 great sacred grounds' rampant monopolization, most natural resources in the profound Sky Continent have gotten dug out. Fortunately, Yu Long possessed Kaiju Maker and has done countless research. He can invent better resources through alternative means. Even ordinary grass that everyone uses to feed their livestock is beneficial under Yu Long's miracle hand. Here, take a look at this. Ye Ji pulled something from her combat armor and handed it to Yu Long. We found this growing all over the Grand Wake Mountain, and people simply use it to relieve their back pain. It was a mushroom with a thin white body and a puffy cloud-like blue head. At first glance, this mushroom looks poisonous. Whoa, this thing is amazing. Yu Long activated Kaiju Maker, observing the mushroom for a second. Under Yu Long's eyes, he discovered the mushroom has an excellent purification property. Of course, the purification effect was unfortunately buried because the rawness of its property needed to be refined and combined with another catalyst first. We could create a more effective medicinal bath for body tempering. Indeed, but this blue-filling mushroom is not the only thing. We found many other herbs and resources that didn't exist in the profound sky continent. Ye Ji said seriously. Lord Shadow, we need the order to take over the Azure Cloud continent immediately. I will lead the Legion right away. Okay, calm your horses. Yu Long sighed, giving Ye Ji a helpless look. I will deal with the Cloud's End Cliff first. Ye Ji's body stiffened when Yu Long mentioned Cloud's End Cliff. She gave Han Bing in the back a dirty look, making the shadow agent tremble slightly. This. Lord Shadow knew about the Cloud's End Cliff already. She calmly asked. Yu Long put on a wry expression, I did, even before sending you guys here. It's a dangerous place, which caused 4 deaths of our comrades. I bet you tried to enter the place. He gave Ye Ji a knowing look. Ye Ji rubbed the back of her neck and replied, I did. And I almost died there. The place below the cliff is a complete darkness, a realm of abyss. I encountered several dangerous beasts there. Each stronger than any sovereign profound realm experts I've faced, excluding Lord Shadow and Shadow Brides. Ye Ji clenched her fists. Right now, I'm trying to craft a light element weapon. As expected. Yu Long smirked at Ye Ji. You don't give up right away. Shadow Agent's life shall perish under Lord Shadow only. Ye Ji said with a grunt. How dare those filthy beasts take my comrades' lives? As one of the first Shadow Walkers, I must avenge them. After saying that, Ye Ji's aura became wild-like, as if a wild beast bared its fangs angrily. For a moment, everyone could see an image of a winged black tiger with golden stripes behind Ye Ji. The tiger looked so menacing that Chu Yueshan instinctively grabbed the Song of Broken Pine's handle. This woman. Chu Yueli felt threatened for the first time. As a Shadow Walker and earliest member of the Shadow Realm, Ye Ji's prowess is not even a question. She's indeed strong and only entered 25 years old recently. However, Chu Yueli didn't expect Ye Ji to be this strong. Ye Ji is at the peak of the sovereign profound realm, and her profound art is very close to level 20. She's equal to Chu Yueli in terms of cultivation and achievement. No, since Ye Ji is younger, she has the upper hand. Ye Ji realized her sudden outburst was too much. She bowed to Yu Long and said, I'm sorry for showing an unsightly appearance. It's okay. Yu Long waved his hand. I understand your feelings. After that, Ye Ji entertained them with wine and delicious food. A few hours later, the sun finally reached its peak. Yu Long leaned on the castle wall and looked far ahead, observing the unfamiliar mountain range and scenery. He smiled because the situation here was much better than the profound sky continent. There is much more to explore. Although Yu Long hasn't explored the profound sky continent, Shadow Realm's intelligence network allows him to gather everything he needs, which makes it uninteresting. It's decided. I will make this continent mine. Yu Long smiled confidently. Azure Cloud continent was several years behind due to the ancestral god's interference. And it was a blessing in disguise for Yu Long, who wanted to develop his force rapidly. Now that Yu Long thought about it, Yun Xianyi's plot armor is cliché. His little aunt was actually this primordial goddess who started the birth of God race, devil race, and many others. Karma. Yu Long grabbed something from his pocket. It was a pendant with a clear mirror attached, but the mirror was actually cracked due to the broken cycle of samsara. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, Evil God said I only have to form a link with mirror of samsara to see karmic threads. There are white, black, and golden threads. White means good karma. Black means bad karma. And golden means innate karma. Yu Long placed the mirror of samsara between his brows and used Kaiju Maker to initiate a link. An explosion of mental wonder happened in Yu Long's head, and his golden eyes gained this misty white ring. Oh, Evil God wasn't lying. He blinked, finally seeing karmic threads. If Evil God scattered will heard Yu Long questioning him, he would probably smack him on the head. Yu Long stared at his karmic threads and mumbled, everyone has bad karma, but mine is actually thinner compared to good karma and innate karma. I did bad things and good things. Still, does indirect influence also cause good karma? On the other hand, innate karma is like something I was born with. Well, it was the thickest thread out of 3. Maybe because I saved Earth back then. Suddenly, Yu Long saw his golden thread was awkwardly tugged by something. He looked ahead with enhanced vision and saw a group of people running in the forest. Oh? Interesting. He smiled and told his wives about his sudden departure. Yulong jumped into the air and glided toward the group of people. It was a group of 7, and the one leading the group was a dirty-looking man with a crying little girl on his shoulder. Father! The little girl cried out. You gotta be kidding me. Yulong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is the reason my golden thread tugged. He stared at the girl and found her somewhat familiar. A sudden pang of Yunche's memory flashed in Yulong's head as he finally recognized her. Fuck, that girl is Solinger. One of the heroines. Yulong cursed in realization. He complained inside because Solinger was somehow attached to his innate karma. He quickly descended and stopped on the group's path. His lofty and young appearance caught the group of 7 off guard, but they immediately scowled at Yulong. Brat, who are you? The frontman brandished his saber at Yulong. None. Yulong answered casually. None. None of your business. Yulong's golden eyes become colder. Brat, you're courting death. Yulong ignored the cliché line and stared at the crying little girl. He used a sound transmission technique and told her to close her eyes. Solinger stopped crying as she heard a soothing voice entering her mind. She blinked her big eyes and looked at the handsome big brother nearby. She saw Yulong smile and nodded, closing her eyes. Yulong used Art of Ghost and slaughtered the group of 7 with an overwhelming technique. They couldn't blink before perishing. He caught Solinger and placed her on the ground. It's okay, you can open your eyes now. He said with a complicated look. Solinger slowly opened her eyes and saw Yulong standing before her. He was so dashing and heroic, making her little heart feel weird. She looked around, trying to find the bad guys that kidnapped her. However, she couldn't find them. Be big brother, are you my prince? She said while looking at Yulong brightly. What? Yulong was confused. Solinger blushed and continued, Mom said a prince always comes to save his princess. Since you saved Linger, doesn't that mean you're my prince? What's with the logic? Yulong was speechless. Solinger wiped the tears and smiled happily, hee, Mom is right. Linger will find her prince and marry him. Big brother, Linger want to be your bride.
Thanks for listening.